Dear speakers and audience, welcome to the final conference of the two-year research project REBE, Resilient Beliefs, Religion and Beyond, designed first and implemented then in collaboration by the Bruno Kessler Foundation, the University of Innsbruck, and the Philosophisch-Theologische Hochschule of Brixen, and generously funded by the Euregio Science Fund. Our project is the first humanities project ever funded within this inter-regional competitive call. From the very beginning, therefore, we have felt the weight and the responsibility of this privilege at a historical moment when the humanities, and philosophy in particular, are being called upon to rethink and redefine their role under the impact of the revolution that everyone is talking about these days, the AI revolution. As such, our project is an expression of a strong belief in the ability of the humanities to contribute firstly to understanding, but also indirectly to expanding our problem solving. Sorry about this. Capacity. The problem we identified and placed at the center of our multidisciplinary investigation is a well-known human phenomenon of doxastic resilience of beliefs, the robustness of which cannot be explained by evidence alone. Religious beliefs are known to be an exemplary case of doxastic resilience, and so we thought it might be useful to start with the study of this type of belief in order to better understand the more general phenomenon of extreme, extravagant, eccentric beliefs. Our bet was to assume that combining the efforts of the best epistemology, the best philosophy of religion, the best religious studies, and the best theology could contribute substantially to progress in this field. But did we win our bet? Well, of course, it is not for us to say, but we trust that the discussion that will take place in this room today and tomorrow will at least give an idea of the extent of our effort and the interest of our results to specialists in the disciplines involved in the project and hopefully to the broader public as well. In democracy, as is well known, resilient beliefs carry considerable weight, both in a positive and in a negative sense. Indeed, people must keep on believing in the value of democracy even when democracy is at its worst. But one way in which this love of democracy must be shown is precisely by a willingness to treat as opinions even some of your own most resilient beliefs. For example, those in which values are at stake that are non-negotiable for us, but on which there is no universal agreement within our society. And conversely, another way, of course, to show this love for democracy is to respect as indisputable evidence beliefs that we would like to treat as opinions. As you can see, the epistemic condition of the members of a liberal democracy is not easy at all. This is why we need to learn more about how resilient beliefs work. Be it as it may, allow me to express some pride in this little scientific showcase of ours. As I said, this is not an easy time for the humanities. We do, however, to quote a famous poem by Yeats, feel not as a part of a shrinking thing, decrepit age that has been tied to me as to a dog's tail, but as a vital expression of that ability to think together that has made the human species one of the most resilient biological species ever. With this hopeful spirit, Let me thank the people who made this event possible. First, Martin Lindner and Winfried Löffler, the other two PIs of the project. Both of them and the institutions that they represent have been a constant and essential support in both administrative and scientific management of a project which is innovative and complex in many regards. I take this opportunity to thank them sincerely on behalf of FBK as well. When they are chairs of the panels, they will have the opportunity to bring greetings from their institutions in turn. Another fundamental support in my work has been my dear colleague Boris REBE, who will chair the afternoon session of the conference. My thanks go then to all the members of the very busy research group who are here or who didn't make it today, such as Catherine Dormandy. Last but not least, I'd like to thank the director of the FBK Center for Religious Studies, Massimo Leone, who supported us actively and kindly. Michela Queste, Graziella Di Bella, and all the FBK staff who helped organize the event are especially important in this list. In addition to the speakers who arrived in Trento after a long journey, let me finally give special thanks to Eugenia Lancelotta, who took on most of the organizational work. Good job. Few words about the conference. The conference will focus on three leading questions, the three leading questions of the project, the normative, what we call the normative question this morning, the social impact question this afternoon, and tomorrow morning, the difference question. We called the Innsbruck, the Trento, and the Brixen panels. This evening at 6 p.m., after the Trento panel, there will be a keynote lecture held by Lisa Bortolotti. Each speaker will have 1 hour, which includes both time for the presentation and time for discussion. I think I've said everything. I can declare that the REBE final conference is officially open. Enjoy the experience.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Also from my side, my name is Winfried Löffler. I'm the head of the partial project in Innsbruck, as it was mentioned before. The Innsbruck partial project, is focusing on the epistemological sides of resilient beliefs. Resilient beliefs, at first look, might have an air of irrationality, of stubbornness, of pig-headedness. But on the other hand, some resilient beliefs are extremely useful and extremely protective. For instance, I had the impression that by going into this reading hall, you all reliably followed your resilient beliefs that you can cross only open doors. Nobody tried it directly across the wall or so. So this belief is one of the more useful ones and one of the very resilient ones. So resilient beliefs are a very ambivalent thing. On the other hand, on the negative side, we know all these highly irrational forms of resilient beliefs, such as absurd ideologies or conspiracy theories. And again, on the other hand, we know that the word conspiracy theory is sometimes used as a curse word and in a very imprecise way. And that brings me to our first talk. It will be by Dr. Scott Hill, who is our scientific collaborator at Innsbruck University, the Department of Christian Philosophy. Scott obtained a PhD on meta-ethics at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst, and he's now specializing in metaphysics, in philosophy of religion and epistemology. Among his publications, I mentioned just two things, a book from 2021 that he co-authored with two colleagues, Beyond the Code, a philosophical guide to engineering ethics. And forthcoming in the Journal of Philosophy, so highly prominent, an article on Strawsonian hard determinism, which will appear soon. We have also an audience at home via Google Meet and via YouTube. I can see them here, but the people at home are also invited to pose questions. Paolo, could you help me in managing this? Okay. Okay. So special welcome also to the people following us at home. Scott, the audience is yours. Scott's title today is Problems for a Prominent Study on the Use of Conspiracy Theories.
Okay, would it be possible for me to access the PowerPoint? And also, I want to agree with Paulo in thanking a number of people for their contributions to this. Thank you to my supervisors, Winfried and Catherine. Extra special thanks to Eugenia for putting on the conference. We appreciate it. And if there's an issue, I can also present without PowerPoint.
That's the wrong one.
an Alabama county courtroom. The truth is that Mayella tried to kiss Tom, and the publicly available evidence decisively vindicates Tom. But the jury, shall I start over, or does it? Okay. Let's consider an example. Tom, a black man, is convicted of raping Mayella, a white woman, in an Alabama courtroom. The truth is that Mayella tried to kiss Tom, and the publicly available evidence decisively vindicates Tom. But the jury convicts Tom on the basis of their prejudice about black men and the prosecutor's ability to stoke that prejudice. The members of the jury are sincere in their judgment that Tom is guilty. Let's call this example central case. In the example's used by Fricker to articulate her theory of testimonial injustice. Her theory has three components that we'll talk about today. First, she discusses a credibility deficit. A subject suffers from a credibility deficit if and only if that subject is credible to some degree in, but is regarded as being credible to a degree less than in. So the rough idea is, if you are credible, but you're regarded as lacking credibility, you suffer from a credibility deficit. Fricker also talks about negative identity prejudices. And for her, a credibility deficit is caused by a negative identity prejudice if and only if three conditions obtain. First, there's a widely held association between a social group and various negative attributes. So in Tom's case, there's a widely held, and in his context in Alabama at the time, there's a widely held association between being a black man and various negative attributes. Second, that association is difficult to remove with evidence. So people view Tom's group in a negative way, and that negative perspective is difficult to remove with evidence. Third, that association is caused by an ethically bad, effective investment. So in Fricker's example, Tom suffers from a credibility deficit. He's highly trustworthy, highly reliable about whether he committed the relevant act, but he's regarded as having a low credibility by the jury. And that low credibility is caused by a negative identity prejudice. And so for Fricker, a speaker suffers from testimonial injustice from a hearer if and only if that speaker has a credibility deficit that's caused by the negative identity prejudice of that hearer. So, big picture, rough idea, there's two things to look for when we look for testimonial injustice. First, we look for whether there's a credibility deficit. Is the person consistent with the jury, being completely without identity prejudice of any kind? They have no problem with Tom in virtue of him being black. Unlike most people in that time and place, they're not racist. Rather, they sincerely vote to convict Tom because radioactive sludge leaked into their morning coffee, causing them to disbelieve anyone who's sitting in the chair that Tom was sitting in. And their judgment about Tom is responsive to evidence, because if you told them, look, the reason you're suspicious of Tom is because of the radioactive sludge, they would say, okay, you can't trust my judgment about Tom. I'm going to withdraw my judgment. So it's not just that there's a credibility deficit, but the credibility deficit has to be caused in the right way for it to count as a case of epistemic injustice. Now let's talk about one of the philosophers that I mentioned earlier, who says things that seem to suggest he thinks conspiracy theorists suffer from testimonial injustice, or at least that using the term conspiracy theory causes a credibility deficit. So Pigden, both in a paper from 2007 and a revised version of the same paper from 2002, offers the following example. Pigden says, "It's a common ploy on the part of politicians to dismiss critical allegations by describing them as conspiracy theories, a tactic of which Tony Blair was a master. The idea that the invasion of Iraq was all about oil, or that, as leaked memos seem to show, President Bush had seriously proposed bombing Al Jazeera's headquarters, were both conspiracy theories, and therefore not worth discussing. Blair's comments on the bombing memo were particularly eloquent. Blair said, look, there's a limit to what I can say. It's all subjudice, but honestly, I mean conspiracy theories. The matter was subjudice because the Attorney General, presumably at Blair's behest, was prosecuting the people who had leaked the memo. Okay, I want to note a couple of things about Pigden's presentation of the example, and then say a bit about why I disagree with Pigden's diagnosis. So Pigden makes it sound like people were wondering about whether Bush really made this comment, and Blair very eloquently and masterfully just dismissed it as a conspiracy theory, and that was sufficient to shut down debate. That had some causal role in helping Blair disguise Bush's actions. There's a few more details from the article Pigden quotes that I want to clarify and add. So in the article Pigden quotes, the reporters take a very skeptical perspective on Blair. The tone of the article is, Blair's clearly lying about this. They also say that everybody who's seen this document says that it confirms that Bush discussed bombing Al Jazeera's headquarters. And it says Blair looked tired, and it has a picture of Blair saying, come on, but I mean conspiracy theories. Now, when I look at that, I don't see Blair as this master using conspiracy theory rhetoric to shut down debate. I see him as a pathetic figure, scrambling, trying his best to shut down debate. But he can't do it. Nobody believes him. And the thing, there's real power that Blair exercises, but it's not rhetorical power. Blair's power is that he has control of the government. He said, classify the document, and they classified the document so nobody can look at it. So maybe the debate was shut down in a certain sense, but it wasn't shut down because of Blair's powerful rhetorical use of the term conspiracy theory. And so to me, that seems very different than what happened to Tom in the Alabama courtroom. We can consider a variant again on Fricker's example. We'll call this central case 3. It's as similar to central case as is consistent with the following differences. The jury doesn't have the power to decide Tom's fate, just as the reporters didn't have the power to decide Tom's fate, or to decide Blair's fate or Bush's fate. Rather, the jury can only ask the prosecutor questions and report the answers. The jury notes that people with access to evidence have said that the perpetrator hit Mayella with his left hand, but that Tom has a disability that renders him unable to hit anyone with his left hand. They asked the prosecutor if they could see evidence for this claim and what his reply to the claim is. And it turns out that the prosecutor has classified this evidence. And the prosecutor says, oh, well, I classified it, sorry, it's classified, I can't talk about it, but honestly, I mean black people. And then imagine the jury reports this, and they just like the writers, post a picture of the lawyer with that quote. In this case, in this variant of the example, the lawyer's doing something evil, the lawyer's exercising power, but it's not a case of testimonial injustice. Nobody believes him. He did use something racist, but his use of racism didn't help him accomplish the evil thing that he was accomplishing. And I think this case, central case 3, is much more similar to Pigden's Blair example than the original central case. Okay, in a footnote to this, Pigden says that his example illustrates something that's discussed in Husting and Orr's 2007 paper. So in their paper, they discuss Cynthia McKinney, who was a politician in the US. She had suggested that 9/11 was an inside job and that the Bush administration was responsible for it. And they have this quote where they suggest that she was unfairly dismissed. McKinney was unfairly dismissed by the reporter writing about her, Julia Elperin. and by other figures. And so here's the quote that they say is evidence of that. The reporter says, McKinney has often given voice to radical critiques of U.S. policy, especially in the Middle East. She defied the State Department to investigate assertions that international sanctions are brutalizing innocent Iraqis. She seems to have tapped into a web of conspiracy theories. And so they say they're dismissing McKinney by calling her views conspiracy theories. Well, it's worth looking at the full quote from that article. And the full quote adds a bit of context. The full quote is this: during her 5 terms in office, McKinney has often given voice to radical critiques of U.S. policy, especially in the Middle East. She defied the State Department to investigate assertions that international sanctions are brutalizing innocent Iraqis. With her comments concerning September 11th, McKinney, 47, seems to have tapped into a web of conspiracy theories circulating the past 6 months among people who believe that the government is partially or entirely to blame for last year's attack, which killed more than 3,000 people. Okay, so the idea is that the reporter says McKinney is called a conspiracy theorist, and that is an act of unfairly dismissing her views. It shuts down debate that should take place. I think this is an example where someone is regarded as having a low credibility, but they don't have a higher credibility. There's not a mismatch. So it turns out that McKinney is not only a 9/11 truther, but she's also a Holocaust denier. She's also a QAnon supporter. And so in that case, it seems she's got a low credibility. And it's okay to say that. You're not shutting down debate. Nobody's saying that you can't talk about these things. But somebody who believes these sorts of things, like 9/11 truthism or Holocaust denial or QAnon, they just have a low credibility. Now there's a second issue, which is, did McKinney's, does calling, so one issue is there a mismatch between the credibility that McKinney actually has and the credibility that she's regarded as having? A second issue is, did calling McKinney a conspiracy theorist, or calling what she believes conspiracy theories, does that serve to shut down debate? Does it cause people to not trust, does it reduce belief in a proposition to call it a conspiracy theory? In 2016, partly reacting to Husting and Orr and other figures, Wood conducted 2 experiments. In one experiment, he gave groups a mock-up newspaper article. The story in the article, in both groups' articles, were the same, but they had slightly different titles. One group had the title, Conspiracy Theories Emerge in the Wake of Canadian Election Results. The other group received a mock newspaper article that says, instead of conspiracy theories, corruption allegations emerge in the wake of Canadian election results. And this isn't something that really happened, it's just something that they gave subjects. They gave them the same alleged newspaper story, called one a conspiracy theory, called one corruption allegations, and asked them whether they believed it. And Wood found that there was no difference in how the members of different groups reported the degree to which they believed the story. It turned out that they were roughly the same, whether the alleged incident was called a conspiracy theory or mere corruption allegations. In another experiment that Wood conducted, he had subjects rate the likelihood of various claims. For one group, Wood asked them to rate the likelihood of various conspiracy theories. For another group, Wood asked them to rate the likelihood of various ideas, replaced ideas with conspiracy theories. And again, Wood found there was just no difference in how the rate at which subjects reported whether they accepted the idea or the conspiracy theory. And so Wood took this to challenge the idea that calling something a conspiracy theory reduces belief in it. Dentith, Husting, and Orr, in a paper just out this year, wrote a response to Wood. They don't directly challenge Wood's results, but they indirectly challenge his results. They challenge his results by coming up with a study of their own that they interpret as suggesting that calling something a conspiracy theory does reduce belief in it. So Dentith, Husting, and Orr gave respondents had three different groups. And depending on which group you're in, you got a different variant of a question involving Kennedy's assassination. So the first group got this question: the assassination of John F. Kennedy involved individuals other than or in addition to Lee Harvey Oswald. The second group got this question: the conspiracy theory is justified, or this statement, and were asked to the extent to which they agreed with it. The conspiracy theory is justified. John F. Kennedy's assassination involved individuals other than or in addition to Lee Harvey Oswald. And then the third group received this statement and was asked to what extent they agree with it. The unjustified belief that Kennedy's assassination involved individuals other than or in addition to Lee Harvey Oswald is just another conspiracy theory. So what Dentith, Husting, and Orr found was that for the first two statements, it didn't matter which group you were in or which of the two statements you received. Respondents expressed agreement with the statement at about the same rate. But for the third claim, respondents expressed agreement with that less than the other two. Now, Dentith, Husting, and Orr interpret this as evidence that using conspiracy theory does reduce belief in a term. They have a story about how, well, there's quotation marks around conspiracy theory in the second one, and somehow that's supposed to have something to do with their explanation. But to me, this study is perfectly consistent with Wood's results. We have a case where, in one case, conspiracy theory is not used, and respondents agree with the statement at a certain rate. And then we have conspiracy theory with quotation marks that's added in, and respondents agree with that at the very same rate. And then when you add all of these other negative claims, that's when respondents agree at a lower rate. And so it seems to me that there maybe there's a more complicated story about how using conspiracy theory reduces belief in a proposition. Maybe like when you add it to a bunch of other negative claims, then it reduces belief. But just adding conspiracy theory by itself to a claim and merely calling a claim a conspiracy theory, it doesn't seem to me that we have evidence that reduces belief. Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you, Scott. We are well within our schedule. At the moment, I cannot see the people at home, so maybe could the technique do that? But we begin with the discussion here in the room anyway. Are there any questions to Dr. Hill? Gerhard Ernst. Paolo, do we have a microphone in the...
I think so, yeah.
Does it work? Yeah, it does. Yeah, thank you, Scott, for this talk. I want to ask about the initial example. I'm a bit puzzled about it because I wonder what the credibility of a person actually is. Usually we don't put high credibility to people who are accused of a crime, and no matter whether black or white, I wouldn't ask someone who's, perhaps a perpetrator, whether he is a perpetrator or not, because he has a high motivation to deny it anyway, no matter what. And so I'm a bit puzzled about the initial example and the question what the credibility of a person is. Is it something which is dependent on context? Is it something you take with you in whatever context you are? That's the question. Thanks.
Great. Okay. Thanks so much for that. First, let me make sure I've got your concern, and then I'll say what I think you said, and then if I got it right, okay, and if I got it wrong, please correct me. So your concern is, look, if one person tells me that somebody did something, I'm not automatically going to think, oh, well, the person accused has a high reliability and I shouldn't trust them, and I should trust them. And so you're asking, what do I mean? What does Fricker mean by credibility? And where does the mismatch come from? So on my reading of Fricker, she thinks that credibility is an objective feature of the person. And it's just a matter of when they give an answer, what's the probability that the answer will be true? And in her case, Tom is a truthful guy. He's actually telling the truth. He's honest, and he's a person of goodwill. He just wanted to help Mayella. And so Tom's answers to questions about whether he committed sexual assault, as a matter of fact, those are actually reliable. That's separate from the question of what evidence the jury had. Now, it might be that, so let's assume you're right, that as a general rule, you shouldn't just trust the testimony of people in courtrooms who are accused of things. Suppose that's right. Well, it still might be true that as a matter of fact, the person is quite reliable, and so there's a credibility deficit. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that just because there's a credibility deficit that it's testimonial injustice. Because if the jury happened to have great evidence that Tom was lying, even though it was misleading, that wouldn't be testimonial injustice. It would instead be just a tragic fact feature of the evidence that the jury got combined with Tom's actual reliability. But in this case, Fricker says it's an example of testimonial injustice because the jury's not looking at evidence. The jury's got evidence that Tom's reliable. The evidence is that Tom was accused of hitting Mayella with his left hand, but he has a disability that makes that impossible. And the cause of their judgment about Tom was just their prejudice against black people. And so, objectively, Tom is reliable when it comes to the question of whether he sexually assaulted somebody. That's sufficient to give him a high credibility. The jury regarded as having him as having a low credibility. That's sufficient for there to be a credibility deficit. And the jury is judging him to be guilty not because of great evidence. They have evidence to the contrary. It's because they're racist. And that is why, for Fricker, it's a case of testimonial injustice. Yeah?
May I very briefly follow up? Okay. I think what puzzles me is the running together of two very different things.
Yeah.
Namely, the epistemic reliability of someone. Of course, if I committed a murder, I'm in a perfect position to know whether I committed a murder because I did it, I was there. And so I'm perfectly reliable, epistemically reliable when you ask me, did you commit the murder?
Yeah.
On the other hand, I have very strong incentive not to tell you, even though I could. And so I think these are two separate things, whether I judge you as someone who is a reliable source of knowledge, and I would say, the murderer is the perfect source of knowledge. On the other hand, he is not a good source of knowledge from the motivational point of view because he has a high motivation not to tell me what he knows, actually.
Yeah.
And so I think this initial example runs these two concepts of reliability together.
Got it. So I definitely agree those are two different things. I'm with you there. My take on it, though, is Fricker's case merely concerns one of the things and not both of the things. But perhaps I'm wrong.
Veronika Hoffmann.
Yes, thank you very much. My question is a bit related to the first question. Credibility, and I apologize, I'm a bit out of the area of what you talked about explicitly. I'm just curious if you have researched or read about the question credibility across different areas. For example, is credibility a quality of a person, or is it a quality that is partial to some area of that person? For example, you read a paper from someone who is talking about Aristotle. You say, well, paper is good. Yeah. And then you learn that someone believes in QAnon. Yeah. So is that paper on Aristotle now less credible because the same person believes a conspiracy theory as well? Or could you say, no, these are different things? The paper is good because the paper is good, and do I believe that person in another area? Is there kind of seeping between?
Yeah, I like your suggestion that credibility is restricted to different domains. In fact, I know a few philosophers like that who support wild conspiracy theories, but who also write some really great papers and who are smart within a particular context. And so I would say, when it comes to Aristotle, this person is highly reliable and very credible. When it comes to contemporary, when it comes to whether there's a secret cabal of Democrats at a pizza place in Washington, D.C. who are drinking children's blood, they're very unreliable and lack credibility.
Take the microphone, please.
I'm sorry, I was just talking out of turn. I just wanted to say, if that's really not related at all, because if a bunch of people I find really intelligent started to tell me about something I wouldn't quite believe, does it not influence on the long way to say, well, they are intelligent, they're writing really good papers, maybe it's me who's wrong?
I think that's exactly the right attitude to take. But I also think that's compatible with saying this domain relativity idea. So I get the idea that if enough smart, honest people that I respect start telling me, QAnon is true, then that's going to cause me to, at the very least, think maybe I'm missing something. Maybe I should look into this. That's different from the question of whether somebody can be reliable in one domain and unreliable in another, or credible in one domain and credible in another. It might be that when someone is credible in one domain, that can be evidence that they're credible in another domain. And then you could have defeaters for that, like you see that they're you find out they flipped a coin to decide whether the QAnon conspiracy theory is true, and you can say, well, okay, that's unreliable. Or one person I was talking to who believes in QAnon was saying, well, the evidence for it is that Comet Ping Pong, the pizza place in Washington, D.C., it has a C and a P in it, and child pornography also has a C and a P in it, so that confirms that Democrats are drinking the blood of children, and I just know that that's a really terrible argument, and I can say, well, this person knows a lot about history, and but something's going on there. So I want to concede that somebody being talented and smart and honest in one domain may be evidence that they're smart and honest in another domain. And if you get enough people like that who tell me that the earth is flat or that QAnon is true, then I should start to doubt my own perspective. But that's compatible with the idea that you can be reliable in one domain and not reliable in another. Or so it seems to me.
Boris Rehme.
Thank you, Scott. I'm a bit puzzled about the last slide, this recent study by, I don't remember the author's name, I think Orr. Could you put this up again without creating, maybe not. No, just.
It's okay with me if it's put up. I don't know if I'm competent to put it up.
Okay, now let's leave it like this. I was wondering. I mean, the first statement. There were those 3 items, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people were asked to indicate their agreement with those statements.
Yeah.
Is that correct? The first one was like. Now, it would be really good to see. Or could you just read them again?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Let me try to put it up. Oh, okay.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So, so the idea was, or the idea of these authors is that merely using the expression conspiracy theory reduces agreement or belief, right? Or is that the idea? I mean, this is really odd. The assassination of John F. Kennedy involved the first one: individuals other than and or in addition to Lee Harvey Oswald. That's the first one. The second one, the conspiracy theory, in scare quotes, is justified. John F. Kennedy's assassination involved individuals other than or in addition to Lee Harvey Oswald. And the third one is the unjustified belief that John F. Kennedy's assassination involved individuals other than or in addition to Lee Harvey Oswald is just another conspiracy theory. And now those authors say, okay, there's no difference in agreement or disagreement between the first two, but the third one people tended to agree less. But with what? With that statement, the unjustified belief that John F. Kennedy's assassination involved individuals is just another conspiracy theory? Because this, I mean, how the three things cannot even be compared with each other because they're completely different things.
Yeah.
So could you say, because I'm really puzzled about this, I don't see the point of this at all.
Okay, so maybe one thing we could do is say, here's a way that they could ask different questions to conduct a better experiment. So I think. Well, okay. Let me give a quick answer to your what are they agreeing with? What are they disagreeing with? So I don't know what respondents thought, but what I think that these authors took the respondents as saying is that they want to know to what degree the respondents think Kennedy's assassination involved people besides Lee Harvey Oswald, and I think they interpret each question's answer as being an answer about was there more than one conspirator, and so they're now whether that's a plausible interpretation, and so it might be that you're right that some respondents look at the third one and think, no, I disagree with that being an unjustified conspiracy theory, and so maybe that mucks up the answers. But maybe a different way that they could have conducted their experiment is get rid of the scare quotes, do it like Wood's experiments, and just have one case be a case in which you say something that is an idea or a claim, and have another set of subjects respond to an identically worded phrase with the exception that you add conspiracy theory in, no scare quotes. And that might be a better way to test for what they're looking for. My point is just that I don't think this lends support to the idea or challenges Wood's result that if you just take a phrase and if you just call something a conspiracy theory, that automatically reduces confidence in it. And so if you're pressing that point, then I'm on board with you. Yeah.
This is just confused. This doesn't provide evidence for any position in the debate that you are talking about.
Yeah, I think that's right. It might be that I need to look more closely at the study and see if there's something there that I didn't pick up on. But I think I agree with you.
May I interfere here with a little point supporting Boris? So I also had the impression that these three examples, these passages are not, so they suffer under a lot of ceteris paribus defects. So there are a lot of framing effects hidden in here, like in phrases, just another, and so phrases like that are not neutral concerning credibility, I would say. So it's not the same what is being compared here. So I think it's worthwhile to have a closer look at this study. So
your thought, if I'm hearing you right, your thought is regarding the third example, maybe the reason respondents judged it to be less likely isn't because conspiracy theory was used. It's because it's called unjustified, and it's there's just another is used there, and it's the other stuff, not the use of conspiracy theory. Yeah, I think I agree with that.
And all in all, I mean, the linguistic codes that are used in examples 1, 2, 3, they are getting more and more complex. And I think there could be a correlation between complexity of the linguistic codes and credibility. So, so I would be very careful with that study.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks.
I think, just to add to this, I think even the first two are not really equivalent. And perhaps what I would suspect they wanted to ask, if I got you right, is the first one roughly says claim, the assassination. The second says conspiracy theory, and the third says conspiracy theory. Yeah. And that's what they wanted to test, but that's a far cry from that.
Right. Because they made everything else so different in the,
Thank you so much for your talk. I really enjoyed it. So I'm in broad agreement with your position. So I don't think that the construct of epistemic injustice is always the best way to make sense of our attitude to people who endorse conspiracy theories. And I also can see that there may be problems with the way in which experimentally philosophers are trying to test intuitions. But I do think there is a point where worth making, that calling something a conspiracy theory when this is a value-laden concept, so it's not just a theory involving a conspiracy, does affect the way in which we respond to the claim. So, I mean, this is not experimental philosophy, it's purely anecdotal, but I was looking on newspapers about how people were using the phrase conspiracy theories. And whenever someone was reported as endorsing one, immediately the next sentence would contain a statement saying, we are not engaging with this person or this organization on this topic. Right. So the idea was, because they are, having a conspiracy theory about this, maybe climate change or whatever it is, me, myself, or my organization is not going to have a dialogue with these people on this topic. And it seems to me that that's fairly generalizable, that, the implication is, and this is very important, which context we're dealing with. It's possible that I still want to talk to them about a different topic, but when it comes to the topic of the conspiracy, they are not worthy of engagement on that topic. And so I think that's the bit. I mean, I don't know whether that's what Dentith wanted to tap on, but I think that's a bit that deserves analysis. So is it true that because I don't think they have credibility in that area, then I'm no longer going to engage? And there may be very good reasons, as you pointed out, for not engaging, that sometimes the conversation doesn't seem to go anywhere and so on. But I think that's an area where we need to pause and think about whether, we are doing something that is not the best practice. So that's just a comment.
Okay, got it. So let me try to, wait, sorry. First, let me make sure I'm getting what you're saying, and then maybe I'll try to locate where I think we agree, and then maybe where we're coming at things from different perspectives. So your point is okay, look, Scott, one question is, does just calling something a conspiracy theory reduce belief in it? Whatever, who cares? That might be somewhat interesting, but the real issue is there's things that are sometimes called conspiracy theories, and they're too quickly dismissed. And it's super creepy and weird to just say, and maybe we live in a society now where people do shut down debate too much for things that they consider conspiracy theories, and that is concerning. Is that your thought? I agree with you. And so for example, like I think it turned out that lockdowns in reaction to COVID were a bad idea, and I used to think that was just a ridiculous idea because everybody around me thought that it was a ridiculous idea and that lockdowns were the thing to do. And it used to be that everyone dismissed the idea that the COVID vaccine was a lab leak as a mere conspiracy theory, not worth considering. And now it turns out that it's at least a contender, at least a possibility. And so what I want to say is, I do think it's important to engage. And my friend at church, who's a QAnon supporter, I didn't want to say, oh, QAnon, you got to go away. I'm not listening to you. I'm shunning you. No, I said, okay, tell me about this. Why is QAnon true? And then she said, well, there's so many intricacies and it's so complicated, therefore it has to be true. And she talked about how the C and P appear in the pizza place's name and as well in the child pornography, and that was somehow supposed to be evidence for it. And so it was upon engaging that I thought, oh, I like this person a lot. She's a very smart person. She taught history for a number of years and was retired. She's very smart when it comes to that, but something weird's going on here. And so I share your distaste for newspaper articles that would say, these are conspiracy theorists, we don't engage with them. I'm against that. I share the idea that sometimes we are too quick to dismiss something and we call that thing a conspiracy theory. What I'm skeptical of is that we should revise the term conspiracy theory so that it's neutral or that it's this powerful term that shuts down debate. I don't think that happens. I think that it's useful to have terms for institutions and individuals to express the idea that something's preposterous. Some ideas seem preposterous, it's okay to say it, and calling something a conspiracy theory is one way to do it. I don't think it's conspiracy theory that's a powerful term. I think it's other things. I think it's the reason the lab leak hypothesis we weren't allowed to debate that. It's not because it was called a conspiracy theory and that shut down debate. It's just that everybody who talked about it said it's ridiculous, and you marked yourself in the out group by saying that. And so I'm with you that there's something interesting going on, and maybe in the spirit of what some of these figures are doing, there's something interesting going on. But I think the letter of what they're saying is wrong, and if I'm being completely honest, sometimes I think there are philosophers who actually hold some wacky views, like Holocaust denialism or 9/11 truthism, and they take this line as a refuge for their view. They say, well, look, we dismiss things as conspiracy theories too quickly. We have to be able to ask whether the Holocaust really happened. And sometimes I think it's used as a wedge to try to bring in wacky views that I'm not saying we shouldn't debate them and discuss them, and so that's kind of my emotional response to some of this literature.
Rick Bales.
Yeah, thank you so much, Scott. That was really interesting. I'd like to follow up on this issue. So you mentioned two studies then, one in favor of the idea, one against it. So you may worry that it is a little thin either way.
Yeah.
Just two studies, right?
Right.
So there's lots of more studies out there, for instance, by Napolitano and Reuter on the allegedly pejorative nature of the use of the phrase conspiracy theory. And there are numerous more examples. So I think there are two ways to go from here. Either you could say, look, the evidence, and in that case, the evidence is in favor, like for 2/3 of people, the term being pejorative, right?
Okay.
So you could say, well, the evidence is imbalanced, or we don't know yet, so we need more systematic work, more replications, and so on.
Right.
That's one way to go. But there's another way to go, which might be interesting for you, which is to say that the normative weight of the use of the phrase is context dependent. So dependent on the identity of the speaker and the specific context, the targeted audience, and the like. And the advantage of that is that it can tap into a larger existing discourse on normativity of various. So in another paper, we mentioned Almagro, a piece in Personality Social Psychology Bulletin, and it kind of provides a general overview. So then your account could tap into that.
Oh, that's really helpful.
General literature. So that's another way to go.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't rely on just one or two.
Yeah,
in any case,
for sure.
That's the point. Okay, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Not much of a question, just a suggestion.
Got it. Well, can I bounce some ideas off of you in connection with that? So the studies you mention are cases where people want to know, or if I'm hearing you right, are people want to know whether conspiracy theory is a pejorative term or whether it's a neutral term. Is that right? Oh, okay. And so for those studies, it might be that it's a pejorative term, but it doesn't cause using it doesn't cause lack of belief. Could they be harmonized in that way? Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's definitely it, but yeah. And then what I hear you saying is maybe it's the question of whether just using it is sufficient to cause people to dismiss a view as too narrow. Maybe the context plus using it increases the degree to which it's decreased. Or who's using it, things like that. That's what you're saying? Okay, that's really helpful. Thanks.
Paolo, we began a little bit later, and I have 3 more questions. Could we do a bit over? Okay. Gloria De Leva. And please, all speakers speak directly into the microphone.
Okay.
It's rather weak and speak
okay
straightly
like
into it.
Thank you, Scott. I just have a curiosity. I remember in one of your last talks, you spoke about conspiracy theory that proved to be true, like Watergate.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if in this case, then, the people who at first were alleged to be conspiracy theorists have a boost of credibility or something like that. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think they... Okay, so a couple of... Your comment raises a bunch of interesting issues. Let me try to pull out a couple of them. One of the issues is sometimes conspiracy theories turn out to be true. And so what do I have to say about that? And then a second issue that you raise is, when conspiracy theories turn out to be true, does that enhance the credibility of conspiracy theorists? Yeah, and give them publicity. And I think so. I think that, like when I talk to my friends who support QAnon or have beliefs that I consider super wacky, some of the things they point to are cases like the lockdowns were a bad idea, cases like now people are taking the lab leak hypothesis seriously. It was once dismissed as a conspiracy theory, now it's considered a serious hypothesis, and they do that does bolster their view that, hey, since these things that were dismissed as conspiracy theories turned out to be true, maybe these other wild things are true as well. And I think that's absolutely right. Another question is, how should we classify cases like that? Do they count as conspiracy theories, or now do they not count as conspiracy theories? And there's debate, of course, because some people have really broad definitions of conspiracy theories that just make anything that posits a conspiracy theory. And other people say, well, no, it's narrower than that. And so the kind of view I like is going to say whether something's a conspiracy theory isn't so much about its content, but more how it arises in a population. And so if it arises in a population in such a way that it's caused by certain biases that social scientists talk about, like rather than evidence or rather than reliable testimony, then it might count as a conspiracy theory at one time, but then no longer be a conspiracy theory. So right now it might be that the idea that all Democrats drink children's blood is a conspiracy theory, but in the distant possible world in which it turns out to be true and there's great evidence for it, then once the evidence is out, it wouldn't be a conspiracy theory anymore. And so I would say the same thing about Watergate. There might have been a time at which it counted as a conspiracy theory if it arose in such a way that people just believed it for tribalist reasons and just because they hated Nixon or whatever. But then once evidence came in and once people started believing it for other reasons, then the view I like would say it's not a conspiracy theory. Of course, that's just controversial, but those are some of the directions your comment made me think of.
Martin Lindner.
Thank you very much. Two brief questions. The first question, do you think that it could be helpful to remind us what Habermas said when he made the differentiation between the different validity claims of speech acts? Rightness, truth, comprehensibility, and then at the personal level, sincerity or authenticity, because I think that could be very helpful to make also differentiations between different theories or narratives. The second question would write this. I remember in a discussion a few weeks ago, we were talking about conspiracy theories, and there was a person who said, and I think truly, but I would like to hear your opinion, we should stop to talk about conspiracy theories because a theory has no lack of evidence. And as you said, if there is evidence, it's not anymore a conspiracy theory, but a theory. Therefore, we should speak only about conspiracy narratives. What do you think about that?
Okay, so regarding the Habermas stuff, I don't know anything about Habermas, but I would love to learn about him. And it does seem useful to think that sincerity is one measure, truth is another measure, rightness is one measure, correctness is another measure. Somehow it makes me think of Carnap's distinction between correctness conditions for a statement and truth conditions. But anyway, I don't know anything about it. Sounds interesting. Regarding the other comment, I do think I disagree about the idea that, well, hey, theories have evidence, and so let's not call conspiracy theories. Partly because I just think the way names for things work, they don't always match descriptions, or they don't always provide accurate descriptions for things. And I think that's okay, I guess. I think it's just, I guess I don't have a deeper comment, but I think I'm okay with still calling them conspiracy theories, even if theory isn't an accurate description of what they are.
I put myself on the list. On one of your first points on the definition of testimonial injustice.
Yeah.
So in general, these new laboratory concepts that we create in social epistemology, like testimonial injustice. So they are interesting cases between an explication and between a merely stipulative definition.
Yeah.
Because this language use was not around before. So somehow we are thrown back to our more or less muddy intuitions about the meaning of these terms. And I have an intuitive worry about the definition that I think took from Fricker. Testimonial injustice happens if a credibility deficit goes back to an identity prejudice on the side of the hearer. And you said if and only if. So that's necessary and sufficient. And I would doubt this. And here is an example. Suppose you are a Somali citizen or you are a Chechenian and you land in front of an Austrian court of law. And they don't have a really competent interpreter or translator of Somali or of Chechenian. And you can only explain your case in an imprecise and by that somehow incredible way, and you suffer under a credibility deficit. But I think it's not on going back to negative prejudices on the side of the hero, but simply structural causes, the lack of competent translators. And I would say my intuition would say this is a case of testimonial injustice, which is violating Fricker's definition.
Yeah, good. So, okay, let me think through the extent to which I agree with you and see if I don't know if I disagree, I've just got to talk it through a bit. So, I agree with you, and I think Fricker would agree with you that there's an injustice there, that it has to do with epistemic stuff. And then the question is, is it an interestingly distinct phenomenon from what she's getting at, or is it the same phenomenon? And I think that's where she may disagree with you. And I don't know whether your example is like, hey, there's this interesting nearby phenomenon, or it's something else. She might count it as something she calls hermeneutical injustice, where I don't remember how that part works, but maybe she would count it as that. Or maybe she would say, no, I need to tweak the definition. Maybe I've built too much into that and I need to drop the idea that it's caused by prejudice.
Let me try to make visible our spectators at home.
Oh, Paolo, can you? Okay.
There's no one. There's no one. Okay, then this leaves me to thank Scott Hill and to all discussants. And our next speaker is Anna Maria Assunta Eder. Okay, these things seem to work, so it's my pleasure to introduce one of the most interesting and most productive epistemologists of the younger generation. It's Anna Maria Assunta Eder from the University of Köln, where she is a research fellow at the chair of epistemology, philosophy of science, and logic. And beyond that, she is a member of various research networks in Europe and the United States. She did her studies in Salzburg and in Constance. She obtained a PhD on the foundations of theoretical rationality. And she specializes in metaphysics, general philosophy of science, logic, and especially epistemology. And in epistemology, especially in topics like disagreement or higher order evidences like experts, authorities, and so on. And this brings us to her topic today, resisting the evidence of others. Anna Maria, it's your turn.
Thank you very much. Only a small correction. So I do not work on metaphysics at all. I wished I had enough time for that, but besides that, yeah. No. My talk is going to be in social epistemology, as the talk before, and I'm here interested in resisting the evidence of others. One could say it's about resilient degrees of belief, resilient credences. Isn't it loud enough?
It's better enough then, closer to the mic.
Oh, okay. Okay. Oh. I'm not used to it, so I thought it would be loud enough before, but okay. So it's kind of resilient degrees of belief, and when is it rational to have resilient degrees of belief? And I think one thing that many epistemologists neglect, not so much philosopher of science, but epistemologist, is non-epistemic values, how non-epistemic values are relevant here. So in general, I'm interested in how to learn from others, and there are different ways of how we can learn from others. So epistemologists quite often focus on the following case, where you learn by testimony that someone believes P. By testimony, learning that another person accepts or believes P. Here I'm going to be interested in the case where one receives evidence that the other person has evidence for P. So where it can be that you don't know the evidence that this other person has. It's too much evidence. You don't even know whether this other person would accept P, but you get the report or the evidence that the other person has evidence for P. Let's say that a vaccine might not be safe or might be safe. One does not know whether the expert accepts the safety of or thinks that a vaccine is safe, but you get to know that there's evidence in support of the vaccine being safe. So that that's the thing I'm interested in. Evidence of another person's evidence for P. And here's a stock example that I guess most social epistemologists might know. Consider the example involving the two suspects in a criminal case. Oh. See, I'm not used to microphones. Lefty and righty. Lefty and righty. Suppose now that there are two detectives investigating the case. One who has the evidence about lefty and one who has the evidence incriminating righty. They each justifiably believe in their man's guilt, and then each finds out that the other detective has evidence incriminating the other suspect. So there was a division of labor, let's say. If things are on a par, then suspension of judgment is called for. That's what Feldman thinks. And why? Well, because you as a detective and, let's say, an expert you receive evidence that the other, your colleague, also has evidence, but incriminating the other person. So you receive further evidence by receiving evidence of the other person. And an underlying slogan is, according to Feldman, evidence of evidence is evidence. More carefully, evidence that there is evidence for P is evidence for P. So evidence that there is evidence of another person for P is also evidence for P. That's quite often assumed. Also in the literature on peer disagreement, that's an example that is discussed in the debate on peer disagreement. So, and I'm interested in specifications of this slogan, where in the literature most assume that evidence for P is evidence that makes it more probable that P. So the evidence raises the probability in P, and that's also what I'm going to assume here. So I'm interested in the following question. What conditions must be met to learn from a peer or expert so that it is good to increase one's credence in P when receiving evidence of evidence for P? And as we will see, non-epistemic values might play a relevant role here. Which specification of such a slogan is the correct one. Here I'm going to focus on what seems to be a simple specification of the slogan in another co-authored paper in the volume on higher order evidence, in the OUP volume on higher order evidence. I also consider other cases. Here I'm going to focus on a simple case because that's enough for my point. So first I'm focusing, or will give you some basics about how I understand epistemic states and evidence of evidence. Then I will look into what seems to be a clear case for the evidence of evidence slogan. Other cases really get messy here. A slogan that seems very plausible at the beginning isn't that plausible, especially if you look at more complicated cases. And then I'm focusing on values in science, everyday life, and especially on non-epistemic values. How is it? They play a role when it comes to specification of this evidence of evidence is evidence slogan. Okay. So some basics. The way I want to understand evidence of evidence is a special kind of evidence, namely evidence about a person's epistemic state. I'm not claiming that in general you should understand it that way, but for this debate here, in this context, it's about the evidence of another person's epistemic state, of another person's evidence. So this evidence of evidence is evidence slogan is an interpersonal, a slogan about interpersonal relations. And then I quite often like to model things in a formal framework, and this debate here is also quite often modeled or uses some formal tools. But what is very common is that an epistemic state is simply understood as being reflected in degrees of belief, credences, and then you do some updating, and that's all. But I think one should do it in a more fine-grained way. So an epistemic state of a person consists of reasoning commitments of the person's total evidence, and then the credences, where these reasoning commitments, they reflect the relation between your total evidence and the credences. How you reason from the evidence to your credences. So what is the relation between those the credence and your evidence? And that's reflected in the reasoning commitments, reasoning strategies. It's kind of similar to the evidential probabilities of Williamson, even similar to Carnap's logical probabilities, but it's reflecting this connection between evidence and credences. And here, let's assume that the persons involved, their epistemic states are rational. The person's reasoning commitments are probability functions, they obey the probability calculus, and then we have the credences, which are the result from the evidence, the result from the reasoning commitments and the evidence, they give you the credences. They are determined by how much the proposition P, for example, is justified by the total evidence. That's the credence in P. Okay. Then we know now epistemic state, evidence of evidence is evidence of another person's epistemic state. The epistemic states are more fine-grained. Reasoning commitments or reasoning strategies, evidence, and then your credences. Now I'm going to focus on what seems to be a clear case for this evidence of evidence is evidence slogan. And as I mentioned before, there are more messy cases as well. But here we look at this here. So E says, the evidence E says that the other person, let's say an expert, a peer, possesses all the evidence that you have, all the relevant evidence about a subject, or a domain, all the evidence that you have plus more. So this person is well informed, has all the data and all the evidence that you have plus more. And in such a case, some of you might already think about van Fraasen's reflection principle. What does van Fraasen's reflection principle say? So it says one should adopt the credences of one's better informed future self. So if you already know now which credences you would have in the future where you are better informed, then just switch to that. It's quite often considered to be a coherence principle. But what does better informed mean here? So one's future self has more comprehensive evidence. That's simply this case here. Future self, as your future self, has more evidence, more comprehensive evidence. Then one's future self has true evidence. Well, it's assumed that it's better informed. So the information should be, if it's better, it should be true. And then the reasoning commitments, so what you take to get your credences, they are those that you would accept now. So how you reason, your reasoning commitments or reasoning strategies would be the ones you would accept now. Then just switch to your future self. And something similar seems to hold when it comes to other persons. So this principle is an intrapersonal principle, but there are some interpersonal versions, and I think that's what helps here when it comes to the evidence of evidence is evidence slogan. So it doesn't really matter whether this other person is you or really another person, your future self or another person. So one should adopt the credences of a better informed person. What does it mean, better informed? Again, more comprehensive evidence, true evidence, and reasoning commitments you would accept. And then the evidence of evidence is evidence slogan seems to hold, because if you should just switch to the other person who is better informed than you, and this person has evidence for P, then you also have evidence for P by getting this evidence of evidence that simply supports P. Okay, but let's look a little bit closer. So I look at the following conditions and examine the extent to which non-epistemic values play a role in determining or establishing them. In the literature, quite often people focus simply on these different relations here, or they consider some transitivity relations when it comes to evidential support, but I think we should also focus on non-epistemic values. So I take some literature from philosophy of science and apply it in epistemology here. So let's see what we can learn about these reasoning commitments and how non-epistemic values play a role, and also establishing whether evidence is true. For that, let's see a little bit what philosophers of science say when it comes to values. So in values in science, but also in everyday life. Values play a relevant role in science and everyday life when it comes to epistemic values, of course. So that's very prominent. You have epistemic values that concern truth, explanatory power, coherence, and other things. So that's accepted by all the logical positivists, but also by Kuhn and many others later. So that's commonly accepted. But then there are also non-epistemic values that might play a role. Social, cultural, ethical values. They play a role in biology, medicine, psychology, sociology. They play a role when it comes to disciplines where the well-being of human, of non-human animals, of the environment play a role. They don't only play a role, some also would agree that they should play a role. Okay. Values play a relevant role when it comes to the confirmation of a hypothesis. And of course, so in the literature, many would agree that they play a role when it comes to the acceptance of a hypothesis, namely how to put the threshold. How should the evidential support be? How high should it be so that you accept a hypothesis, for example? That might depend on the context, might depend on what is at issue. So for the acceptance of a hypothesis, but here I'm interested in the acceptance of reasoning commitments and the acceptance of evidence. This isn't that much discussed in the literature, reasoning commitments and the acceptance of evidence, but I think it's important in this, when it comes to this debate here. Okay. So I'm interested in a case where whether the reasoning commitments and background assumptions are rational or intersubjective. As mentioned before, for the reflection principle, von Freysen's reflection principle, in its interpersonal variant, this plays an important role, whether the reasoning commitments are rational and intersubjective. And as it turns out, scientists, for example, psychologists, quite often disagree. They get the same evidence, but they reason differently from the evidence and then accept different hypotheses. But that's a descriptive matter. I'm here also interested in normative matter here. So I want to see whether reasoning commitments are intersubjective and rational, because otherwise we don't get easily this evidence of more comprehensive evidence for P is always evidence for P. And this seemed to be a clear case. All the other cases are even messier, but yeah, let's see. For that, let's first consider a quotation by Anderson. So we are interested in intersubjectivity of the reasoning commitments, those commitments that or reasoning strategies that combine evidence and credences. Quantitative studies typically contain numerous variables. Not every logically possible combination of and relation among these variables is significant, either statistically, clinically, or normatively. Researchers must therefore choose which ones to analyze. So one has to choose, one has data, but one has to choose what to analyze. With respect to many outcome variables, they also must decide whether to focus on main effects or main effects of independent variables on the outcome, or to look for interaction effects. The decision to focus on main effects or to look for interaction effects reflects background values. A main effect analysis accepts the average outcome as representative of the group, discounting individual variation. We will see in a minute an example. This makes sense if one believes that a single way of life is best for everyone. But for researchers who doubt this, attention to within-group heterogeneity is imperative. So it's important whether you look for interaction effects or main effects and which data or which variables to consider and analyze. That's quite often neglected in epistemology, even in epistemology when it's not ideal epistemology. So for that, let's look at a divorce study that Anderson discusses. It's not conducted by her, but she discusses it in her paper. So usually one assumes one has a family is perfect when you have a mommy, a daddy, and children, and everybody is happy. Mommy stays at home for years. Well, at least it was assumed for a long time. And it's good if the relationship with the children is authoritarian, primarily protective, and not partner-like. So it is generally better if they are left out of parental conflicts and do not witness them. So that's quite often assumed in divorce studies to be the ideal case. Children shouldn't witness parental conflict. And then one takes that as an ideal, and then divorce happens, and this situation after divorce is quite often compared and distanced to this ideal. And what one might assume is that there's the following main effect. The more mature children's perspective taking is, the better they psychologically adjust to the situation after their parental divorce. So perhaps the older, but the more mature children are, the better they adjust psychologically to the situation. But what Stewart et al. Found out is that, and Anderson discussed the results with Stewart, Abigail Stewart, what they found out is that there is no such main effect. They had data, and there was no main effect between maturity and psychological adjustment. So one might stop here and say, well, the data doesn't support that, and there's no effect. But what Abigail Stewart and her team did, they considered, well, perhaps witnessing parental conflict isn't a bad thing. And we should look at alternatives. Still, we are still interested in mature perspective taking and adjustment. We are still interested in that, and we still have the same data, but we now consider that it might play a role whether the children witnessed the conflict, so that they actually got as a result, the more mature children's perspective taking is, the better they adapted psychologically to the situation after their parents' divorce, given they have witnessed parental conflicts, which somehow seems plausible because now it's easier for the children to make sense of the splitting of the parents. So at the end there is a relation between adjustment and maturity when you also consider whether they've witnessed the conflict. So it depends, the reasoning commitments, how you see the relation between evidence and the hypothesis, whether there is an effect or not, depends on very many alternatives you also consider, and which variables which were the ones you were interested in which you were interested in. So the epistemic values play a role here. So which variables to consider, and whether you look for main effects or interaction effects. But that's about the reasoning commitments. What about the values? Values and whether evidence is true. We are here interested in how to determine. So you get information from another person and you want to determine whether you think that person got evidence that is true. Without the assumption that the evidence is true, it's not longer the case that evidence of more comprehensive evidence for a proposition P is always evidence for P. It might be, but you can't be sure if you don't assume that the other person has evidence that is true. And now we look at a dioxin cancer study that is mentioned by Heather Douglas. So for policy making, for regulations, it plays a role how much dioxin pollution is okay, and when there's a threat of cancer cells forming. So what scientists did is they checked how much dioxin causes cancer in rats. So they exposed those rats, it's quite often rats or mice, to dioxin, and then they got different samples here. And they were analyzed 1978, 1990, 1980, and those scientists, they got the same samples, but because of borderline cases, they got different results. They got the same samples of liver cells, and when it came to borderline cases, they sometimes went for a cancer cell and sometimes thought, well, it's not a cancer cell. And what Douglas says here is, although choosing to judge borderline cases as malignancies will more amply protect public health, the approach does so at the economic cost of potentially unnecessary regulation. When pathologists view the slides, borderline cases will occur, as evidenced by the lack of agreement among pathologists. Some judgments must be made by the pathologist regarding how to classify the liver slides. Depending on how one values these consequences of false positive and false negatives, one would want to make questionable judgments in favor of one direction or the other. So even here, depending on your non-epistemic values, on whether you go with cancer cell or not cancer cell when it comes to borderline cases, it makes a difference. So the characterization of the evidence might be different depending on which non-epistemic values you have. And suspending of judgment doesn't seem to be the way to go here. So if it's a cancer cell and you say, well, I don't consider this data, that might be a dangerous thing. So you have to decide, there's some epistemic risk. Do you prefer false positive, false negatives? In which direction should one go? That plays a role. So also when it comes to evidence, it's hard to determine whether the other person, let's say a peer, an expert, whether that person's evidence is true or not. So, and if you can't determine that so easily, and non-epistemic values play a role, and when it's also similar difficult when it comes to reasoning commitments, it's not so clear that when you get evidence for P, you have evidence for P. Simply because the other person might evaluate some things differently because of non-epistemic factors. So the initial question was, what conditions must be met to learn from a peer or expert so that it is good to increase one's credence in P when receiving evidence for P? It's difficult to specify the conditions, and it gets even more difficult when it comes to non-epistemic values. And I think in some cases, it might be okay to have resilient degrees of belief even when you receive evidence for P, simply because you might suspect that the other person has different non-epistemic values. So the first step was I have focused on a clear case for the evidence of evidence is evidence slogan, or what seemed to be a clear case, which assumes that a peer, an expert, or expert has the following: more comprehensive evidence for a proposition, reasoning commitments that are rational and subjective, and evidence that is true. If you don't even assume that, it might be even more difficult to find a good specification of the evidence is evidence slogan, as we show in another paper, or I show in another paper. So second step, I have argued that it's difficult to determine whether the following is the case, not so much whether the evidence is really true from a third-person perspective, but it's difficult to determine whether the following is the case, whether the reasoning commitments are rational and subjective, and the evidence is true. And I think that in disciplines in which non-epistemic values play a role, there must be a certain degree of agreement concerning non-epistemic social, cultural, and ethical values, such that evidence of evidence is evidence. So that's all what I wanted to tell you today, and I'm looking forward to the discussion. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Anna-Maria. Thank you also for staying so perfectly within our schedule. We have almost half an hour for discussion. The floor is open. Gerhard Ernst.
Thank you very much for this talk. I think I'm not getting the dialectic entirely, because I thought that the principle suggests something like, if I don't like the term evidence, but I will talk about that later. But I have epistemic reasons to believe that there are epistemic reasons to believe something. Then the other person doesn't come in. There is no, in what I just said, there's no mentioning another person. So whatever her reasoning principles are and whatever her beliefs are, whether they are true or not, they don't come in. So I haven't seen how these examples really speak against this principle that if I have really reasons to believe that there are reasons to believe something, I have reasons to believe that something. If I have reasons to believe that you believe something, for example, then of course, whatever your credences are and your rationality principles, that comes in. But that's not what the principle said in the first place. So somehow there is a step which I was missing, and I'm asking what that extra step is.
Yeah, so I think some assumptions might be different here. So I don't like to talk about reasons so much because my intuitions aren't that good when it comes to reasons. That's why I prefer to talk about evidential support or evidence for. And I guess you have a more objective understanding of reasons that doesn't depend so much on the degrees of belief the person has or the reasoning commitments the person has. One assumption I'm making here is more that it's a more subjective interpretation of evidential support, where I get the information about another person saying we have evidence for P. So it might be that from a third person perspective, this person doesn't have evidence for P. I only get the information, oh, this person has evidence for P. So when I see a virologist on television or so, I take that testimony about evidence for P to be more a subjective thing. And I think, where we might go apart is you have a more objective understanding, and when it comes to a more objective understanding, I think many things are not that relevant here anymore, because it's more from a third-person perspective and also more from a more ideal perspective, ideal epistemology perspective, where you have all the evidence. You don't even have to look at what is relevant or not. You simply have all the evidence and it supports a proposition or it doesn't support a proposition. But I don't want to assume that here, simply because when I get this report, I can't assume that this person is really right, but yeah.
Thanks so much for a very interesting talk. I wonder about, do you see value as kind of these non-epistemic values as kind of a relativistic thing, or do you see them as staying constant? So I'm thinking of some of your examples, like with the divorce thing. After you presented it, I was on board and I was like, okay, I should start arguing in front of my children. And
if you want to, if a divorce.
Oh, if there's a divorce, okay, then I won't argue in front of my children.
I don't know about your plans, but yeah.
No, I'm not planning on divorce. And in the case of the medical example, my gut reaction was just, oh, they should have they should have erred on the side of diagnosing cancer rather than more cautious, and so I buy the thought that there's more than just evidence and truth. But I was thinking that, for me, at least at first, maybe now that you mentioned that it's just in divorce cases, I was thinking the values seem to fix one decision and one body of evidence is just objectively better. Is that your take, or do you think, no, there's just different values you could have, and it goes either way?
So, not really relevant about this talk, but perhaps it influences my view, is that I'm more a non-cognitivist when it comes to values, but for pragmatic reasons. Here it is, well, you don't know what so the modest claim I'm making is you receive evidence from someone, and quite often you don't know what the right way to go is, but what is relevant is, would you also, if you were this person, would you also classify it the same way or not? We get this kind of messy evidence of non-ideal agents who might have the wrong non-epistemic values in case they are the right non-epistemic values. And what should we do with that? So that's the main take. We don't know what, independently of whether you know what the right thing would be, is you get messy evidence about other people that, might not be the true thing.
Thank you so much for the talk. Just a clarification. What do you mean when you say evidence is true? So, again, I don't do any formal epistemology or metaphysics, but I often think about evidence as something that either supports or does not support a claim. So I was wondering what's behind the statement, evidence is true.
Okay, in a longer presentation, I would even emphasize a little bit more that there's this notion of evidence, where you, as a property of, let's say, a proposition or so, a proposition that counts as evidence, and evidence for. And when I say evidence, there are those two things. You get evidence, some proposition or information about evidence for. And the second one would fit to what you said, evidence for raising the probability, for example. And when I say evidence is true, full stop, and not evidence for, I mean that the proposition or the data is true. So you get data that's maximally reliable when it is true, perhaps. And this data might support another proposition, which is then a relation between propositions or so, in this framework. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your talk. I had when you said at the beginning, towards the beginning of your talk, you said, okay, when you have evidence for another person's evidence for P, then you have evidence that regards the epistemic states of that other person, right? Did I understand that correctly? And I think this is exactly where this distinction between a more like dialogical, subjective take on this discussion and a more objective conception of evidence is important, because one might also, because I also wondered why this question, is the evidence true? Well, one might impose from an objective third-person standpoint, impose the condition of truth on evidence, because you could say, one could argue that a piece of data or a piece of information, even information, maybe should be read in a factive way, at least in this objective, from this objective perspective. One might say, okay, something just isn't evidence if it's not true. It can, of course, be taken to be evidence, but it will be falsely taken to be evidence. And if we take this objective perspective, very much of what you said is difficult to understand. But now I as you made in your answer to the first question, as you made clear, things are getting clearer to me. And I think when you specify more that your approach is dialogical in this, or subjective, or less objective, and so on, then the whole discussion about non-epistemic values is extremely relevant. But it's less, and this is maybe my question, isn't this less a discussion or a debate about evidence than a debate about what people take to be evidence? So, yeah, that's my question.
I think I completely agree. I'm not so sure whether it's so interesting to look into specification of the evidence of evidence as evidence slogan when you have an objective take on that. There's things seem to be more clear. For example, some might assume just uniqueness, that the evidence always is uniquely speaks in support of a hypothesis or not. Those are interesting questions related to that and interesting takes, but I think it gets even more trickier when you have a more subjective take on those things. So I'm a kind of a pluralist when it comes to justification and rationality in epistemology. I think there are some questions which are interesting from a first person or more subjective perspective, and there are some other things which are relevant when it comes to a third person perspective, for example, evaluating the reliability of another person. And here the debate should be seen as more a guiding, suggesting, or as a debate that suggests something, and less from a third-person perspective. But it's not that I'm not interested in such cases. It's only that here I'm focusing on different things. Yeah.
Rick Bales.
Right, thank you so much. I really enjoyed that. I wonder whether you could say something about the following response about the first case. And I'm not saying I'm endorsing that response. I'm just curious to hear what you think about it. So what if some people say, well, this kind of psychological research that you mentioned about divorce, coping with it, flourishing after it, and so on, in children and so on, that is so deeply and heavily value-laden that almost by definition is an example, a counterexample to the evidence for evidence is evidence principle, right? So no matter what the results of those studies are going to be, it is inevitably going to be value-laden such that I don't need to take that seriously as a piece of evidence, right? So how would you respond to that? Would you say, yes, that is indeed almost by definition the case, or could you say, well, it's apparently a case of, it's not even evidence for evidence then, right? Or would you say, well, those values may align with my values, therefore I ought to consider it. So there is, maybe there is evidence for evidence. Or what about this categorical reply that I have seen with some people?
Okay, so I saw that example mainly isolated as an example that should show that reasoning commitments might be different depending on which alternative hypothesis you have or alternative explications one might have. So that one thing I would be interested in, so in further research, is to see what to do when others have other epistemic values. Here it was just meant to be, look, non-epistemic values play a role for how reasoning commitments might be different, so take care. So that was the modest aim just for here. Interesting thing would be, well, what should we do with this information? Non-epistemic values play a role, so does it mean I should only communicate with people who have the same epistemic values, or should we only communicate about evidential relations in media, for example, when all agree, when there are no borderline cases, for example. So those are all interesting questions. Also transparency, should we be transparent with respect to non-epistemic values in studies or so? Those would be all interesting cases I would like, research I would like to conduct, starting from here. But that example was just meant to be different reasoning commitments might result from non-epistemic values. I'm not sure whether I answered what you were pointing at.
We have one more question here in the room, in the last row, and after that we should try to open our remote discussion room.
So I would have a question regarding the role of emotion also in epistemic values, because in the model you presented, I think there is a specific rationality we are thinking of, and I am wondering on which can be the role of emotions and feelings also towards these kind of evidences that because I think that there are also sometimes there are always emotions that play a role in our relationship with knowledge and in epistemic terms, and I am wondering how much they can be included. I don't know if you consider them as part of the non-epistemic values, but I think that they have an epistemic role as well. I mean, empathy can be a way to better know to better enter in relationship with the condition of a person I have in front of me, and similar other feelings. So how can we include these kind of elements? Because the model that you presented, I perceive it as a model that is quite it's interesting, but maybe is a little bit standardized on the idea that there is a pure rationality, and I don't know how much today we consider also from the cognitive sciences studies, the role emotions can have in our epistemic attitudes. Thank you.
So I haven't thought about emotions at all. In everyday life, of course, but in philosophy, I haven't thought about emotions. I guess that emotions are relevant, for example, perhaps not in the case I'm presenting on the classification of the data so that you have evidence, but they might play an interesting role when it comes to those reasoning commitments. So, because the way I'm going is the things are not changed because it's not so relativized because of the non-epistemic values that you have different reasoning commitments. It's only because of different epistemic values you might think of different explanations of different alternative hypotheses, so that your focus is differently. You are not manipulating the stuff, it's only your focus is different. And there I think it's the same with emotions. Emotions might play a similar role where the focus is somehow influenced by the emotions you have. So whether there is at the end then evidential support after determining all the different hypotheses and things you might analyze, yeah, might be a different thing, but yeah, I don't have a lot to offer when it comes to emotions, but I think that when it comes to those reasoning commitments, where it's about thinking about alternative hypotheses, different things to focus, emotions might play a relevant role here. So I'm quite, I must admit, quite at the beginning, not with respect to the evidence of evidence is evidence slogan. I have done a lot of work on that, but mainly from a value-free, emotion-free perspective. So I was philosophically raised in Salzburg by ex-logical positivist, and I always thought, well, science, there's this value-free ideal. Now I'm changing, and now I'm talking about non-epistemic values that play a role, and yeah, a further step would be perhaps also to look at emotions or so.
Okay, we have a written question by Veronika Weidner, and Catherine Dormany has raised her hand. Paolo, could you handle this? I can't do that on my screen here.
No. Oh, yeah. Yes. The question is, what are truth makers of evidence, and what makes it rational to take evidence as true?
Good question. I simply took it as basic that evidence is true when it corresponds to some facts, where whether evidence is true might not be a difficult thing to determine from a third-person perspective, but it's difficult when it comes from a more subjective first-person perspective, because the classification might matter here. Although for God, it might be clear that the evidence corresponds to facts in the world or so. I hope that answers the question. I don't know how to figure out whether it answers the question.
Okay, so Catherine, could you switch on your microphone? Let's see whether we can hear you. No.
I just thought it's good luck with your interview, her comment, but there is.
Not yet, but we are working on it.
Or perhaps it's really just good luck with my interview.
No.
Okay, maybe it's wiser to type in your question.
Okay, so you
now we hear you.
Hi?
Yeah, did you just hear me?
Yep.
Oh, good. Okay. Okay, so I won't type it then. Great. So, yeah, thanks, Anna Maria. That was I really appreciate that you're taking this idea of values seriously, because I think, I think that's the only really serious way to do epistemology of evidence is to recognize how much our evidence is influenced by these things. And so one comment to follow up on I think that was probably Gloria, I didn't quite see, but her comment about emotions. I think there's a lot, when you talk about values in, evaluating evidence or even perceiving evidence, I think you rightly pointed out that emotions can affect where you direct your attention, and so it can affect the kind of evidence you get. But as far as I've always thought, emotions can also influence the content of your evidence insofar as you perceive things in possibly laden ways. So if you're like hungry, you might think that's perceive somebody as I don't know, or if you love someone, they have a certain glow about them where you actually perceive them in a different way. And so that just might be an additional way in which emotions can contribute to evidence. And also in epistemology of ethics, there's this idea that if we didn't have certain emotions like disgust or things like that, or horror, then we wouldn't understand that certain things are ethically good or bad. So I think emotions can really play a role in channeling certain information to us that we wouldn't have access to otherwise, like people, they're sociopaths, less evidence, different kinds of evidence, because they don't have the emotions to kind of deliver them. So that's just a follow-up on the thing about emotions and one additional way in which they might play a role for you. My actual question was a question about the principle of evidence is evidence. There are a couple of interesting counterexamples to that in the literature. I was just about to email you one of them, and I will do that. They're kind of technical counterexamples that, card tricks and stuff. But it seems to me that you don't actually need that principle as a generalization. I think all that really matters is that evidence is often evidence of evidence, and we just need to be clear on which cases that applies to and when the exceptions might arise. So I just thought I would put that out there, and I can email you the reference I thought of. Yeah. So thank you.
Yeah, I like your first comment because it shows that emotions might not only be relevant when it comes to reasoning commitments and alternatives one might consider, but also on classification of evidence. And with respect to the evidence of evidence is evidence long, so in this other paper, in this OUP volume on higher order evidence, we consider different cases where your evidence might be so different to mine evidence, there might be an overlap, you have evidence that I have, and I have evidence that you don't have, and they don't fit together, they defeat each other, they are misleading. So I don't think that it's even the case that it's so often the case that evidence of evidence is evidence, at least not often enough for philosophical discussions.
Okay, yeah. So I think that makes sense. I think we want to be a little bit careful.
Yeah,
with,
but I think cases where what I said today and all those more complicated cases might not be that relevant is when it comes to teams, for example. Teams exchange information. They might, for example, like in this divorce case, they were all those psychologists, they were feminist, and they agreed on the non-epistemic values, and they also have information about the other's evidence, so that in such cases where everything is settled or fixed and there's just a division of labor, you look in this this direction, I look in that direction, but we agree on our reasoning commitments, how to evaluate the evidence. We agree on we collected the data somehow together or using similar methods. In those cases, I think the evidence of evidence slogan is right. So I think that there are also, given certain circumstances, there are cases where it's simply true. Also in this detective case where there's no reason why to think that they disagree here or would disagree here. So it's simply a division of flavor. They are collecting different evidence, and at the end you might even put them together or so. Yeah, I hope that...
Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I have a question myself. How would this phenomenon of so-called secondary experts square into the picture you drew? So especially during the pandemic, we made this experience. There were people around like airline pilots or measurement technicians or tax advisors or so, who turned into a form of hobby epidemiologists, and a special sport was citing other people. So John Ioannidis said already in April 2020, blah, blah, blah. And they were collecting statements of others and collecting, reading sometimes preprints and which they didn't understand, and shooting around with reports about evidence and this and that, always with a strongly selective tendency and with a strongly prejudiced agenda behind that. So that would be obvious. I would say, or probably obvious violations of the EEE slogan. So there must also be conditions on the receiver of the evidence of others, and so if the mind of the receiver of evidence is highly distorted, then evidence of others is good for nothing, or even counter evidence. So I think the answer is quite simple, and it would fit into your picture. But how would you see that?
I think I would agree with you. One reason I'm interested in this debate here is because I'm interested in trust in science, and quite often trust in science focus on just what scientists accept or what they say, but I think things might get trickier when there is no consensus, not yet, because it's at a very early age, where you just get the report about evidential support without knowing whether what is supported is really true. So I would agree with what you said, and reasons why I'm interested in this here is also because I'm interested in such cases. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We are a bit behind our schedule, so I invite you to be punctually back at 12 o'clock, and then we proceed with Gerhard Ernst's talk. And in the meantime, we have a coffee break?
Yeah, there is a coffee break spot behind the desk there. But if you need a coffee, wait for me at the coffee machine. That's all. Thank you.
That's mine, right? Here, next to it, that was mine? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was great. Look. Thank you for coming. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for organizing.
ci sono le persone remote.
Remote, ok, va bene.
Li conosco tutti.
Bene.
It's not possible to move it up properly. It's fixed, right? There's no so. No, I don't mean. I mean the whole thing, because
the whole thing.
The combination of being 2 meters tall and short-sighted is a bit of a problem. Never mind.
You want to use some books to...
Ja, ich wollte mal kurz Mikrofonprobe von der Größe her.
Na, das wird schon hinhauen. Aber ich kann das nicht, ich muss das in die Hand nehmen. Weil,
wegen dem Licht, oder?
Das ist so weit oben. Man kann das nicht drauf nehmen. Nein, nicht wegen dem Licht, wegen dem Hoch. Ich meine, ich bin einfach 2 Meter.
Du bist einfach...
Wir haben in Erlangen so ein schönes Ding, wo man unten kurbeln kann.
Ja. Du, aber vielleicht hast du mal irgendeine Schachtel oder was? Warte, ich frage mal, warte.
Alles cool. Super, danke. Wow, great.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our panel. The next paper will be given by Gerhard Ernst. Gerhard studied physics and philosophy in Kaiserslautern and in Munich. He has also a degree in physics. And since 2012, he is a full professor of philosophy at the University of Erlangen-Nuremberg. From 2018 to 2021, he was the president of the German Society of Philosophy, Deutsche Gesellschaft für Philosophie, which means quite a bit in Germany, I would say. He is specializing in meta-ethics, but also philosophy of science and epistemology, and he's among the leading epistemologists in the German realm. His introduction to epistemology saw the 6th edition in 2016. It is one of the really standard books in German. As another publication, I mention Die Objektivität, the Moral, the Objectivity of Morals from 2008, which is his main publication in meta-ethics. Social epistemology is partly developing like a satellite discipline, and a discipline in itself, and sometimes it's hard to see the relations to general epistemology, and I guess that Gerhard is addressing this question now in his talk, Epistemology Without Hinges, the Search for Fundamental Beliefs and the Structure of Justification. Gerhard, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much for this nice introduction and the invitation. I'm very glad to be here. I'm going to read this paper to you. I'll try to read it slowly, but I have no PowerPoint, so I hope you will get the general idea. It's a big picture paper, so it's not about minute detail, and I think there will be lots of points where you might disagree, so, well, I'm looking forward to the discussion. The first paragraph is on why hinges, and let me start with the famous quote from Wittgenstein's Uncertainty. I'm going to read it to you. Quote, "The question that we raise and our doubts depend on the fact that some propositions are exempt from doubt, are, as it were, like hinges on which those turn. That is to say, it belongs to the logic of our scientific investigations. Certain things are indeed not doubted. But it isn't that the situation is like this. We just can't investigate everything, and for that reason we are forced to rest content with assumption. If I wanted the door to turn, the hinges must stay put. My life consists in my being content to accept many things." End of quote. There's much controversy about how exactly these lines are to be understood. What exactly does Wittgenstein mean when he talks about hinges? Why are they exactly exempt from doubt? What does it mean that my life consists in my being content to accept many things, and so on? But I don't want to contribute to this exegetical discussion and what follows. My aim in this talk is rather twofold. First, I want to highlight two problematic ideas which might easily be drawn from this quote. In my opinion, these ideas lead to wrong accounts of justification and knowledge. And my second aim is to suggest an alternative account of justification. I also have an alternative account of knowledge, but I'm not going to go into that here in this talk. And I don't want to claim that Wittgenstein himself has these wrong kinds of, these wrong ideas of justification and knowledge, but I think people who read Wittgenstein get these wrong ideas when reading Wittgenstein, at least quite often. So what are the two wrong ideas you might get from this quote? The first idea is that the structure of justification has to be understood as a foundationalist understands it. And the background for this idea, in my opinion, is the Agrippa dilemma. You know it, of course, but I'll repeat it quickly. In order to justify any belief, we have to give reasons for it, which in turn have to be justified themselves. Therefore, we get into an infinite regress or into a circle, or we have to stop giving reasons at some point dogmatically. Hence, it's impossible to justify any beliefs. That's, in a nutshell, the Agrippa dilemma. And if knowledge is something like justified true belief, this dilemma shows that you can't have any knowledge. Now, philosophers have tried to resist this conclusion by arguing that justification can indeed come to an end without being dogmatic, There are foundational beliefs, or perhaps foundational perceptions, which can be justifying without being in need of being justified. The problem, of course, is what exactly are these foundations? And now, Wittgenstein's hinge propositions seem to be an answer to exactly this question. They provide the content of just such foundational beliefs. These beliefs, then, cannot be doubted because they have to be accepted in order for doubt to make sense in the first place. Hence, they don't need any further justification. On the other hand, justification can start with those beliefs. We need unjustified justifiers, and Wittgenstein seems to say, well, hinge propositions, they just do the job. And that's, I think, one idea you get from this quote, that Wittgenstein provides something foundationalists want. A second idea, more implicit in the part I quoted, but suggested by the context of this quote, is that and that's the second wrong idea in my opinion, that the foundational propositions can be identified via their content. Which propositions could play the role of hinge propositions? Well, such propositions as, I have never been far from the earth for a long time, or physical objects do not disappear when we stop looking at them, and other propositions like that. It seems outright crazy to doubt such propositions, and in some they provide something like a worldview which is needed in order to make doubt even intelligible. We might argue about which beliefs exactly need to be accepted in order to make doubt intelligible, but it seems clear that such beliefs as the two mentioned belong to this hinge class. Whereas the beliefs that a train for Bozen will leave at 3 o'clock from Trento main station is not among the hinge propositions. Why do philosophers with foundationalist leanings think that this is an interesting idea? Well, the foundationalist theory of justification always has had the problem of identifying the foundational propositions. And the reason for this is that the foundationalists face a main problem in this terrain, the problem of the myth of the given. In a nutshell, Wilfrid Sellers, who proposed this myth of the given argument, claimed that a pure given is a myth, since whatever is of the right kind to potentially justify some belief is also potentially in need of justification. And whatever is incapable of being justified, and therefore not in need of justification, is also incapable of justifying something else. Therefore, neither perceptions will do as a foundation, since they might not need justification, but they cannot justify per se, nor beliefs about such perceptions, since they might justify, but they might also be in need of justification. Yeah, and that's where I come to the term of evidence. In the papers I read from the last 10 years, I get the impression that people somehow gloss over this problem by talking about evidence. And no one knows exactly what evidence is. It's a term of art. And so you have to explain what you mean by evidence. And somehow people seem to think, well, we can explain it, and then it's somehow foundationalist, and we get the trick done of identifying something which is justifying without being in need of justification. But I just don't see how this should work, because there is this argument of Sellers in the room, and it's very hard to get around it. Because, for example, if you say, well, some say that knowledge is evidence, Williamson, for example. And I think, well, I think he cannot deny that belief is a necessary condition for knowledge, even if knowledge cannot be analyzed in terms of belief, and belief has to be justified. So you're back at the point where you say, well, you don't have knowledge if you don't have justification. And then what should the justification be?
Because if you have just perception, for example, the perception of a tree, if it isn't endorsed with belief, then it can't justify anything. And if it is endorsed with belief, if you believe that you see a tree, well, then it's potentially in need of justification. There's no getting around that problem, I think. Okay, but maybe there is a way of getting around with hinge proposition, because hinge beliefs, I'll call them, can play the role of a foundation, as it seems, because they are unlike perceptions in that they can justify something else because there are beliefs. And they're like perceptions in that they don't need justifications for a very different reason, though, because they are needed to make doubt even possible. So they may do the trick. And that's where the exegetical questions get interesting, because, well, what are these hinge propositions, and how do they do this marvelous trick? Some say that they are more like rules. Yeah, then they don't need justification, okay, but then they can't do the justifying jobs, because rules, you cannot derive something from the rules themselves, so they're again of the wrong kind. And so, and I think there is no easy way out with hinge propositions also, and yeah, that would be another paper on criticizing these different interpretations of Wittgenstein. But I think you'll agree that it's by no means easy to identify unjustified justifiers just by using Wittgenstein's idea. The point I would like to make is that the whole idea we get from this quote, and which I outlined quickly here, is flawed and unfixable in the end. What I think we need is a different idea of what justification is, and that is what I now want to provide. So to repeat the picture of justification I want to resist is this. The rigorous problem can be solved by identifying foundational propositions via their content, and these propositions are justifying without being in need of justification. That's the idea I want to resist. The way to solve this problem is not to find suitable unjustified justifiers. We rather have to understand that we don't need foundational beliefs in the relevant sense. The idea that we do rests on a wrong view of justification. So I want to turn to the concept of justification. And here, indeed, I do draw my inspiration from Wittgenstein and his general idea that words and concepts are like tools, and that therefore, in order to understand a word or a concept, we need to understand what it is used for. And I see that there are two different and two most important uses for the word justification. We apply the term justification to persons on the one hand, and to beliefs or propositions maybe on the other. We also apply it to actions and emotions, but that's in the epistemic realm, that's it's beliefs. So Joff is justified in believing and doing and feeling something, and it is justified to believe and do and feel something. For example, it's justified to believe that Yul Brynner is bald, and when we ask ourselves whether someone is justified in believing anything, we basically ask ourselves whether the person is rational in adopting that relevant belief. So the concept of justification in this first sense, or in one sense, I mentioned it second, so in the second sense, is intimately connected to the concept of rationality. Justifying a person is more or less showing that the person is rational in her belief or emotion or action. And let me briefly turn to this first use of the term, justifying a person. Saying that it's basically deciding whether the person is rational seems to get us from the frying pan into the fire, because the concept of rationality may be even more problematic than the concept of justification. But I don't think this is the case. And in recent, now for more than 20 years, I guess, the concept of rationality is in the center of much debate in metaethics and epistemology. And I think to sketch this debate a bit, there are two main conceptions of what rationality consists in. According to the first position, rationality is more or less something like consistence in an extenuated form. A person is rational in her beliefs if her beliefs are consistent. She is rational in her intentions and emotions if these intentions and emotions somehow fit her other intentions and emotions. And the term of fitting is just a generalized form of consistence. For example, intentions are fitting if they can be realized together, just like beliefs are fitting if they can be drew together, and emotions are fitting if they are in the right way connected to beliefs. For example, it's rational to be angry if I believe that I've been wronged, and so on. So a person is rational in her mental states if they fit together. A version of this first position is paradigmatically defended, for example, by John Broome in his Rationality from Reasoning, and it is also, I suggest, the basic form of rationality you find in the empiricist tradition. Empiricists like Hume, for example, would roughly say something like this: you are rational if your mental states fit together. According to the second position, rationality consists in correctly responding to reasons. That's the slogan, correctly responding to reasons. And a person is rational in her beliefs if she adopts those beliefs on the basis of adequate reasons. And she is rational in her intentions and emotions if she adopts them on the basis of adequate reasons. A version of this position is paradigmatically defended by Derek Parfit. A very elaborate account of the position is given, for example, by Benjamin Kiesewetter in his The Normativity of Rationality, or Our Lord, and so on. And I think this position is more or less what you find in the rationalist tradition. There, Kant, for example, would roughly go for this account. The position I would defend in this realm is a mixture of both. I think that the rational view is right in many respects, especially when it comes to intentions and actions and emotions too. But I don't think that it is adequate when it comes to rationally believing something. And one main reason is precisely because the empiricist view directly leads to the regress problem. If I'm only rational in what I believe, if I adopt my beliefs on the basis of adequate reasons, then I cannot help getting into a regress, since the only way to have adequate reasons is, again, to have beliefs about them. And it is this idea which goes back to Clifford, or is mostly attributed to Clifford, that it's always irrational to adopt a belief upon inadequate evidence. This idea is to blame for the regress problem. If you accept this idea, then you get into the regress problem. And that's a good reason not to accept this idea. And it's easy to not accept it because there's an alternative picture, namely the empiricist view of rationality in this domain. It is never rational to have an inconsistent set of beliefs. But you have to start with beliefs in order to assess the rationality of further beliefs. As soon as we adopt the idea that a person is rational in her beliefs, if she believes consistently, the regress problem disappears. And this alone indicates that this is a more adequate picture of rationality and justification. Remember, when it comes to persons, that's what I'm talking about now. I will raise two objections, so hold your horses. I will raise two objections in the final section of this talk. Let me, for the time being, come to the second function of justification. I said the first is in justifying people, The second is in justifying beliefs. Well, what is our interest when we look at the justification of beliefs? I think usually we want to acquire knowledge or further beliefs ourselves. Is it justified to believe that the train for Bozen will leave at 3 o'clock, I ask? And the common reason to ask this question is in order to decide whether to believe that the train will leave at 3 o'clock or not. And if we look at justification, this justification someone offers with this interest in mind, we evaluate the reasons given from our own perspective, from what we already know. We want to know whether, given what we know or take ourselves to know, the reasons offered can rationally lead us to believe that the train will leave at 3 o'clock. That's our position and our question. If the answer is yes, we come to the conclusion that the belief is justified. If the answer is no, we take it to be unjustified, even if we may grant that the person offering the justification is rational and therefore justified in belief. So there's a difference between saying the belief of someone is justified and the person is justified. The person might be justified in believing something I take not to be justified. And that's precisely because there are these two different functions of the concept of justification. So when we evaluate justification in this second way, when we evaluate the justification of belief, we do start with beliefs we already have. These are our foundations, as it were, if you want to call them that. But these beliefs cannot be characterized by their content. The belief that the timetable is trustworthy can be a foundational belief for me when it comes to evaluating reasons for the belief that the train will leave at 3 o'clock. If someone points out that he looked the departure time up in the timetable, I take her belief to be justified. But the belief that the timetable is trustworthy may be doubted by someone else, and then it is not foundational for her. Some other beliefs probably are, but there is no general way to tell which ones. Perceptual beliefs, for example, can be foundations. But most of the time we don't need perceptual beliefs to justify other beliefs. And sometimes perceptual beliefs are themselves in need of justification, and then we need a different foundation to justify them. So I don't think that the foundations, as it were, can be identified via their content. It depends on what you already believe. This view of justification is, of course, highly perspectival, you could say. Some beliefs might be justified from my point of view, but not from yours. But this is not a problem, I think. It is as it should be. The point of this kind of justification is to lead us to new beliefs, and not everyone has the same starting point. Hence, justification which can rationally convince you might not rationally convince me. Perhaps I need to be convinced that it is justified to accept your starting points first. This brief look, all too brief, a look at two concepts of justification, or two uses of the concept of justification, therefore leads to two perspectivist or relativized concepts of justification. They're both relativized. According to the first, justification is of persons, and this justification is relativized to the person being justified. And in an obvious way, Mary might be justified in believing that something Fred is not justified in believing. It depends on what else Mary and Fred believe. According to the second use of justification, justification is of beliefs or propositions. This justification is relativized to the person to whom the justification is given. It might be justified to believe that the train will leave at 3 o'clock from my point of view, but not from yours. The difference of the relativization is subtle but important, because when we judge the justification of someone, we distinguish between the person being justified or not, which only depends on what else the person believes, and therefore it cannot be true that the person is justified from my point of view but not from yours. So it's relativized to the person being justified, not from the person to whom who judges the justification. On the other side, a certain belief of the person can be justified from my point of view, but not from yours, and this is relativized to the person receiving the justification. I think the first idea, the idea of justification of a person being relativized to the person, is relatively easy to swallow, as it were, but the second needs perhaps a bit more elaboration. Therefore, I decided to make a little comparison in order to make it more vivid, and that is I want to compare justification to journey. And justifying a belief to someone is like describing a journey to someone. A journey has to begin somewhere in order to lead anywhere. The same for justification. In order to justify some belief, you have to start with some belief. From the latter, you argue your way to the former. Without a starting point, there is no journey, and without a premise, there is no justification. You can travel on roads or off-road. If you travel on roads, your journey has restrictions. You cannot get from anywhere to anywhere else on a road. In a similar way, justification is a restricted journey from one belief to another. You have to respect rules of reasoning. Justification is rational, or justification is, as it were, the rational road from one belief to another. Not every way from one belief to another is a rational one, but only the rational way can be seen as a justification. Hence, sometimes we don't accept a proposed justification because we don't think that there is a rational way to arrive at the conclusion given the premises. There's no rational road which leads from the starting point to the finish line. In the same way, we doubt the description of a journey if we don't believe that there are roads the person could have traveled. Of course, the journey might have been off-road. Just like there are uncharted ways from one place to another, there are irrational or non-rational ways from one belief to another. There might be a psychological explanation for the transition then, but no justification. Just like in the case of a journey, there might be a description using GPS coordinates, but no descriptions you could follow on a road map. There are no particular points where journeys begin. The question, where do journeys begin, just doesn't make sense. Where a journey begins depends on where you are. In my view, it is the same with justification. To ask where do justifications begin doesn't make sense. It depends on what beliefs you already have. Different people have different beliefs. And so they can start their justification at different points. Justifications, just like journeys, begin at different places. And there just is no foundational place where all justifications begin, just like there is no foundational place where all journeys start. To be sure, there are places which most people know or can easily reach. If you describe a journey from there, you will probably be understood. The same with justification. If you start with beliefs most people have or can easily acquire, your justification will be accepted. But you cannot justify a belief to someone who doesn't share the premise already or can be brought to accept it, just like you cannot describe a journey to a person who doesn't know the starting point or how to get there. Oh, I'm running out of time. Okay, that's more or less this comparison. So I get to the two objections, and then I finish. The first could be called the absurd system objection, and it goes like this. Take someone who believes in conspiracy theories, That's what has been mentioned before, and some other totally absurd things. But let's suppose the person does it systematically and consistently. There are no contradictions in her or his system of beliefs. Everything fits everything else. One could imagine someone who is already raised in a family with wildly implausible beliefs. The person leads a more or less isolated life and therefore adopts these implausible beliefs without much resistance from the outside. And according to my account of justification, the person seems to be justified in her or his beliefs. Is this not an implausible consequence? So that's the first objection. I don't think so, that this is implausible for two reasons. The first reason is that the scenario itself I just sketched is very implausible. In order to even get to know conspiracy theories or whatever counts as those, you already have to access to a wider world outside. This means you are confronted on a daily basis with lots of opinions which you need to deflect without any reason. One might think that a person who is deep enough into these strange theories has enough beliefs ready to defend his absurd views, but I really doubt it. The general epistemic principles you need to accept in order to lead a normal life are so manifold that widespread contradiction is almost inevitable when you accept absurd views. That's precisely why we call them absurd. They clash with lots of things everyone believes. As a colleague of mine once remarked, someone believing in conspiracy theories will most likely apply much more stringent epistemic principles when buying a car. Therefore, the person will most certainly be inconsistent, and in this sense, irrational in believing in conspiracy theories. In short, my first reply is, consistency doesn't come easy, and we judge people as not being justified in their absurd beliefs because most likely they are not internally consistent. But you may press the point and remind us, for example, of isolated communities, perhaps in the Amazonas rainforest, who have not been in contact with the outside world, and most likely they have beliefs wildly at odds with our beliefs. But then, and this is my second reason against the absurd system objection, I would think that these people can be justified in their beliefs, even if these beliefs look absurd from our point of view. What more than consistency can we demand of someone? And if these people hold consistent beliefs, they are justified in holding them. Consistency doesn't come easy, but if you achieve consistency, I would claim you are rational and justified in your beliefs. This invites a second objection, though we can call it the spinning in a void objection. If justification is only tied to consistency, how can it be helpful in getting us to the truth? After all, a system of beliefs can be fully consistent and still consist mostly of false beliefs. Again, I have a twofold reply to this. The first is, when it comes to judging people as justified, we are only concerned with their internal mental states. Therefore, consistency is all that counts. And the question of truth does not really arise directly. So the spinning in a void objection does not apply to the justification of people. But it does apply to the justification of beliefs. My second reply, therefore, is that when we ask about whether it is justified for us to believe a certain proposition, we already start from beliefs we consider true. That's what believing means, taking it to be true. The question whether it is justified for us to believe P then comes down to the question whether we can deduce P from those beliefs we already take to be true. And at least logically valid deduction from true proposition leads to true propositions. That's why justification helps us to acquire new truths on the basis of truths already acquired. Justification does lead to the truth, but only reliably so if you start from the truth. We use justification to acquire more truth when we already have true beliefs. It's just a misconception to think that justification has to lead to the truth no matter where we start. We can also ask whether we ourselves are rational, and this amounts to asking whether we hold a consistent system of beliefs. What we can't do, because it doesn't make sense in my opinion, is asking whether we are justified in holding the system as a whole. This is like asking how to travel to Rome from nowhere. There is no way from nowhere to Rome, and there is no justification of a system on the basis of nothing. This is not a defect, but simply a conceptual impossibility. We don't use the concept of justification this way. But how do we ever get started? How do we acquire our first beliefs? Well, we acquire them by learning how to speak, by being taught factual and semantic knowledge by our parents, etc. But are we justified in acquiring these beliefs? The answer is yes and no. Yes, it is rational to acquire these beliefs if no contradictions are involved. And no, we don't deduce our first beliefs from something else. As long as we live, we acquire beliefs by perception and testimony, and this is a rational way to acquire beliefs as long as the new beliefs fit the old ones, or as long as we give up old beliefs in the light of new ones. If you like, we could call these unjustified beliefs we start with and never need to revise hinges. But they are not characterized by their content, and they need not be the same for everyone. There is no general structure of justification as the foundationalists believe, and there is no regress problem either. The problem we might actually have is that we can't justify our beliefs to everyone, even if we are justified in holding them. But this, in my opinion, is just a fact of life, not a conceptual problem. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. The first question is by Anna Maria Eder. Use the microphone, please, for our people at home.
So you said a lot of interesting things, and I got somehow lost in thinking about those. I might have missed something, but with respect to this analogy, traveling or starting a journey and justification, so while it seems okay to start somewhere for a journey there where you are, it doesn't seem always okay to start justification, for example, when you have inconsistent beliefs or a belief in a contradiction. You get everything with explosion, since you mentioned deduction. So what do you think about this analogy in this case, where there isn't an analogous thing to an inconsistent starting point for your journey?
The idea of the comparison with the journey was for the second use of justification. And I distinguished the two. If you consider the justification of a person, then I wouldn't use this analogy. I would just say, well, a person is justified if she holds consistent beliefs. The analogy with the journey is more like this idea, journeys don't have a structure, as it were. There is no foundational place where you start a journey, and there is no bottom layer of places where you start a journey, and then there are journeys to some higher order places. That's just an absurd idea. And I think the very same holds true of justification. If I justify a belief to you, and I start with an inconsistent belief in the very beginning, you won't accept this as a starting point, because you won't see that this is something you believe. And therefore you wouldn't accept it as a description of a journey, as it were, or as a justification, because it's not something from which you can reason your way to a new belief, because you can't believe a contradiction. Probably no one can believe a contradiction, but that's another topic, at least not explicitly, very explicitly. And so you cannot justify something to someone else but if the other person doesn't see it as a contradiction, yeah, well, you might actually successfully lead this other person to a true belief. And if it follows the rules of logic, then it's okay justification. And if your first belief happens to be true, then everything is okay. Whatever else you believe, it's the belief you try to justify will be justified.
Big pills. Straightly into the microphone, yeah. Yeah, better.
Sorry?
Does it work?
You must speak directly from the top into the microphone. It has a narrow characteristics.
Is this better? No? Is it working?
I try to speak as directly as I can. What about this? There we go. All right. Okay, good. All right. So I really like the creative, intellectual autonomous and so on, but I think there's a risk of ships passing in the night. And what I mean by that is this, that foundationalists, people like Plantinga and Goldman and the like, and also foundarantists like Susan Hack, for instance, they might say, justifying practices, really interesting. Rationality and consistency, really interesting. But we are interested in something different, this thing necessary for knowledge, something like reliability or proper function, right? Something they're trying to capture in those accounts. We agree. How foundational beliefs work or what confers the justification in those cases is hard to tell. So that's why we come up with accounts in terms of proper function and the like, right? And you may disagree with that, but you move on to something different. Interesting, valuable, but that's not what we're talking about. So I had the feeling of it being interesting but unrelated to what these people are trying.
I do agree that it's not what these people are trying, but I try to convince them that they should not be trying this. And if you say, well, I'm interested in the concept of knowledge, that's my starting point too. I started with the concept of knowledge, and I wanted to know what do we need in order to have an analysis of knowledge and analysis of knowledge which helps somehow dealing with skepticism and so on. And I know exactly what you mean, the concept of reliability. Do I need the concept of reliability for the concept of knowledge? And I would argue, and that's a different paper, that you don't. And that you need not only a different concept of justification, but also a different concept of knowledge, because you're trying to chase chimera if you try to get an objective idea of reliability. I don't think there is such a thing. That now goes in the analysis of knowledge, but if you consider Bahn cases or something like that, there's always the question, well, what's the reference class in order to get the generality problem if you have reliabilism in mind? The generality problem. I think there's really literally no answer to the question, when is someone reliable? It depends on from where you look. And that's precisely the concept of justification I try to elaborate. That's the concept of justification which goes into knowledge. And then you get a highly relativized concept of knowledge. And if you're not happy with it, I'm not, then you need to distinguish two different kinds of knowledge. And that's what Goldman, by the way, does too in the end. And it says our ordinary concept of knowledge has two different varieties, and that's precisely what I too say. I only recently discovered that he published this in 2001. That's when I published my book on knowledge too. So it was unrelated, but I think it's a similar idea that we have one concept of knowledge which is basically true belief, and the other concept of knowledge which is true belief with adequate justification. And the second one uses this concept of justification and is highly relativized. And the reason why we're not happy with it is because we have another concept of knowledge ready. But what Susan Hack, for example, does is, I think, a doomed project. I think it's not just another question you might also ask. I think in the end it's just a misguided project.
And the reason why I think it's misguided is because I think it leads directly to the regress problem, and there is no answer for this myth of the given thing. And I haven't been at least convinced that foundationalists in their different varieties have given us anything to really be happy with as a solution to this foundationalist problem. Okay, you disagree. Fair enough.
Does it work now? Yeah, good. So thank you a lot for the talk. So I'm always a bit suspicious about rationality as consistency for persons as well. And one of the things is, if you think about, for instance, so about emotions or our values or our intentions, we don't just want to, have the intentions or values that are consistent, but we want to actually value what we should value and intend. Well, you get the point. And so I was thinking, if this consistency plays such a big role, how would you deal with, or what would you say about, say, a sexist person who then uses active ignorance to actually maintain this consistency? So they are maintaining their consistency. Would then, using this method of active ignorance, which they do not, consciously do, but would that be rational in their case, or how would you deal with this?
Okay. 2 points. One is, that was very quick, I endorse this empiricist picture of rationality for the rationality of beliefs only. And I think for the rationality of intentions and emotions, I think the rationalist picture is much more adequate. So I do not reject it for intentions. For example, I think intentions are rational. On the one hand, if they are consistent, I think that always comes in as an additional premise, but also if they respond to reasons. And there is the difference is there is no regress problem, because the reasons for intentions are not themselves intentions. They are beliefs about states of the world, and so there is a regress breaker, so there's no regress problem here. So I would say for intentions and also for emotions, there comes this rationalist picture into view, and I would strongly argue that's what Wilfried said, the objectivity of morality is mainly about the objectivity of those reasons. Concerning that pertains to the sexist actions and intentions and emotions, but what about his or her beliefs? And I think I have to bite the bullet and say, well, if the person really is consistent for whatever reasons, then the person is rational in her beliefs. And what else can I say? But as you hinted, consistency doesn't come easy. So it's usually not the case that we are consistent in absurd views. I think the reason why we consider certain views as absurd or disgusting or whatever is because there are so many reasons to deny them, and everybody knows. And so, again, what kind of sexist is this? He's raised in a sexist family, in a sexist community, on a sexist planet, and has no outside view in any way to disagreeing views. I think, well, if that is a scenario. Yeah, but then was Aristotle rational in believing that slaves are less human beings than others? It's hard to say, I think. And I think there were reasons available even then, and there were voices available even then, that this is not such a good idea. But was it rational in the Middle Ages to believe that the Earth is flat or whatever, or that the Ptolemaic view of the stars is correct? Yeah, they were rational, because all the evidence they had pointed in one direction, and they had no access to different evidence. So I probably would say that if the scenario is like you described 50 years ago, sexist views were rational, perhaps they were rational.
Again, I doubt it. Mill was in the 19th century, so the arguments in the subjection of women were clearly in view since the 19th century at least. But yeah, that's the...
Follow up, yeah?
So it's just, if we think that rationality should also be guiding, then just this idea of that, okay, often we hold the wrong views, or there's a big chance of us holding wrong views about other people or about the right norms, then is this rationality as consistency, is that really a good guiding principle? Or should you then say, well, if the starting point is, hey, we often are wrong, then perhaps we need a different guiding principle?
When you talk about guiding principle, I think, again, you have more like intentions in mind, and because intentions and actions can be guided. I don't think that beliefs in this strong sense are guided. There are, for once, you don't choose beliefs, and perhaps they are guiding in a wider sense, but yeah. I don't think I see it. What to believe, yeah. No, if you ask what to believe, then you're in this second use of the term justification. I said, for example, if I ask, should I believe that the train is leaving at 3 o'clock, then I should actively gather information concerning this, and so adding new beliefs in order to decide whether this is true or not. And just reflecting on my consistency won't help me in deciding these questions. But I know that reflecting on consistency won't help me, because I have other higher order epistemic principles which say, well, in order to find out about trains, you need to check the timetable or whatever. And then I go out, given these beliefs, they are guiding in a way, not the thought of consistency, but these particular beliefs are guiding me to gather new information and then come to believe different things. But I think that's a different question from the question of rationality. This is more like the second use of justification in order to acquire new knowledge. And that's the question, is the belief that the train is leaving at 3 o'clock justified or not, for example?
Maurice Rehme.
Thank you very much. Just a question, because you did not mention, you talked about rationality as consistency, and you didn't mention, at some points I was reminded of the old discussions in coherence theories of truth, for instance. I mean, there is this standard distinction between consistency and coherence. So you talk about rationality as consistency, and I think you rightly point out that even consistency doesn't come for free. But is it enough? Is it enough? I mean, or wouldn't it be better to use something stronger, like let's take consistency as absence of logical contradictions, consistency in the logical sense, and coherence as absence of logical contradictions plus the right kinds of inferential connections between contents of beliefs. Why did I guess you did this intentionally? Why did you choose consistency and not coherence? Because coherence seems to me, at least, slightly more plausible as a minimal account of rationality.
There are two reasons why I didn't go that way. The first is I want to deny that there is a structure of justification, and I don't want to get into this dialectic between foundationalists and coherentists. One say, well, the structure of justification is basically foundationalist, there are foundational beliefs and everything else follows from them. And the others say, oh no, that's not a good picture. That's what's happened in the debate, I think, in the
last 40 years. I think Bonjour, for example, is a telling example. He started out with thinking, well, foundationalism can't be remedied, so we need to become coherentists. And then later on, at the end of the 90s, he decided, well, the coherentist picture cannot be right, so we have to go back to foundationalism. And I think the whole dialectic is wrong. And I didn't talk about coherence precisely because I don't want to claim that the structure of justification is coherentist. That's the first reason why I didn't talk about it. I think there is no structure of justification, and neither foundationalist nor coherentist picture. The second reason is when it comes to evaluating the rationality of a person, I said consistency in a wide sense because when you go to intentions and emotions, you need to widen it anyway. So I could be happy with some widened concept of consistency, even in the case of beliefs, but I don't think I need it because in cases in which we would count someone as irrational because he's not coherent, even though he's consistent, I think it's also a very unlikely scenario because you don't only have first-order beliefs, you also have beliefs about how the world works and how you can acquire beliefs and how you can't acquire beliefs. For example, if I now believed that the number of bicycles in China is even, just like that. Is this consistent for me to believe? You would say it's totally unrelated to probably most things I believe. So maybe I got a chance to add this strange belief and be consistent, or that the rocks on the backside of the moon is even. I just believe it. And it's not inconsistent because it doesn't follow from anything at first sight that it's... But it clashes with epistemic principles I adopt. For example, that you cannot know something about the backside of the moon without going and checking, or you cannot know something about the numbers of bicycles without counting. I firmly believe this. And to believe it just like that is, on the second level, inconsistent with my epistemic principles. So you could say, is this a form of coherence? No, I would say it's a wider form of consistency because it's inconsistent with further things I believe, which are about ways in which beliefs can be acquired. And I think this is probably enough. I don't need explanatory coherence or whatever coherentists have talked about because they were really about... They had another topic, I think. They tried to spell out something like the structure of justification, and that's not what I want to do.
Okay, at the moment I don't see any questions. Yeah, last question is Anna-Maria Eder, and then we will go into our lunch break.
So my question is more like a follow-up question to her point. So I personally like also to distinguish between a more evaluative notion of rational belief and a more guidance, prescriptive notion of evaluative belief, but I take that...
What was the first one?
Evaluative. And the other one would be more a prescriptive guidance notion. And I take it that you think that the second one doesn't make sense at all because of voluntarism, or so...
No, I don't. I think it makes sense. It makes tremendous sense in the case of intentions, and probably also in the case of belief. I was a bit, yeah. My answer was less than fully clear, but I think it's the second concept of justification I outlined, which is relevant here. When you ask yourself, should I believe that the train is leaving at 3 o'clock? You start searching among your beliefs whether you can find something which can guide you to the belief that it's leaving at 3 o'clock, or which can guide you to the belief that it doesn't leave at 3 o'clock. And if there is nothing in your system of beliefs which can guide you, then you know you should gather further information which can guide you. So it's the second concept of justification, which is relevant when it's come to guidance. And just reflecting on your own rationality, for example, say, well, I'm a rational person, so should I believe that the train is leaving at 3 o'clock, doesn't help you. So
if you evaluative and guiding is most likely pretty similar to my two kinds of justification I distinguished. Because if you're evaluating a person. If you want to be guided, you want to be guided to new beliefs. So
okay.
it
Okay.
overlaps,
So,
at least
okay.
it overlaps with this distinction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks again to all the three speakers of this morning and all discussions, and enjoy your lunch break, and please be punctually back at 14:15 to Eugenia Lancelotta's paper. Thank you.
Because it sounded like we all go to different directions now.
Speak all together.
All together.
Follow.
Should you say that loudly? Just the speakers or?
posto?
mia, allora, sì, Roberto.
Sì, ho le slides.
Mettiamo su qua.
È già condiviso anche in me.
Ah, lo faccio io di sopra. Sì, lo faccio da lì.
Ottimo. Ah, quindi sì.
Ok, 2 secondi che...
Sì. Sì, direi di sì. Sì,
So, welcome back with less delay than I expected, actually, so that's cool. Welcome to this second panel. We've called it the Trento panel, and it has a nice title. The title is Religious Beliefs, Extremism and Delusions. My name is Boris Rehme. I'm a researcher here at the Center for Religious Studies of Fondazione Bruno Kessler. We will have 3 talks in this panel. As before, 1 hour per talk, including the discussion. And our first speaker is Eugenia Lancelotta. Eugenia is a postdoc here at the Center for Religious Studies at FBK, and she is, of course, as most of you know, a member of the research team of the Resilient Beliefs project. Her main research interests are in the philosophy of psychology, and more specifically, she works on delusions and the question of whether and under what conditions perhaps delusions can or cannot be adaptive. So she has published a series of articles on this, some of them co-authored with Lisa Bortolotti. The latest one, which has just appeared in the journal Philosophical Psychology, is entitled Are Delusions Adaptive? An Empirical and Philosophical Study on Delusions in OCD. The title of Eugenia's talk is The Resiliency of Extravagant Beliefs, the Case of Relusion, not delusion, but relusion. Eugenia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Boris, and thank you, everyone, for being here today. I know that the time is not ideal, so I will try to be brief and also concise. So I'm really glad and honored to present this research, this talk with you today, because it's a bit a summary of 2 years of work, of me working on this great project, which is the Resilient Beliefs project. And along the way, thanks especially to the collaboration with Paolo Costa, I thought about the resiliency of extravagant beliefs. So my extravagant beliefs includes a variety of beliefs. My specialization, my original specialization is delusions, but because of the nature of the project, I had to delve into a topic which I was not really familiar with initially, which is that of religious beliefs. And I found it a fascinating journey. I discovered things that I didn't know before and that I think are really interesting, not just for religious beliefs, but also for other kinds of irrational beliefs. And so this talk wants to be a summary a little bit of what we did and give you a flavor of what we did in these 2 years. So yeah, that's our team. So today it's fully present, apart from Catherine, who is following us at home. But so I would like to introduce the topic of my talk by reading an excerpt from a very popular novel. Well, at least I'm sure that many of you know about it. It's written by Sally Rooney, and it's called Beautiful World, Where Are You? And Sally Rooney is also the author whom the Netflix series Normal People was inspired to, so I'm sure that many of you are familiar with that. So this is a dialogue between Alice, who is the protagonist of the novel, an accomplished writer, and Felix, who is a working class man whom she cautiously enters into a relationship with. And I will read this for you. So that's Alice speaking. Simon, I like him a lot as a person, Alice said fairly, and I respect him. He works as an advisor to this tiny little left-wing parliamentary group, even though he could make buckets of money doing something else. He's religious, you know. Felix cocked his head as if expecting her to clarify the joke. As in, he believes in Jesus, he said. Yeah, fucking hell, seriously? He's weird in the head or something, is he? No, he's quite normal, said Alice. He won't try to convert you or anything. He's low-key about it. I'm sure you'd like him. Here, I'm sorry, but he sounds like a head case. In this day and age, a person believes all that? Don't we all believe silly things, she said. I don't. I believe what I see in front of me. I don't believe some big Jesus in the sky is looking down on us, deciding are we good or bad. No, maybe you don't. But not many people would be happy thinking about life the way you do, that it's all for nothing and there isn't any meaning. Most people prefer to believe there is some. So in that sense, everyone is deluded. Simon's delusions are just more organized. He believes there's a difference between right and wrong. I suppose you can't believe that if you think it all means nothing in the end. No, I do believe there's right and wrong, obviously. She raised an eyebrow. Oh, you are deluded then, she said. If you are all just going to die in the end, who's to say what's right and what isn't? He told her he would think about it. So, I think that this brief conversation nicely introduces the two main questions that will lead our talk and that has led our philosophical investigation, part of our philosophical investigation in these last 2 years. So the first is religion inherently pathological? But the second and for me more interesting questions, is do religious beliefs necessarily separate us from reality and truth? And so philosophers and intellectuals from the past and the present have responded more or less in 3 different ways to this question. Either by seeing religion as a form of mass delusion, or by seeing religion as a form of adaptive wishful thinking, or simply wishful thinking. And finally, by seeing religion and religious beliefs as willful thinking. We'll explore together these 3 options and maybe try to draw some conclusions. So let's start with the first, religion. The view that religion is a form of mass delusion. So many of you are familiar with the term delusion, with the notion of delusion. It is a technical term drawn from psychiatry. So technically, delusion is a fixed belief based on incorrect inference about external reality that is firmly sustained despite what almost everyone else believes and despite what constitutes incontrovertible and obvious proof or evidence to the contrary. So delusions are beliefs that are not well supported by evidence and that are also actively resistant to counter-evidence. So this is what a delusion is. But, and this is an interesting clause, delusions are usually idiosyncratic beliefs. So they are usually held by a single person, by an individual. They are not shared by several people. And this is why, according to the DSM, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, which is the Bible of psychiatry, articles of religious faith do not count as delusional beliefs because they are shared by a community of people. But this last clause, this last idea is not shared by everyone in the scientific community. Actually, there are cases in psychiatry where delusions are shared by 2 or more people. So in that case, we talk about folie à 2, à 3, or à more. And some people think, okay.
So on the one hand, I see James's position in the will to believe. I'm not entirely sure why you would classify that as psychologically adaptive yet. Truth tracking. So the way I read the will to believe, it is, so it has these kind of 3 criteria for a life hypothesis, for instance, right? And those are all, so they, it explains why one's volition comes in, right? So here's this crevasse jumping example, for instance, as a parallel case. But it's not really about adaptiveness. So it could all be about truth tracking, all be about epistemic factors. It's just that one has to go for belief or disbelief rather than suspension. So it's against the suspension idea, right? Mm-hmm. In the face of insufficient evidence. So it's a reply to Clifford, of course. So I don't see why you would tie that to psychological adaptiveness. And the related point is, isn't there a 4th position, in addition to the 3, which says, no, it's not psychologically adaptive. I mean, it's frustrating, cognitive dissonance, all the suffering in the world, stuff like that that believers experience, or a lot of them. It's not adaptive. It's just truth tracking, or it's just the way the world seems to them. Right, isn't that a 4th option?
Yeah, so thank you. That's a really nice suggestion. It's no, I agree. I didn't think about that. Yeah. Yeah, maybe it was my reading of James that was a bit influenced by the wishful thinking. I mean, I agree that it doesn't really deal with the psychological benefits a lot. So I just assume, because like many religious beliefs are just reassuring, right? So it's, well, not all of them, but at least in, in the big theological traditions, many of them are. So, yeah, I kind of automatically maybe imposed it a little bit on him. But, I mean, it's true, absolutely, there could be, like, religious beliefs that are just not psychologically pleasant, but truth tracking, yeah, I'm absolutely open to that. So, yeah, I don't know if Paolo wants to add something since we were together in this.
Half of the story, James, you have the sunny side and the dark side, even the religious experience, of course. Yeah, the very adaptive situation where the people is so, well, relieved by finding meaning in reality, and this gives him a force that he couldn't have achieved without the belief. But of course, there is also the other side. Yeah, so I don't put much weight on the adaptive aspect, but for Virginia it's important. For me, it's less important.
That was
yes,
me. That's my bias, probably.
Yeah.
Right, so I see all sorts of accounts like that of Justin Barrett, for instance, in terms of evolutionary advantage and adaptation. And in the case of Justin Barrett, that would be compatible with truth tracking. So they easily fit the third category. But I'm not sure how the psychological adaptation and the evolutionary adaptation relate to one another. They may be distinct.
Yeah, I mean, well, of course, adaptation can, biological adaptation and adaptiveness can come along with psychological adaptiveness or not, or they can be distinct. So it's, yeah, that's something that I was, I investigated in my research on delusions. So yeah, definitely. I mean, there could still be religious beliefs that are psychologically unpleasant but biologically adaptive, or that they are biologically adaptive and psychologically pleasant, or also they could be biologically adaptive because they are psychologically pleasant. So yes, that's
we now have Winfried Löffler, Gloria de Leva, and Gerhard Ernst. Winfried.
Thank you. A footnote and a question. The footnote is historical one. You said that this idea that religion is a necessary step on a dialectical process towards consciousness is from Feuerbach. I think that smells rather like Hegel and one special interpretation of Hegel's philosophy of religion. But this is just a historical footnote. My worry is rather whether religious belief in your account functions a bit like a huge label for a wide spectrum of phenomena. So I think there is a big difference between, let's say, Pope Francis and the Dalai Lama and some voodoo practitioners in Haiti or so, or the people hopping around solstice in Stonehenge and practicing some neo-pagan rituals, or so, people earnestly expecting the return of certain ghosts or so. I had the impression that what you fostered at the end, that reminds me a lot of worldview beliefs or something like encompassing accounts of reality, which might really help us to explore new dimensions of reality and new possibilities. That makes good sense to me. Yeah? Whereas the more a religious belief looks like a quasi-empirical belief, of the return of certain ghosts at full moon or so, that goes rather to the direction of false science and superstition, and I think this is perhaps psychologically adaptive, but surely not helpful in tracking truth or tracking reality. So I would invite to differentiate a little bit within the wide range of phenomena which we call religious.
Yeah, that's a really good suggestion. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I don't know if we could generalize religious beliefs in a sense, beliefs about supernatural powers, but probably more precise definition is to be, yeah. No, but it's a good suggestion.
Of course,
yes.
This is a report on a conversation. At the beginning of this conversation, there is a footnote about the definition of religion, of course.
Yeah.
For people who work in religious studies, this is the caveat, so to speak. But in the end, we sort of agreed that without an element of extravagance, you don't have religion. Yeah. That is where I agree with Habermas. Usually Habermas says against people who use a too broad notion of religion, that religion has some way to do with worship. Yeah, he usually says so. And for me, it's most, maybe also for that if you don't take into account this element of extravagance, yes, and the idea, the initial quote of the paper we're writing together is this invocation of the Holy Ghost by Pope Francis, who is a very rational, a very decent, a very lovely man, but who begins a very worldly, secular meaning with this invocation of the Holy Ghost. And without that invocation, I don't see what what remains of the specific identity of that. And so that the idea of, we used a lot of adjectives, but then extravagance seems to be extravagant, the adjective, and the noun extravagance seem to capture this aspect. And of course, animism is an aspect in Feuerbach was so important in the second Feuerbach, the element that made Feuerbach change his mind about this idea of projection, moving from the very Hegelian interpretation of the young Feuerbach to the second one that is more oriented towards an idea of adaptiveness, where religion is bound to stay with us, and we're not going beyond that precisely because nature is so powerful. We are so tiny creatures, and in the end, the only way to be in the world is to find some form of wishful thinking or consolation, and finding in nature, finding a way to recognize in nature something human. That is the usual, so a form of adaptive wishful thinking, yes. But that element, I think it's the important aspect. So we put that footnote. We don't want to define religion, but we have the impression that if you don't keep that element of extravagance, you simply don't know what to do with the word religion anymore. Yeah, so that's.
Gloria, did you want to respond to this directly, Rick, or? Okay.
Yeah, just a question to you both. So in response to what you just said, Paolo, and also the claim at the outset, so what is this extravagance? So it's not a statistical point. 80 to 85% of the world's population is religious. There you go. So what does it make? I mean, we believe in moral, abstract entities, mathematical, and extravagant. How so? Is this a secular paradigm?
We have a quote for that. It's from a movie, Boyhood. I don't know if you've seen it. So there is this very intelligent philosophical child who asks his father about some elves. Do elves exist in the world? And this very intelligent man replies to this kid, why do you think that elves are so magical? Think about whales, for example, this incredible creature that we have. But then the child stays and says, no, I want to know, do elves exist precisely in this moment? And his father says, no, no elf. That is the kind of extravagance. There is a sort of, there are realities in your life that are commonsensical to you, and ways can be extravagant in that sense, but not in the sense in which elves are extravagant and Holy Ghost is extravagant.
But I see your point. I mean, I still see the point that...
So the idea is that there are fringes, of course, and the fringes are precisely about the distinction between elves and Holy Ghost. That's the idea that if you think that the boundary is very clear, of course, you're on the side of Dawkins, and you said that is clearly relusion and delusion as precisely the same thing. If you think that this distinction is interesting, and it's important to explore, to investigate this border of experience, you take very seriously the question of your child, but in the end, of course, you want to know more about what's magic about it. Yeah, so that was the idea about extravagance.
Dorian?
Yeah, my question goes also in the same direction. Eugenia, you presented two stances. On the one side, if I got you right, we have the stances of Lisa Bortolotti and Remo Bodei, where religion is adaptive, but...
I included Lisa, just it's not what...
Let's say Remo Bodei.
I'm spreading misinformation in this moment, sorry.
But they, so religious beliefs do not help us to have a stronger contact with the reality. On the opposite, they separated us from the reality. And on the other side, we have the position of James, where through religion we have a deeper contact with the reality. And I wanted to ask you, what is your position? And in case it's the second stance, to which reality do we have to think? What is the deeper reality? Is something transcendent? Is something immanent? Is I don't know.
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's yeah. I mean, I find James' idea fascinating from a mere epistemic point of view. Without, like, personally, I'm not a religious person, but I find it really fascinating in a way. Which kind of reality, we are talking about? Well, there's in a way, let's say, the obvious answer could be, okay, it's like we get to know our spiritual selves better, and this is one kind of reality. But I guess this is a bit of a way of begging the question, like smart way of begging the question. So yes, if you, in a sense, like our religious beliefs could help us, get to know better, our spiritual life in a way. But I think that maybe there's in James' case, they get us to know reality in a stronger sense. So it's not just about our subconscious or unconscious life, but it's really what is out there. And I find it fascinating. It's I think it's worth to think about it, to at least think about it. So yeah, but that's a really good question. Thank you.
Gerhard Ernst.
Yeah, thank you very much for the talk. The question is related to things which have already been said, but I want to put them perhaps differently. This initial text from Sally Rooney, I think it's indicative of a general problem I see, because there is this thought, well, perhaps it's not such a good idea to be a hardcore empiricist or naturalist. You at some point you probably have to admit that numbers exist or values, and we can argue about how they exist, but in some way we have to make room for these entities. probably. There's an argument for that. And perhaps in the same way we can say, well, we have to make room for the thought that perhaps there exists more than we can understand or something like that. But then there is this huge gap between this thought, which seems to be entirely rational and reasonable, and the thought that religious thought is can be well supported or rational, because there is so much more. If you believe that there are numbers, then you can believe that Buddha is such and Jesus exists and his mother was holy and whatnot. So there is this huge gap between this very, very general rejection of naturalism or crude empiricism, and then the next step is, okay, then you can of course be religious. And I don't see how this huge gap can be bridged, even with James, who says, well, we should be open to all sorts of things, but should we be open to a set of probably inconsistent beliefs, because there are many different religions and they seem to be equally well supported or not supported, but they're incompatible, and so they cannot all be true. So yes. I see. Do you know what I get it? So I don't see whether you want to address the second gap too, but I don't see how.
Yeah, no, I see the point, and I mean I agree with that. Probably, you know, at the end of the day, it goes back a bit to what Scott was saying in his talk today, that some people are ready not even to seriously consider religious arguments just because they are religious. So religious is a big label to say, okay, epistemically incorrect. And I think that this labeling is not always granted. So in certain cases, maybe we should at least seriously engage and contend with these arguments. Yeah, I mean, I think this is a nice, like when you were talking about conspiracy theories today, I immediately thought about like the case of religious beliefs as well, because for like scientists, for many scientists saying, you know, the religious argument, then it's like not to be even taken into consideration. And I can see like the way in which, of course, if you start with this assumption, it's really hard that you will be convinced along the way. It's like so, you know, it's more maybe an invitation at the end to open-mindedness, epistemic open-mindedness, because it's not, really clear to me that there's always this attitude towards religious beliefs. For sure, like many, like a big part of the scientific community is not like that. So, yeah, but.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. I
yes.
must say, what strikes me in this image of this gap, this very interesting gap that you can see between a very reasonable, anti-naturalistic stance and substantive religious belief is. How do you imagine that? Because, of course, if you take not just James, but all the pragmatist tradition, you see that as a field of epistemic tension with something very important is at stake. And what is it that makes it so important for me is that the distinction between what is real and what is just apparent is so important in the human life, but in the very Platonic sense that you want to know what is real in your life. And there are many experiences in your life that push you in that direction to ask the very deep question. So the tension that is epistemic but also existential that you experience there seems to justify that sort of open-minded attitude of why why adopting the ethics of belief and stopping before you can even ask that question with that sort of tension? So that is why we included also the pragmatist position in this exemplary formulation that you find in that essay by James. Yeah, but thank you very much for the suggestion. So very precious for us.
So yes, we have time for one more question. Two, but then so that's Scott and.
Okay, a suggestion about how to bridge the gap. So, here's a complaint you might have about, excuse me, about religious beliefs. You might say, well, they're unsupported. There's no proof that the religion is true. Okay, fair enough. But as you so eloquently showed in your talk, that's true for just about any belief we've got. It's true of our perceptual beliefs. I don't know how to prove that I'm not a brain in a vat. It's true for my beliefs about the existence of mathematical objects. I can't prove those. So if the complaint about religion is that, well, you can't prove it, so you don't get to believe in religion, well, that same complaint's going to hold true of our mathematical beliefs and our beliefs about the external world. A second possible connection is that, yeah, it's certainly true that there's disagreement between religions, but there's also disagreement about the nature of mathematical objects, disagreements about how we know about the external world, disagreements about the nature of the external world. Do chairs exist or do they not? Disagreements about our deepest political beliefs, conservatives versus liberals. And so if the complaint about religious beliefs is that there's lots of disagreement, it seems that I think that's a great complaint about religious beliefs. I just think that it's not unique to religious beliefs. So maybe those are a couple of ways in which the gap could be bridged. You don't look convinced.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. I'm not into religion studies, I'm a political scientist, so this may come across as a bit of a naive question, but is it possible that the different interpretations and explanations that you showed might be more or less valid in different contexts, meaning social contexts, historical moments as well, and cultural backgrounds, for example? There are places where monotheistic religions are much stronger and places where, for example, it's pretty normal to mix religious practice from different religions in everyday practice. So I was wondering if that changes also the way people interact with religion and the way they make use of it or receive it passively, and how they use it in either making sense of what they live or resisting the kind of lived experience. So, a long story short, if the different interpretations might be valid in different moments in history or different places in the world.
Okay, thank you. So, so it's about, if I understood what you wanted to say is, like, does the definition of religion change in a way from what, like, the object changes according to the culture and the place we are?
I mean, maybe what we can easily agree there are experiences of religion where the epistemic question doesn't matter that much. Of course, that is so. Incoherence, inconsistency is not that bad. Of course, there are plenty of that experience. So, in the initial footnote, of course, that is something that you have clearly to say because the religion is a field that is full of very different things. This is the part of the story that is closer to our field in religious studies because that's precisely what you want to focus on and the risk you want to avoid. Of course, here we focus on belief, and so the epistemic question is so important. So it's a key question. That is why, and of course, that is a sort of philosophical trick. Taking pragmatism, of course, is very helpful, because pragmatism is precisely that philosophical school that tries to bridge the gap between theory and practice, and putting into the epistemic question a lot of practical and attitude. And so that's a sort of shrewd way of sidestepping this obstacle. Yeah.
What philosophers do.
What philosophers sometimes do when they get into a mess, like we usually do when we get into this field. Yeah.
So I have no other questions on the list, so I think we can close this. Thank you very much, Eugenia. And we will continue with the talk with Naomi Klosterberg's talk. Let me change this for you. Why do you see? Yeah, no, I was confused about the...
We are being...
Sorry, so while you set this up, I will briefly introduce you. I hope that info is still up to date. So, correct me if I get something wrong. So, Naomi Klosterberg is a postdoc at the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam within the project Extreme Beliefs, which is directed by Professor Rick Peels. Her main research interests are, from what I found, in questions concerning human rational capacities, agency and responsibility, and how these things relate to fundamentalism and extremism. She has published in journals such as Philosophical Psychology, the Journal of Value Inquiry, and just because I found this interesting, because I find Anscombe interesting, let me point out another book chapter titled Anscombe's Approach to Rational Capacities, published in the book Women in the History of Analytic Philosophy, which, from judging by the title, is an important book, edited by Jan Pijnenburg and Sander Verheeg, Springer, 2022. The title of Naomi's talk is How to Take a Person with Extreme Beliefs Seriously. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And also thanks to the organizers for inviting me. So, so I'm talking about extreme beliefs, so that's a little bit different than resilient beliefs, of course. But so I'm in a project on extreme beliefs, the project of Rick Peels. And so one of the things that we find, that we started out with in the project, is that many of the third personal explanations of extremism, fundamentalism, conspiracy theory don't hold water and are not robust. We don't find them that they are robust. So pathologizing them doesn't seem to work. But also explanations about socio-economic circumstances. There's always the question: okay, but there are many more people living in poverty, for instance, than people who radicalize. So then the idea came, okay, well, so maybe we should actually take seriously extremists. But then if you look at the notion of taking seriously, this is really a broad notion, and we don't actually know how to take seriously a person with extreme beliefs. And so this holds for the research context, this question, but also in society or everyday life. So the tendency is to stigmatize and other people with extreme beliefs, but maybe we need more tools to know how to take them seriously. And so that's the question: what is it to take extremists seriously? And also, why might it be problematic and difficult? So I'm not specifically talking about why we need it, but I think, okay, let's assume that in some instances we need it, and then what does it mean? And to say a little bit, to place it a little bit in context, so taking seriously also doesn't really play a role in
analytic philosophy more generally. I think it's loud enough, right? Oh. Can everyone hear me? Yeah. So it has not been of central concern in analytic philosophy, but it has been in alternative ethical programs. So for instance, pragmatism and feminism. And this is, I think, no coincidence, because these approaches are both non-foundational approaches. So they both attest that there's no neutral universal vantage point, but that instead we have to make do with the different perspectives that different persons bring to the situation. And so, just so everyone is on the same page, I don't think this leads to relativism. So there can still be criteria of objectivity or a story about justification, as we've heard this morning. It just means that knowers are situated and that any inquiry is done from a particular perspective. So I will come back to this later on. So a little bit about terminology. So I think extreme belief is probably a subgroup of resilient belief, but we can discuss this further on in the Q&A. And so I talk about extreme beliefs as we find it in extremism, fundamentalism, conspiracy theorizing, perhaps also fanaticism, and just radicalized belief more generally. And I take it that a paradigm case is that it's either clearly misinformed, so it's epistemically bad, or it's clearly morally bad, so it might be dehumanizing. And I think it's often part of a radical, different perspective, relying on different epistemic and moral frameworks. And so that's also something we've already heard this morning, that so people start from different values or from just different beliefs that they have, and the same reasons do not appeal to different persons. So I will say first a bit more about taking seriously, then about obstacles I see for taking seriously people with extreme beliefs. Then I'll reformulate what I think is the problem for taking seriously people with extreme beliefs, and I address a possible solution in terms of listening and openness. So I'll be a bit brief here and not go into all the details. So the basic point is, okay, we use taking seriously in so many ways. It can mean a lot of different things. We can take seriously a lot of different things. We can do so in a lot of different ways. So think about, observation or experiments, but also testimony and also everyday practices that we have for mind reading or listening to other persons. But I do want to say something about the different aims. So I want to talk about two different aims. One is advancing truth, and the other is understanding others. So the first aim, advance truth, knowledge, and justification. So I think when we think about taking seriously, a very natural way of saying is, okay, we're going to take seriously another person's view by taking seriously counter-arguments, different viewpoints, evidence, and then the aim is to advance truth, knowledge, justification of an individual's belief, of an individual's perspective, but also collectively to create a better epistemic commons or a healthy epistemic environment. And I think the default engagement that we're then talking about is critical and open-mindedness engagement. And it's critical because we're evaluating reasons, arguments, and concepts. We're challenging each other's viewpoints. We're reflecting on underlying assumptions, and so forth. And I think it's open-minded because we are engaging with the view as a kind of willingness to follow the argument where it leads. And what is funny is that you can see that taking seriously and open-mindedness is really a close-knit conceptual, or too close, not just conceptual, but also things in reality. So in other definitions of open-mindedness,
their open-mindedness is actually almost seen as on a par with taking seriously. So here's you're open-minded when you take challenges to your beliefs seriously, or you're open-minded when you have a willingness to make room for novel ideas and give them serious consideration. So this is the first aim. Well, the second aim is to understand the other. And here's a quote from a paper, an unpublished paper by Daniel Hutto. And so he writes, "Simply in seeking to understand our interlocutors' reasons, we show some measure of our respect for them. Such inquiry shows that we regard them as being of worth, as someone who has some reason for finding the views they propound attractive. When we hear another out in a civil manner, we show them the respect of taking them seriously. Moreover, we can achieve this much even if we already firmly believe that the position they are advancing is deeply, inherently flawed, problematic, or even repugnant." So on this view, hearing out someone about their reasons, about their worldview, about their experience, not to learn from those views, but to learn about those views, is a way of taking them seriously. And then you can ask, okay, why do we need to hear another out to understand them? And here we get back to this situatedness. So if you think about that, our background, our social position and experience partly determine our perspective, then this implies that we cannot easily imagine or just put ourselves in the other person's shoes with a person who is differently situated. And the more they are differently situated, the more difficult this becomes. So the idea is that, learning about these different perspectives, we need to gather information from the inside. So these are the two aims, and now you might think, okay, so, well, why might it be a problem? Why can't we just do this? And so here's just initial problems. So with the open-mindedness, I think open-minded critical engagement with someone with extreme beliefs, that it's irrational, immoral, and also infeasible. So first, why is it irrational? Well, even if open-mindedness is a good thing, you still want limits to what you're going to open-mindedly engage with. You cannot engage with everything. You cannot engage with every silly thing. So you only want to engage with alternatives and criticism that are relevant or significant. Now, why is it immoral? Well, there are certain views that you don't want to make room for novel ideas. So we heard this morning, the Holocaust denialism, the Great Replacement theory, racism, all these kind of views. Well, you don't want to make room to just consider these views. And infeasible, well, that's an empirical claim, but there is literature that there are studies saying that, well, if people with extremely different views engage with each other in debate, then they actually don't understand each other's reasons, and they just will see each other as even more strange or more crazy because they can't find any common ground. But you can also think about, well, many arguments that are out there are also misleading. So it might also be dangerous to actually engage with some of these arguments. Well, okay, but why not just opt for the second option, understanding the other? Why can't we just do that? So here the question is, what I will explore in the next bit, is taking someone seriously while already firmly believing that the position they are advancing is deeply inherently flawed. So is this a problem? And I think there are 3 obstacles here, and they all relate to creating 2 groups, the us versus them. So it's labeling and normativity, deep disagreements, and us versus them. So the first problem highlights how just the act of labeling someone's beliefs as extreme is an act of drawing boundaries between us and them. because these labels, extreme beliefs, but also extremist, fundamentalist, conspiracy theory, are not innocent categorization. So they are social, they relate to groups and ideologies, social movements, but they're also normative. So if you call a belief extreme, you minimally evaluate it as far from the mainstream, but it's often actually related to evaluating it as irrational or even immoral or vile. So it often just comes together with denouncing the belief. Now, interestingly, these labels are often applied because a belief falls outside the accepted norms for what to believe or what to do. So outside the accepted epistemic and moral frameworks. So the idea is that saying of the great replacement theory that it is irrational and morally really bad is to exclude it from discussions about what to believe and what to do. So calling this view extreme is to say, okay, it just doesn't matter for our practices of thinking about what to believe and what to do. And this brings us back to pragmatism, which I already mentioned at the beginning. So if we just consider Richard Rorty, so he thinks that taking seriously is inherently connected to who has a say in what to believe and what to do. So in his terminology, he says who is included or excluded in a community of justification. And so you might wonder, what is a community of justification? Well, so I have an example, but think about a woman at the workplace, and she conveys that she experiences sexual harassment at work. Now you might wonder, okay, what's the response? Is she allowed her depiction of the situation, or is her experience called into question? For instance, saying that she is maybe too fragile or not humorous enough. And as Rorty writes, so appeals to experience rely upon a predisposition on the part of the community to take such appeals seriously. So you might also think about the experiences of angry white men. So they experience maybe, that their jobs are endangered by emancipation, globalization, immigration. And then the question is, are these experiences taken seriously, or should they be taken seriously? And this is related to the question, which experiences should be accounted for in our justificatory practices. So the idea is that an account of taking seriously needs to address the relation to exclusion or inclusion in a community of justification. So to the second problem, the second obstacle. So this problem highlights how there might be a kind of wall between the us and them. So you can think of the disagreements with an experiment are not just disagreements that you can, engage in discussion about or solve by rational discussion. Instead, these disagreements are what in epistemology is called deep disagreements. And crucial to these deep disagreements is that, you have these differences in epistemological and moral frameworks. So they disagree about what are trustworthy sources of evidence, what are the experts to believe, which principles and values should be seen as central. And so there's no common, this means that the parties in the disagreement have no common ground. And so they can't even, begin to find a rational solution for their disagreement. Now, in philosophy, deep disagreement is often discussed in relation to that you have a deep disagreement with a peer. And then it means, okay, maybe we should both lower our confidence and question our own justification for our beliefs. But in the case of deep disagreement with extreme beliefs, this is actually turned another way. So it seems that because the extreme believer is not seen as a peer, it leads actually to the judgment that your own worldview or your own epistemic and moral framework are superior. So you can think of, okay, the one framework is seen as democratic, rational, good, perhaps also safe, and the other framework is seen as undemocratic, irrational, vile, and dangerous. So so these are, I think, two ways in which us versus them establishes itself. But yeah, this is still maybe more on the epistemic side. But obviously, there's also a social and political reality related to this divide between us and them. And so this leads to othering, objectifying, stigmatizing, further polarization. I come back to this later with an example. So this leads me to the following formulation of the problem. So on the one hand, we have taken seriously, which is actually about inclusion in practices of justification. So whose experience is accounted for in our practices. But we actually call people extremists because they fall outside our practices of justification. So we exclude them from these practices. So the problem is, I think, there's this tension between including and excluding someone in practices of justification. And yeah, so I want to propose a solution with listening. So think back about Hutto's quote. So this was about gathering information from the inside of the other person's perspective. Now, this seems still problematic to me because it kind of presupposes a neutral position, because the perspective of the one who was hearing the other person out remained fully outside of the picture of this form of listening. So this neglects the following. So I have a quote by Joseph Beatty. So there's not so much philosophy actually of listening, but this is a paper on, it's called Good Listening. So the good listener necessarily calls on her cultural, social, emotional, and imaginative fund of experience, her sense of self, of the world, of value, and of how conventions and relations ordinarily work. What I'm calling the good listener's orientation can be questioned, denied, revised, and affirmed by the enterprise of listening. To speak of the inescapability of orientation in referring to the attentiveness of the good listener is perhaps only to acknowledge what's obvious. Good listening, like almost everything else, is situated. And the particular or general elements evoked by its situatedness can enable and retard understanding. So we're back at the situatedness. And so here's a problem that we come with our own orientation, which involves also our own preconceptions, but also prejudice, bias, active ignorance. And so Beatty calls this the distorting pressures of our own perspective. And obviously these will be bigger the bigger the difference is between two perspectives, between the two persons. And also if the one person feels that their perspective is superior, these distorting pressures will also be bigger. And it's not just the distorting pressure of the person themselves, it's also how these extreme beliefs and these extreme groups are represented in the media, but also in research, in history. So this kind of, it's not just your own biases, but that you also see them around you, all these misrepresentations of people with extreme beliefs. So the first kind of listening, or the one that's proposed by Hutto, I think has a problem with kind of supposition of neutrality. So we need another form of listening, which is, I think, listening across difference. So listening across difference is about understanding the other on their own terms. And it shifts kind of the focus from a focus on similarities or on how can you understand the other to a focus on difference. So how are we different? The one taken seriously and the person who's taken seriously. And how does that influence the listening? And how can we maybe get these distortions into view? So how to deal with this distorting pressures. And I propose we need 3 kinds of awareness. One kind of awareness in listening, one in language, and the other in context. So in listening, the proposal is that you can get these distorting pressures into view when you question your own responses and question your own constructions of the other, so your own interpretation. So for instance, someone tells me an experience and my initial response is one of dismissal or downgrading, then you can confront, so you need to be attentive, but then you can confront this initial response maybe by asking, what social norms do I rely on? What kind of world should we live in that I would, wouldn't have these kind of responses to this experience? What is the background from which this other person is coming? So there's you need to transcend your initial response and hesitate in your judgment about the other and their situation. Well, this is a tricky project. First, because it's difficult to spot our own shortcomings and our own biases, but also because many of these things operate often out of view. So there's no idea that that these prejudices or these distorting pressures will completely dissolve. But the idea is that if we want to deal with them, then this is the only way we can. So that this at least brings attention to them and might alleviate them a little bit. So the idea is that there's a certain openness in listening, namely to question one's interpretation and confront the influence of one's own situatedness. And then, then on to language. So maybe this is just a basic message from the hermeneutical tradition. So the fact that we are situated does not just pose a problem for information about the other person's point of view, but also a problem of lack of shared vocabulary. So the idea is that the meaning of what we say depends partly on our lived experience, conceptual horizons, and worldviews. Now, so an implication of this is that my worldview and my conceptual horizon and my lived experience might distort what the other person seeks to convey. So one might say we need discourse awareness. We need to create awareness of the presupposition of our discourse, and this might help to understand the meanings, evaluations, and prejudice that are associated with the words and labels we use. And so Father Bancourt et al. Distinguish between 2 kinds of discourse awareness. So the one is heteroglossic attunement. So heteroglossic attunement involves recognizing, attending to, and inquiring into the plurality of voices and perspectives in the communication of others and institutions, as well as in our own utterances. So the idea is that in the words we use, there's already, because language is a shared thing, so there are already a plurality of voices present. But you might also think about this, that this also applies to persons themselves, that what they say now does not need to be everything there is to say. So there's also plurality, complexity in the person themselves, and similarly also in groups, in extremist groups or conspiracy groups or the groups of religious believers, which we just encountered, that there's also a plurality of voices and plurality of perspectives present in these groups. Now, the second is lexical awareness. So lexical awareness extends to the power of using particular names and labels to categorize groups of people, and through the choice of and meaning made of nouns, as when groups of behaviors or people or cultures are labeled. Words shape how the ideas and reasons shared in communities of inquiry are heard and how they affect others, including the judgments involved in deciding what to inquire into, seek to clarify, reflect upon, and potentially trouble. So you might think here that an attention to discourse moves the listening that takes place beyond the what of ideas and positions, or the what of the experience that is shared, to also how is this experience shared, and why is it shared this way, and as well as how could it maybe have been shared differently. Okay, the third kind of awareness, in context, positional awareness. So here I think this positional awareness, or a reflection on our social and political positions, facilitate a reflection on how inequalities and power dynamics might obstruct listening to the others. And so I want to share with you the work of prison researcher Alison Liebling. She was at the conference I organized last year, and is also a great person and a great researcher. So she does research in prisons with the inmates and also with the guards. And also in prisons where the atmosphere could be really, really tense. And so at a certain time, she was asked by the Ministry of Justice in the UK to do research in such a tense prison. And yeah, she was asked to inquire whether the prisoners were radicalizing. And she says, so she described last year how this was a really difficult thing to do. So for one, she says, this question already puts a wall between her, the researcher, and the prisoners. And it felt for her like othering. So I think there might be research context why this question may not be othering, but for her, this was really, it already felt as if a wall was created. And secondly, she really felt like it's not just the prisoners that were radicalized, but also the prison itself and the guards. So she felt like this whole prison is full of distrust, of fear, of anger, and the guards, they were only thinking about risk, and they were fearful of the prisoners, they were afraid, and they were objectifying the prisoners. And the prisoners, they only met with suspicion with the guards, so they felt like they were treated unfairly and in an inhumane way. And so they become more and more angry. So she asked, is this actually a situation in which I can do research? So maybe there were here too much differences, too much polarization to actually still be able to carry out an inquiry or to seek this understanding of the other. And so she had more questions like, am I the right person to do this research? So a lot of the prisoners were also converting to Islam, which was also immediately met with a lot of suspicion. But she didn't have a religious background, she isn't a religious scholar, so she felt, am I the one who can actually, legitimately inquire this? And she also wondered, can I still trust my skills and intuitions that I've built up in all these years of prison research? But this prisoner, because of this completely tense atmosphere, she just couldn't rely anymore on her intuitions. And then she says, okay, is there actually a way in which we can take a step back and try to actually return to what there is, to what's going on? A kind of different question then, is radicalization happening? Are these prisoners radicalizing? And so she proposes, so maybe I can just go there and ask the question, is what kinds of anger are there in this prison? And she says, because anger is something I can relate to and other people can relate to, whereas radicalization is something that only happens to the other person. So here, so the idea is that she needed positional awareness, but also maybe positional awareness in order to move from maybe a question or the idea that this other person has these things that you cannot relate to find a question which you can actually relate to, or a part of their experience which you can relate to. So I'm coming to the conclusions. So I think so if we recognize the situatedness, not just of the person with extreme beliefs, but also of us, or the one who tries to take them seriously, we can actually move to a kind of openness. So we've moved to learning from, which was the open-minded engagement, to about, which was more the kind of listening from a neutral vantage point, to learning with, to actually, try to stay open and go back to what the other person, in their own terms, tries to convey. And so I argued we need this, or I suggested we need these three forms of awareness. And I think what we get is a kind of, maybe we can call it epistemic openness. So it's a willingness to question our questions, presuppositions, differences and similarities, our words, our responses, and interpretations, to uncover the distorting pressures of cognition, language, and context. And then back to the problem of taking seriously, and have I now solved the tension between inclusion and exclusion in a community of justification? And I think if we think about taking seriously that it entails engaging with criticism, I think no, we shouldn't do this. If it means being open to questioning one's own moral and epistemic frameworks, well, I also don't think we directly need to do this. But what we do need is to question the exclusionary epistemic practices. So we need to kind of question the grounds on which the other is excluded, and this requires questioning our own position. And the second thing is to kind of resist consequences of exclusion. So there are always boundaries of a community of justification, but we need to be open that these boundaries might also change and might also transform. So thank you for listening. This was it.
Thank you, Naomi. The discussion is open. Questions? Yes. Paolo?
I liked your talk a lot. I think so you didn't consider it when you talk about extreme beliefs, but I think a lot of what you said is compatible with a completely different discussion in philosophy of science, for example, when it comes to scientific revolutions, where those beliefs also seem completely extreme and revolutionary, and you have similar problems here, different language and all those things, and especially when it comes to science or scientific revolutions, it seemed to be extremely important to be open-minded. So what do you think? Because it quite often seemed that in the background you think that extreme beliefs have something which is flawed, but when it comes to scientific revolution, extremes belief in science, it's a good thing because you can learn.
Yeah, so I think we need to distinguish between a question, so how would we ideally proceed in cases of scientific revolutions, and how historically this actually happened, scientific revolutions, right? But so with scientific revolutions, but also, I mean, we have had social revolutions as well. I mean, women being able to vote, for instance, or so obviously often there are beliefs that should be taken seriously and that we should actually engage with because they are the better beliefs. So here the puzzle arises because we actually have maybe also higher order evidence, or that these beliefs are not things that are better than our beliefs because they are misinformed and perhaps dehumanizing other stuff. So often, if beliefs fall outside our practices, this is a positive thing. So that's also in pragmatism and feminism the most obvious thing to do, that that's why we need to be open-minded all the time. But then here, open-mindedness doesn't seem to be a good idea. So then how do you get this kind of openness? That was the puzzle I was addressing, yeah.
And now we have Gerhard Ernst, Lisa Bortolotti, and Winfried Löffler.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. I was wondering how this discussion relates to the old debate about tolerance, because there is always the problem, one view is we have to tolerate people, but we don't have to tolerate their views, so we have to distinguish between what they say and the person who says it. And I was wondering how this relates to your talk in the way, why do we have to be open? Is it more moral reason, like out of respect for the other person, because I take the person seriously, and I'm respectful towards the person. She has a view, and she has a right to have a view, just like I have a view and a right to have a view. Or is it more an epistemic point? We have to be open in order to be able to learn something from someone else, because if I don't take the argument seriously, I have no chance of revising my own views. And I was wondering which way you were leaning, and some aspects seem to be more on the one side and some more on the other, and I was a bit unsure what's your main thrust.
Yeah, so that's why I discussed two aims of taking seriously, and the one was advancing truth and knowledge and justification, and then I said, well, this is a really difficult thing to do if, these beliefs are misinformed and dehumanizing, so you have already a lot of, or a lack of reason for taking them seriously or for thinking that being open-minded is a good idea. And the other was for understanding, the aim of taking seriously was understanding the other. And then what you mentioned is, well, there might be also ethical concerns for just wanting to take persons seriously, which is, so there's a literature on Rorty which claims that this was Rorty's main ethical principle, that, for humanizing other persons, we have to take them seriously. Then in relation to tolerance, so I think there's overlap, but yeah, in tolerance you might also go, okay, I tolerate you and I leave you be. Just as, with respecting persons you can say, okay, I respect you and I leave you be. So I see taking seriously as a way of respecting someone. So a manifestation of respecting them, a manifestation of tolerance maybe as well. Yeah.
Well, thank you. This was such a good talk. I really, really enjoyed it. And there is nothing in my talk that is as interesting as what Naomi said, but there is a lot of overlap with the way you think about this and the way I think about these issues as well, although different contexts, not extreme beliefs, but conspiracy beliefs and delusions. You are slightly more realistic, I think, than I am. And so what I really liked about the talk is how nuanced your conclusions are. So you can see scope for, making things better. At the same time, you see all the challenges that there are. And I guess one question I want to ask, not because I don't think you can answer, but just I'm curious to see whether you thought about this as well. Whether there is a learning with that can happen without a learning from. So I really liked your slogan at the end, and I do see that you are right that certain types of open-mindedness are not productive, are not going to benefit yourself or the person you're talking to or the environment. At the same time, I guess my slight kind of concern at the back of my mind is that it's very difficult to distinguish in the moment in which you are learning and you're open to learning what exactly you're learning about. So it could be that you just want to learn about how the person came to have those experiences. And I think most of the time that's the way I think about it. I want to know why someone like you got to this stage. But I think in the process, that I engage with in order to know about that. I'm learning all sorts of other things, and some maybe they're learning from as well, because I might actually change the way I think about the problem, even if not in the way that suggests that I now believe the same thing that the other person believes. So, it's just curiosity whether you thought about possible crossovers between these ways of learning.
Yeah, thank you. So, the way I solve this is to say, yeah, you're learning from them, but not about the initial disagreement. So, say one has the person has raised this view, then I'm not saying, okay, I'm going to learn anything from this person about how races relate to each other. Instead, what you can learn from them is about their perspective, or where they're coming from, and also what counts as a correct understanding. So the form of understanding that you can achieve will also, need to involve their voice, so to say. Yeah.
Winfried Löffler.
This is a sort of follow-up to the previous two questions. Behind this label of understanding, I think there can still be two meanings. Is it rather that I have to listen to someone's prima facie absurd claims with a sort of hermeneutic charity, and should I not assign to him more irrationality than necessary? So should I try to make it hypothetically as strong and rational as it could be, or is understanding rather consisting in what was called in the 60s or so criticism of ideology, that I ask myself descriptively and genetically how such a position and how such claims could emerge? What could explain that a person earnestly proposes such opinions or so? Yeah. So has it to do with, as understanding, even in this epistemic reading, has it rather to do with trying to give it as much credit as is perhaps possible? Or has it to do with clarifying the genesis of such opinions? If the former, then you might land in these objections which were raised against, for instance, Gadamer's hermeneutics and his idea of the merging of horizons, or so, that it might not be wise to merge your horizon with a position that is objectively unwise, and so you might not meet somewhere in the middle with someone who has crazy opinions. Yeah. So what exactly is understanding in that context? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, which I obviously cannot fully answer, because what is understanding is maybe quite a broad question. But yeah, so I had to think about, so I think we should indeed distinguish between kind of engaging, so you can say, okay, we can engage with the content of someone's view, we can engage with the reasons they have for holding their view, but we can also engage with why these reasons appeal to the person. So that would be more with their background, their worldview, so the hermeneutical project, as you just described it. And the fourth one is we could also engage with more the history of why they came to have this view. So the kind of social and causal antecedents for their having this view. So the genesis, as you just described. And I think when you're engaged in this, I mean, maybe you can engage in just either, just the hermeneutical project or the Genesis project. But often they maybe become intertwined. So I don't know if you know the book by Arlie Hochschild, Strangers in Their Own Land. So here she discusses, so she's an anthropologist, and she went to Louisiana in the United States, and she had this research with the Tea Party members, and Louisiana is the poorest, or one of the poorest states in the United States, and it has the highest rate of pollution. And still, most of the Louisianans and those of the Tea Party are against pollution regulation. And so she really is like, okay, what is this paradox doing? How can we understand this? How can they believe this? How can they hold these views? And so she talks with them, and this is just a combination of I think, these latter two projects. So on the one hand, she is just really interested in, their background beliefs and their worldview, but on the other hand, she also describes how the regulations that have been there, were corrupt, didn't work. So there's, both these perspectives are present there.
Veronika Hoffmann und Gerhard Ernst. Oh, I said und, sorry.
Yes, thank you very much. I have, in fact, two questions, but I will be brief. The first one is purely informative. As far as I know, there are initiatives and groups that are trying to speak to radicalized people to ideally de-radicalize them. Have you looked at what they are doing and with what success they are doing and how they are describing what they are doing in your research? Second question, I'm wondering about what I would call the third party. When you were talking, I had in mind the image of two people sitting in a room behind closed doors, me and someone who has crazy ideas. That's very good, I may be open, but what if I hand him a microphone? So if that's a Holocaust, someone who denies the Holocaust, I may talk to him or to her, but do I invite him to give a lecture? Do I invite him to a talk show? Do I allow that he publishes books? What is your stance on that problem?
Yeah, thank you. So the first question first. I think, there are multiple practices for de-radicalizing, but as far as I know, what the studies now say, or the different studies, is that building relations of trust is the best way. And so, for instance, an imam in prison, and then just being there, building relations of trust, and then start slowly discussing what's actually, what are their interpretations, and start these discussions. And then slowly there comes, I think the de-radicalization process has to do also with being just fixated to a little bit more being able to ask questions and move between interpretations. But so that's a different kind of project than this, though obviously they are related. Then the third party, so I think we need to be really careful about this, and probably we need institutional settings. I mean, so you can imagine this happening with a family member, right? So if there's already trust relation or kind of safety or some measures of safety, then you can just do this, or if you are a really strong personality. But I wouldn't say in the media with or lectures, but in a newspaper with a lot of context, or documentaries with a lot of context. So we need a lot of context, I think, to do this in the right way. So no easy answers.
Gerhard Ernst?
I think I will try to, I think I'll put this in a little polemical form. It's an objection. What would you say to someone, to me in this case, who would say, actually that's not a way of how to take someone really seriously, because it's more like an attitude we take towards a child. I can understand how she or the child comes to the opinion. I know that the opinion is bullshit, but I'm open and I'm friendly and I hear her out and so on. The way to really take someone seriously is to try to convince him of the truth. And if I really take you seriously, I don't want to know how you come to some strange view, but I'm giving you arguments for a better view. How would you react to such a objection?
So what I left out of the discussion is the option of closed-minded engagement. So I'm thinking here, so you want to convince the other person of your arguments, but so what are you taking seriously? This is just you wanting to let them have better beliefs, right? So it's not, you're not, for me this seems to exclude actually that you take them seriously, because everything they will say, you would just say, no, that's bullocks, you have to believe this and this and this. So, there's no serious consideration of their views and their arguments. But we're both open to the possibility that the other person has valuable things to contribute to the conversation. So the question is, okay, ideal scenario, we can just do this. But what if we are not open to the other person's considerations? What can we then still take them seriously? So I think, that's the point. That the first thing that we think about if we take someone else seriously is just this content, debate, discussion. But what if this is out of the picture?
Okay, we have one last question online. Veronika Weidner. Can you please switch on your microphone? Hello. We cannot hear you yet. I cannot hear you yet. Hold on.
Can you say something? No. No, still not.
We still cannot hear you.
What did you do last time?
Sembra che ce l'abbia attivo, sì. Non arriva il segnale.
Sorry, can you perhaps just type your question in the chat and I'll read it out. Sorry for this.
Ha funzionato, ma era un miracolo. If I may add a very short sort of terminology question, you never use the word recognition. That seems to be the catchword when you imagine a relationship with, the master-slave relationship, where the master learns from the slave. Is the sort of philosophical, classical way of imagining a relationship, where you learn from a total asymmetrical relationship. So you don't want to use this label, recognition?
Oh, maybe even maybe it's recognition, maybe it's acknowledgement. Yeah, so there are different terms here that might also apply and be valuable. Yeah.
So, Veronika Weidner has not typed her question into the chat. Really sorry about these technical things. Well, no, there's no question in the chat, and I don't have further questions on the list, so let us conclude this. Thank you very much, Naomi. And we should now have a short break. Oh, it's there. Okay. So let's see. Paolo, can you read it?
Yeah.
Because I've got long-term glasses.
What about handling extreme beliefs in politics? Beliefs by right I thought it was the... Try again?
Yes, try again.
What about handling extreme beliefs in politics? Beliefs by right-wing people, populists, extremists. As Karl Popper pointed out, too much tolerance towards intolerance will lead to the end. That's not too bad, 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 not too bad. That's not like a kind of new music genre. Yeah. Try again. Are there limits to open-mindedness?
Maybe you want to use this mic too.
No, I think it's okay. I hope it's okay. Thank you, Veronica, for the question. So sorry, I'm a bit distracted. We had sound problems here in the room. But no, I mean, there are definitely limits to open-mindedness, and also to, I mean, rather than letting extremist views or far-right views, vent their views in politics, I think we should do a lot more in politics and in the media to actually provide the background of where these views are coming from, what they would actually mean if you would actually put them into action, and also, a stronger counter-narrative. So instead of having more of these views in politics, I think we should have less and more other stuff and more context. Yeah.
So yes, thank you. Let's have a. Let's have a short break of about 10 minutes, because otherwise we'll run out of time. Thank you.
What was that?
No.
Probabilmente no, perché... E poi volevo chiedere, c'è un piccolissimo video, sono solo 90 secondi, però è possibile avere l'audio? Vabbè, è stato anche divertente. Una giornata così lunga, ci vuole. E questo qui è REBE.
Why do conspiracy theories
I've noticed a few strange things. The river.
Why do conspiracy theories? Why do conspiracy theories trust other Why do conspiracy theories trust other explanations? Why do conspiracy theories trump other
Okay. The next talk in our panel is by Professor Rick Peels. Let me mention that he provided a handout which you find in the folder, in the conference folder, 2-page handout, Epistemic Resilience in Extreme Belief and in Faith. Let me briefly introduce Rick Peels. He is a professor at the Faculty of Religion and Theology and the Faculty of Humanities at the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. His main research interests are in fundamentalism, ethics of belief, ignorance, scientism, also in common sense philosophy and issues in the philosophy of religion. And he is also the principal researcher of the ERC project named Extreme Beliefs, the epistemology and ethics of fundamentalism, which had some overlaps, even though it is a much bigger project than ours. We found some really interesting overlaps between Resilient Beliefs, our project, and the Extreme Beliefs project, and that's why we created contact. So he has a new monograph forthcoming with Cambridge University Press, Monotheism and Fundamentalism, Prevalence, Potential and Resilience, as part of the series Elements in Religion and Monotheism with Cambridge University Press. He's published extensively in journals such as Nature, Philosophical Quarterly, Philosophy and Phenomenological Research, and others, the Journal of Philosophy. Let's not waste time on long introductions. The title of his talk is The Resilience of Extreme Beliefs and the Resilience of Religious and Secular Faith. So welcome, Rick. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you for that kind introduction. Of course, there you go. Should I start again? For the people at home? Okay, good. Thank you for that kind introduction. Let me start by saying that when I was kindly invited by Eugenia to this workshop, I first thought of the Council of Trento, which took place in you may remember, well, not remember, but remember having learned it, 1545 to 1563, I believe, and it was a response to this shock of the Reformation, right? Perhaps the biggest shock in church history after the schism of 1054. And where the Zwinglians, the Lutherans, the Calvinists, and the Roman Catholic Church thought, what should we do with this? And I think they came up with a couple of tremendous measures that actually improved the situation, and they bounced back. So it's a terrific instance of the resilience of the church. So what a fitting place to be for this workshop on resilience. That's what I thought. It was a bit of a detour, but makes perfect sense. All right. Relatedly, I'm going to speak today on epistemic resilience in extreme belief and epistemic resilience in faith, both secular and religious. That's the plan for today. All right, let's start with a couple of examples of extreme beliefs. The Bible ought to be read literally and historically as an infallible document, cover to cover. That's an extreme belief. Trump is fighting a cabal of satanistic pedophiles, that is the Democratic elite in the United States. Women should receive only that education that is needed for being a good mother and running the household. It is legitimate to exclude homosexuals from the community if they act on their sexual inclinations. Blacks are inferior to whites. The list is endless, all sorts of extreme beliefs. But you may wonder what makes these beliefs extreme. And there's quite a lot to be said about them in the literature also. One might say, well, these are minority positions. One might think they are positionally extreme, so to the far right or to the far left. Maybe it's the way they're held. Maybe it's a particular mindset that they exemplify. Here I go for something a little different, but compatible with each of these approaches. These extreme beliefs are the beliefs that are characteristic for extremist movements, fundamentalist movements, fanaticist movements, radical conspiracy theorizing, and terrorist movements. So the beliefs that are unique and distinctive of these different kinds of movements. And that means that I talk about extreme beliefs from the far right to the far left. Rote Armee-Fraktion, violent environmentalists, but also neo-Nazism, Hindu ethno-nationalism, QAnon conspiracy theorizing, white Christian nationalism, and everything in between. So Salafi jihadism is partly right-wing, right, when it comes to gender roles, and partly left-wing, for instance, in being anti-capitalist, anti-American, and so on. All right. Now, extreme beliefs and resilience. It is widely thought that these extreme beliefs that I've just mentioned, and maybe particularly the fundamentalist and conspiracist ones, they come with resilience to evidence. And how that is cashed out differs a little bit from author to author. So some say it is avoiding any evidence to the contrary. Others say it is not considering evidence to the contrary once one has it. And others say it is reinterpreting evidence to the contrary once one has it. And maybe it's all three of them, actually. Now, it is, of course, widely thought that such resilience is bad, at least epistemically bad, so irrational, unwarranted, unjustified, and according to some, even morally bad. All right, so bad in various ways. So far, so good, maybe. But let's now turn to the attitude of faith, because that is also widely thought to come with a certain kind of resilience, and in fact, resilience to evidence. And when I say faith, I mean religious faith. So, for instance, Christian faith, Hindu faith, Islamic faith, and so on. Secular faith, so faith in humanity, faith in democracy, faith in the Constitution. And what you could call mundane faith, faith in your spouse, partner, your children, your parents, your colleagues, your sports trainer, whatever, right? Mundane faith. And now that faith comes with resilience is part, I think, of folk theory and ordinary language, but it's also a view that lots of philosophers and theologians embrace nowadays. And you could formalize this by saying, as some have done, that faith, that proposition P is true, comes with a commitment to P's truth, even in the face of counter-evidence. And the same thing holds for faith in acts, or faith in the reliability of, or faithfulness of acts. Right, commitment to the truth of a proposition or a person, such that that person can be relied upon, for instance, for coming through with regard to something. Now, the problem is that faith is widely thought of as something to be something virtuous. So remember, there are the four classical virtues: prudence, justice, temperance, courage, but also the three theological virtues: faith, hope, and charity, or love, or agape. I think of 1 Corinthians 13. Right? So faith is one of them. Faith is a virtue. But can we conceive of faith as a virtue if it comes with epistemic deficiencies, or maybe even moral deficiencies? That seems problematic. Right, so that's the puzzle we have. Extreme beliefs come with evidential resilience, but so does faith. It seems problematic in the one case, but somehow not in the other. How on earth does this work? That's the question I try to tackle in these 30 minutes. All right, section 2. Resilience in extreme beliefs. I want to emphasize that it's not just irrationality that we're speaking about here. What we encounter in the empirical literature and the theoretical literature is truly the idea that these are resilient beliefs, right? Resilient towards evidence, so that goes beyond just not being in accordance with the evidence. And here's an example. Giulia Napolitano, in a paper in 2021, she says conspiracy theorists have their conspiratorial beliefs in a way that is immune to revision by counter-evidence, end quote. So her idea is they are unfalsifiable. And she says revision to all counter-evidence, right, the inability to revise in accordance with counter-evidence is by definition irrational. Here's another quote from her work, a later paper. Evidence that seems to contradict the conspiratorial belief is to be seen by the believer as evidence that has been planted as part of the cover-up. No evidence could be presented to them that would cause them to change their minds, because any counter-evidence would be diminished as a fabrication of the conspirators to steer the public away from the truth. So, evidential self-insulation, according to Napolitano, and is by definition irrational. A somewhat similar view is held by Keeley. So Keeley says, by invoking a conspiracy hypothesis, large amounts of evidence are thrown into question. This is one of the most curious features, Keeley says, of these theories. To my knowledge, conspiracy theories are the only theories for which evidence against them is actually construed as evidence in favor of them. Right? Now, he thinks that that's part of the concept of conspiracy theory, and he doesn't deem that necessarily irrational, but he seems to be one of the few. So most philosophers out there, and also psychologists, say that lots of conspiracy theories display this property of self-evidential insulation, or evidential self-insulation, and that is by definition irrational. A bit of qualification, it is at least synchronically irrational. So think of Alcune and Richard Feldman's evidentialism, which says that we ought to believe, this is what rationality requires, we ought to believe in accordance with our evidence at a particular point in time. So it violates that criterion. But one might think it's also diachronically irrational. Think of William Kingdon Clifford's essay on the ethics of belief. So someone else mentioned this famous statement, right? We ought to believe always, for anyone and anywhere in accordance with our evidence, right? Or at least we shouldn't violate it, let me put this properly, we shouldn't believe something upon insufficient evidence. But further on in that paper, he also talks about the duty to inquire. So you might also understand his view more diachronically, right? And you might think, well, self-evidential insulation or evidential self-insulation is an instance of diachronic irrationality. It takes place in the course of time. All right, so it holds for conspiratorial beliefs or conspiracy thinking. But the same point has been made by many authors about, say, fundamentalist beliefs. And here's a quote by Finlay Malcolm in a recent paper. Malcolm says, fundamentalists habitually close themselves off to counter evidence. And they engage in belief-reinforcing practices, and in doing so, they fail to explore alternative intellectual options. Right, so they close themselves off to counter evidence. Again, resilience, evidential resilience. And I think I could give more quotes, but I won't bore you to death by giving more quotes. But I think the same holds for fanaticist movements and fanaticist beliefs, terrorist beliefs, and extremist beliefs. And there's, of course, overlap between these beliefs. There are also additional reasons to think that this holds for extreme beliefs, that they have this property of resilience towards evidence. One has to do with epistemic vices. Because extreme beliefs are often associated with epistemic vices and sometimes even defined or conceptualized in terms of these epistemic vices. I think of traits such as narrow-mindedness, credulity, dogmatism, wishful thinking, intellectual arrogance, black and white thinking, right? And those all seem to come with pushing back against the evidence or discarding evidence or interpreting the evidence in one's favor, so evidential resilience. And another reason is the notion of an echo chamber, which goes beyond that of an epistemic bubble, right? So epistemic bubble is just having one, a particular set of sources of information, whereas an echo chamber also actively disqualifies other sources. And extreme beliefs are often associated with or even defined in terms of echo chambers. So if you have an extreme belief, it often results from being in this echo chamber where other sources are discarded, disqualified. So again, evidential insulation, or at least resilience towards certain kinds of other evidence. Now, exactly what such resilience to evidence amounts to may differ from kind of extreme belief to another kind of extreme belief. So, for instance, the tulip Calvinists, maybe some of you are familiar with that notion, refers to the Dutch tulip, but it stands for things like total depravity, unconditional, election, I believe, a couple of things like that. They're not permitted to watch television or to go to museums that teach evolutionary theory. So here they are encouraged to stay away entirely from certain bodies of evidence. In other cases, people are not so much encouraged to stay away from them, but just not to consider it once it's there. And in yet other cases of extreme beliefs, they are encouraged to reinterpret it in light of a conspiracy theory, for instance. Right, so that's resilience in extreme beliefs. One final comment, a side note before we move on. There's, of course, the worry that Lisa has also addressed in her work, I believe, that something may not even qualify at all as a belief if it's entirely resilient towards any consideration to the contrary. So I think that is perfectly compatible with something's being a belief, but I'm not going to address that worry here and now. All right, so far, so good for extreme beliefs. Let's now turn to faith and resilience in faith. There is, of course, in common discourse a lot of caricatures about faith. Some understand it, for instance, in terms of belief held on insufficient evidence, people like Bertrand Russell. Eugenia, you mentioned Richard Dawkins, who also has a similar notion of religious belief or religious faith, like believing something upon insufficient evidence. Mark Twain, believing what you know ain't so. stuff like that, you know. All right, nothing to be taken very seriously, because there's by now a flourishing body of literature on faith. Roughly two notions can be distinguished: a dexastic understanding, where faith comes with belief, for instance that God is good or that God exists, people like Willem Olsten and Plantinga, but also non-dexastic versions, where you can have faith in God, even if you don't have a set of beliefs like God exists or God is good or God has revealed himself in the Tanakh or anything like that. People like Lara Buchak and Megan Page. Now, what is this attitude of faith? Right? It is often thought that it has a cognitive dimension, but also an affective dimension, an emotional dimension, and something like a conative dimension, a desire or a longing, and often a commitment or a choice. And there are different models about how to cash out this crucial notion of faith. There are trust models, there are hope models, and there are reliance models. But many of them come with this idea that faith is resilient to evidence. And by way of example, I'm going to mention the reliance model of Daniel Howard Snyder and Daniel McCoy. Here's a quote from them: "For you to have faith in someone for something is for you to be disposed to rely on them to come through with respect to it, with resilience in the face of challenges to doing so because of your positive stance toward their coming through." And they think such resilience is a good thing because it promotes such goods as integrity, stability, and solidarity. And you will find similar models in the work of Buchak, Matheson, Bishop, Jackson, Wolterstorff, and others, also Malcolm, whom I already mentioned. Now the question is, of course, exactly what does this resilience in faith amount to? And there's of course, this whole debate in psychology on resilience already. So think of the famous paper by Sisto and others that I mentioned in the bibliography towards the end of the handout. They point out that resilience is a particular kind of response to challenges. But of course, there are different ways to understand such a response. Maybe it is the disposition to remain virtually unchanged in response to challenges. Maybe it is a disposition to change for the better in response to challenges. And maybe it is a disposition to return to the original state after a particular challenge. Now, there's, of course, non-epistemic dimensions to such resilience. For instance, Howard Schneider and McCoy point out its resilience in the commitment made. Right, and that also holds for secular contexts. Or they use phrases like relying despite adversity. Or they say it's a continual renewal of faith despite difficulties. Okay, fair enough. But what about this epistemic resilience that we're particularly interested in? Or evidential resilience? Is there an epistemic component to this resilience? I think there is, and an example of that idea is the work of Lara Buchak. So she says that faith comes with a recalcitrance in the face of new evidence. That's the phrase she uses. And she argues that faith requires maintaining a commitment to act on what one has faith in, even if there is contrary evidence. And her idea is that faith allows us to carry out large long-term and risky projects over time, and thus to maintain one's integrity. And she points out that that means that at a particular point in time, one's propositional attitude, one's faith, may conflict with the total body of one's evidence at that particular point in time. Right? And yet she argues it is instrumentally rational and also intrinsically rational, given the long-term project that is at the background of faith. And she explains this, for instance, in terms of misleading evidence. So it may be the case, given one's attitude of faith in God or faith in one's partner or faith in democracy, that there are particular points in time where one's evidence is against one's faith, right? But that is because evidence can be misleading. One can't expect the evidence always to perfectly match up with one's propositional attitude. So she argues it is instrumentally rational and intrinsically rational, even though there will be points in time where it is synchronically irrational. Right? All right, such faith comes in degrees, and that has to do with how many challenges one can overcome, how many obstacles one can overcome. And you will find a similar notion in the work of Ryan Preston Reuter when it comes to faith in humanity. So it equally holds for purely secular contexts. I want to emphasize before we move on to section 4 that this does not mean that faith is an attitude that one can have no matter what the evidence is. There is a certain bar, of course. Right? So here's a quote from Howard Schneider and McCoyne again. They say, quote, "Faith is responsive to evidence for its truth and is the output of a cognitive faculty, the exercise of which is aimed at forming true positive cognitive states." Right? So it comes with a certain resilience to evidence. It doesn't mean that it will just continue to exist no matter what evidence is provided against it. Faith in one's spouse one can have despite some evidence. It doesn't mean that, I don't know, if one bumps into one's partner being unfaithful, one should still stick to it, right? There are limits, and similarly for faith in God, or faith in humanity, or faith in reason, or faith in the Constitution. Okay, good. So now I've sketched both extreme beliefs and their resilience, and the attitude of faith and its resilience. Now that I've done so, let's compare the two. It should strike us that there are some similarities, four of which I would like to highlight here. First, there's something like sticking to one's propositional attitude, even if the evidence at a particular point in time conflicts with one's attitude. And that means, secondly, that it comes with the risk of synchronic epistemic irrationality. Right? Both extreme beliefs and the attitude of faith. Third, pragmatic and moral factors sometimes trump epistemic factors. Right? So think of the long-term aim of a project like having faith in one's partner or having faith in democracy. There are cases where the fact that one has committed to such a project will trump epistemic factors. They will overrule them for some time, and there are, of course, certain limits to that. And finally, both extreme beliefs and the attitude of faith may come with unwillingness to seek further evidence, and sometimes even unwillingness to consider or consult evidence that is at hand. Right? So if you have faith in your spouse or partner, you won't, for instance, seek to have a look at the messages they send on their phone. And if they're presented to you, there should be a healthy reluctance to consider that piece of evidence. All right, so those are some similarities between the two. But the fact that the one we deem problematic and the other we deem virtuous suggests that there should be a difference between the two. So what is the difference? One might suggest it's a difference in object. So take a widely accepted or plausible definition of virtue, like it's a disposition of one's character that instantiates or promotes responsiveness to one or more basic goods. Well, if that's the case, one might think faith is an attitude towards something good, like God or democracy, whereas extreme beliefs have to do with things that are problematic. Racism, for instance. But I'm not entirely happy with this way of distinguishing the two. So you can imagine, for instance, if God exists and God is good, that one has extreme beliefs related to God, such as God demands me to expel homosexuals from the community if they commit a sexual act, for instance, or to exclude people of other ethnicities or faiths from the community. Right? So it is an attitude towards the good, and yet deeply epistemically and morally problematic. So I wouldn't go for the differences in the two objects of the propositional attitude. So what are the differences? I think from what I've said so far, 6 differences follow. There's a difference in scope of resilience. I already said that faith comes with resilience to some evidence, but not resilience towards all evidence. There's a certain limit, right? And if we go beyond that limit, faith is no longer rational. Second, faith doesn't come with epistemic vices, so it's not part of the concept of faith. Whereas on many understandings of extreme beliefs, this is the case for many extreme beliefs, such as narrow-mindedness and dogmatism. Third, it is no part of the concept of faith that evidence to the contrary is continuously discarded or reinterpreted as evidence for one's propositional attitude. In fact, it is often the case that faith comes with the honest acknowledgement that maybe belief is not even rational in the face of the evidence available, and yet one sticks to one's attitude, right? So I'm thinking of Mother Teresa towards the end of her life, when she describes this in her diary, when she faced this period of darkness and feeling abandoned by God, and she speaks honestly and frankly about it in her diary. So the evidence is against her, so she is really troubled by it. But she honestly acknowledges it rather than rejecting it or trying to reinterpret it, and she sticks to her faith somehow. So I think it's in a way an embodiment of the point I try to make here. Fourth, people of faith often seek to get further evidence and are happy to consider counter-evidence. Right? Think of the science and religion debate in which many religious people engage. Fifth, taking seriously, following up on Naomi's talk, the previous one, extreme beliefs often come with a certain tendency not to take others seriously. Think of the black and white thinking, the dogmatism and the like. No such thing follows from the concept of faith. Right? That is perfectly compatible with listening to others and taking them seriously, even if they disagree. And finally, perhaps most crucially, there's the issue of diachronic irrationality. Right, so I said it's compatible with the attitude of faith that at a certain point in time, one's evidence counts against one's position, right? But that is different from diachronic irrationality, whereas when it comes to extreme beliefs, there is diachronic irrationality and not just synchronic irrationality. So in the long run, there are certain points at which one violates a duty to say, further consider evidence that one already has, or seek further evidence, or listen to other people who think differently about the issue. All right, how much more time do I have?
So far you spoke for
25 minutes. 5 to go. I think we're perfectly good. All right, this brings me to section, or 6 minutes, 6 even, okay. I'll use that. Section 5. So what are the relations then between faith and extreme beliefs? So what I've argued so far means that I think if we add some empirical stuff to this, lots of people with extreme beliefs do of course have faith, right? People in fundamentalist movements, extremist movements, they have religious faith, they have faith in God. They might also have faith in their leader or faith in their spouse and the like. The other way around is fortunately less frequent. So lots of people of faith do not have that many extreme beliefs, right? Like, think of the mainstream religions. There are extreme beliefs every now and then, here and there, but it's nothing like the other way around. All right. It is this undeniable that there is something of overlap in the following sense. Many people with extreme beliefs have faith in one entity or another, such as QAnon believers in Trump, or some Palestinians in Hamas, for instance, or some Israelis in Bibi Netanyahu, I'm happy to add, given what he is currently doing in the Gaza Strip, in fascism or Marxism and the like, and less so the other way around. For people of faith, for instance, faith in democracy, humanity, in one's friend, in God, lots of those people lack extreme beliefs of various kinds. But I think there's a bit more to be said about the relation between the two, so between extreme beliefs and faith. And this is an issue that I believe deserves further exploration. But by way of example, I'd like to say a couple of things on faith in democracy and how that relates to certain kinds of extreme beliefs. So if you think of faith of democracy, that is hard to reconcile with thinking that the majority of your fellow citizens are not to be trusted. Right? So it seems you can have faith in democracy only if you also believe that your fellow citizens are largely people to be trusted. Right? And that will work against things like othering, black and white thinking, cosmic dualism, arrogance, and the like. So that is a first way in which faith in democracy provides some resilience towards these extreme beliefs. And the second way is that sometimes there is some evidence to the contrary, and maybe at particular points in time, a lot of evidence to the contrary. So think of what's going on and what has been going on in the United States lately, where we saw a leader democratically elected, and I'm afraid soon to be democratically elected again, pray not, but who's clearly amoral, immoral at times, amoral at other times, who treats women like objects, who acts in the interest of extremist states like Russia, who puts the future of our planet in jeopardy, and who makes fun of colored people and disabled people and the like, right? The evidence of this happening may make one question one's faith in democracy. And what I suggest is that even if the evidence is overwhelming at certain points in time, one can still rationally maintain one's attitude of faith, as that is a diachronic matter, right? So there's natural and healthy resilience towards contrary evidence in the attitude of faith. So what I would like to suggest is that this attitude of faith is something that we ought to cultivate in order to avoid certain kinds of extremist beliefs and other kinds of extreme beliefs. Now, of course, such faith does not push back against just any kind of extreme belief. So you can perfectly well have faith in democracy, and I think yet also believe that the Bible ought to be read literally, historically, from cover to cover, which I consider an extreme belief. Right? So it's no guarantee against just any kind of extreme belief, but there are all sorts of relations between some kinds of faith and some kinds of extreme beliefs. All right, time for a conclusion. I think there's more work to be done. I think of faith in reason, for instance. How does that relate to various kinds of extreme beliefs? Does it work against certain kinds of extreme beliefs? But then we saw Richard Dawkins, who supposedly claims to have faith in reason, and yet some of his beliefs are rather extreme, and lately extremist and racist, even in his case, and some other new atheists. So how to deal with that? What about faith in God, faith in one God, so monotheistic faith, faith in a particular religion or a holy scripture? How does that work? Does it provide resilience against certain kinds of extreme beliefs? So there's much more interesting work to be done there. And one final comment that I would like to make is that all of this bears on general accounts of resilience towards radicalization, resilience towards extremism. And by way of example, take what the famous resilience scholar Michelle Grossman, the Australian scholar, how she defines resilience. She says, resilience is the ability to resist and challenge the social legitimation of violent extremist propaganda, recruitment, and ideology as a response to social and political grievances, sorry, it's a long sentence, based on access to and capacity to navigate and mobilize social cultural resources for coping and thriving under adversity. And the crucial word here is adversity, because such adversity in literature is often understood as, for instance, discrimination or a threat or social instability or failing states and the like. But if what I've argued is right, such adversity should also include evidential adversity, considerations to the contrary. So what I would like to suggest then, in one sentence, is that faith comes with a certain kind of resilience, but that such resilience actually is resilience sometimes against extreme beliefs and their resilience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Questions, Gerd Ernst? Oh.
Thank you very much for this interesting talk. I was a bit unhappy with the delineation at the beginning of the paper. On the one hand, you had extreme beliefs. Right. On the other hand, you had faith. And I thought within faith you had religious faith and faith in your spouse and faith in democracy and so on. And I thought, well, I would draw the line at a different point. I had, well, extreme beliefs and religious faith, and on the other hand, faith in my spouse and faith in democracy. And there's, I think, a difference glossed over by the phrase faith in. Because I don't have faith in democracy. I believe that democracy is the best government form, and I think I have arguments for that. And faith in a spouse is I believe that my partner is honest, and I have overwhelming evidence that she is honest, and perhaps some counter evidence, but the total evidence suggests I'm right. So I thought the line is at the wrong point, maybe. And describing on the side of democracy and spouse, resilience to evidence seems to me wrong too, because I'm not resilient to evidence, but I have evidence that is so strong that counter evidence needs to be respected. But in the total weighing of things, there's overwhelming evidence at the moment, of course, against the view, and I think, it would be rational to change that if the total evidence changed. So what you described, as resilience seems to me a really different thing in faith in a spouse and faith in QAnon or faith in God, as it were.
Okay. All right, let me try to tackle those two questions in that order. So first, it's a free country. If you want to draw the line elsewhere, go ahead. But I think drawing the line where I drew it might work a little bit better. So for instance, I wouldn't want to put the religious beliefs or religious faith into the category of extreme beliefs, right? Because they're often thought to be epistemically and morally problematic. Of course, some religious faith is, some religious beliefs are, but lots of them aren't. So I think it's more natural to go for the propositional attitude distinction. Right, so we've got beliefs on the one hand and faith on the other. I'm zooming in on those kinds of beliefs that are extreme. So that about the first question. Second question, no, so I do think that there's more similarities between your attitude towards your spouse or loved one and democracy on the one hand and faith in God, for instance, on the other. And this is something that the literature on faith draws attention to and also provides empirical evidence for that. So people use phrases like faith in democracy, faith in the Constitution, faith in my spouse, faith in my partner. They use it all the time. It's all over the place, in novels, in newspapers, and so on. So just semantically, I think, and syntactically, it's perfectly fine to use such phrases. Your question is interesting. So exactly what does that amount to, for instance? The resilience in question, right? But even there, I would say there's lots of similarities. So I think if you have faith in your spouse or partner, you should not be checking their phones when it comes to messages, for instance, or finding out their whereabouts all the time. And same thing when people present you with that evidence, right? You should have a certain reluctance to consider that evidence. And when people do present that evidence to you, right, I think that you should have a natural inclination to reinterpret that evidence in favor of your spouse, right? So your spouse turns out to be elsewhere than where she said she would be, for instance, he or she or they. I think you should have a natural inclination to then say, well, apparently they changed their minds or whatever, right? Rather than saying, oh my goodness gracious, they are unfaithful to me, right? And I think this perfectly matches the different kinds of understanding of resilience out there in the literature, not willing to consider, and so on, the three. So I think there's more similarities between them. Yep.
So how do you then distinguish trust from faith?
Right. Yeah, so there are trust accounts and hope accounts and reliance accounts. So according to a lot of people out there, they are quite similar actually. So trust in God or trust in your partner is actually quite close. And that is how, so people say, for instance, reliance on is weaker because I can rely on someone to do something, even if I don't have a positive attitude towards that person. But of course, trust seems to go a little bit further than that. And maybe faith even one step further, but they're quite close. Yeah.
My question was basically the same. So I've never thought about faith, but trust and belief. So one thing that is very relevant for people who talk about trust is that there is this kind of disappointment when the person, there's this disappointment when the trust is somehow
like violated or
violated would be the word. Do you think that the same holds for truth and another thing?
That the same holds
for faith?
For faith, okay. Yeah.
And another thing which I like the account of trust where it's not questioning. And would you say that the same holds for faith? So this disappointment thing and perhaps not questioning, does it play a role when it comes to faith?
Right, yeah.
And would you talk about faith in science, for example, as well?
Oh, faith in science. Okay, well, lots of questions. Okay. Yeah, so first the disappointment. Yeah, I think they are quite, as trust is quite close to faith, you see something similar when it comes to when it comes to disappointment in the case of violation of faith, for instance. So if a partner is unfaithful, for instance, there's disappointment, or emotions a little stronger than mere disappointment, right? And you might also feel disappointment when we see what is happening nowadays in Argentina, for instance, or Hungary, or Poland, or the UK a few years ago with Brexit, or United States, or India is also a democracy. All those democracies. What on earth is going on with democracy? I can imagine some people are disappointed in democracy, right? Or start to question their faith in democracy at some point. So, which is why I think the attitude of faith is really needed here, rather than mere belief that democracy, because faith can carry you through in these hard times. So not questioning, yeah. So I think faith often comes with not questioning, but you may question for different purposes, right? So as I'm a person of faith, or so I consider myself, and yet for various reasons I can choose to engage in exploring issues in the science and religion debate, for instance, right? So there I do question, at least for instrumental purposes. But of course, lots of people of faith, and me included, are often also plagued by existential questions, right? Some of them just inevitable. Also, they just pop up about suffering in the world, for instance. And then finally, the faith in the final question was faith in science. Yeah. So I did a bit of work on scientism in the past, and I think that's a nice example of faith in science, or maybe extreme faith in science, or extreme belief in science. Stuff like there are no proper limits to science, the natural sciences are the only way to reliably acquire knowledge. You know, Alex Rosenberg, also Dawkins, James Ladyman in metaphysics, views like that. So that seems very much of the attitude of faith, also lots of resilience to counter evidence, right? So someone like Rosenberg would say, so he goes all the way empirical, right? But then the empirical sciences are based on mathematics. How does it work? How do we have mathematical knowledge? He has no answer to that question. But he says, one way or another, you know, scientism must be right. So I have no answer to this challenge. So that is resilience. There's more to be said, like how rational, like is there maybe like compelling counter evidence to this sort of faith in science? And of course, there's also faith in science of a weaker variety, a more healthy, I would say, variety. Just like, yes, we need the natural sciences, and yes, we can trust vaccination, you know, stuff like that. Yeah.
Scott Hill.
I'm wondering how contingent you think that your list of extreme beliefs versus examples of faith is. Like, could all the items on the one list be switched if the contingent matters were right? So, like, imagine somebody has racist beliefs. They just have the misfortune of reading all the wrong books, having all the wrong interactions with people of other races. But they would be open if if things hadn't unfolded in this incredibly unlucky way. Do you think that could, in that case, would their racist belief not be extreme, or do you think there's something about the content that just makes it an extreme belief?
All right, yeah. So one does believe, for instance, that people of color are inferior to, say, white people, but if they did encounter evidence to the contrary, which they haven't so far, they would change their minds. Right. All right. So at least I would say it's not a case of faith because it has no resilience whatsoever, right? But you might wonder, is this still an extreme belief? So one way to go would be to say, well, if it just goes as soon as any evidence is presented to it, you know, it's still problematic, but it's a false belief, right? It's an objectively irrational belief and immoral belief, but it's not an extreme belief. When, you know, in comparison with the kind of extreme beliefs we find in extremist movements, fanaticism movement and the like, where they're embedded in belief systems and lived out in practice, where there actually is resilience. I mean, if you want to define extreme belief differently, happy to do so, but I think it works for these purposes, right? So, so my inclination would be to say that for most people in extremist movements and fundamentalist movements, the core and conspiracist movement, the core beliefs that they have are not beliefs that easily go as soon as they are presented with counter evidence.
Thank you for this paper. I found especially the similarities and differences list enlightening. But I wanted to ask how sharp you think that the lists are, or is it more a sort of heuristic points that you could look at? And I would question point number 3 in the differences list. So I took you to say faith is rather avoiding evidence, whereas extreme beliefs make efforts to discard or to reinterpret evidence. But there is this whole industry of scientific creationism and intelligent design and the wedge strategy and all these people who try to distribute disinformation about standard evolutionary biology. There are similar phenomena in the Islamic world, by the way. Now, I would say these are people of faith. But what they are doing is high-level efforts of discarding and reinterpreting scientific evidence. So you could say, in fact, they are not people of faith then. They are just extremists, full stop. But I would say this would not take them seriously. So how does this square with your list of criteria here?
Right. So thanks. I think that's a great question, Wilfried. And I think that actually underlines... your point actually underlines what I want to say. So here we have a group of people, say creationists or intelligent, like the BE, intelligent design movement people, the 2005, court case people. They display, say, faith in God, just regular mainstream faith. But they also display certain fundamentalist beliefs, such as their creationist beliefs, which have been formed in such a way and are held in such a way that they've become resilient towards any kind of counter-evidence from evolutionary biology. So it is possible for people to embody both, proper, healthy, epistemically fine faith towards certain things, such as the existence of God, and yet also hold extreme beliefs, such as fundamentalist beliefs. Those two can go well together in certain people. That would be my reply,
That this is factually the case is clear, but I mean these people have also a dense net of inferences between the two realms of beliefs. So it's a bit too easy to say these are two kinds of business.
No. I think it's not too easy. So let me clarify. So here, let's be explicit about the two objects here. So I spoke about the object of faith as God's existence, for instance, or God's perfect goodness. Right? And that perfectly goes together with extreme beliefs of various kinds. But they hold more beliefs, and maybe they have other kinds of faith. So faith as a propositional attitude towards other objects. So here one can think, for instance, of faith in the infallibility of the Bible, like the Chicago statement in the 60s, right? Well, that kind of faith, right, is clearly problematic, right? And it is rather different from faith in God, because that comes with extreme beliefs that have a certain resilience to evidence, right? So maybe what this underlines is that in particular individuals, we can see complex packages of faith towards different objects and extreme beliefs in different kinds of propositions with different kinds of relations between them. Yeah, but we shouldn't identify all of those. They are rather distinct. And it can be entailment, and there can be probability relations and the like. Exclusion. Okay.
So I, at the moment, have no further questions on the list.
Have I convinced everybody?
I think you did,
really?
yes. Absolutely.
Or they think I'm too resilient to counter evidence. Yeah, that's another information.
Well, we would have another 5 minutes, yes. So
perhaps I want to press you a bit more on that second point about the resilience. And if I look at the list of similarities, and I take as the example trust or faith in my spouse, then I'm still not convinced that about at least the second and third, this risk of synchronic epistemic irrationality or that pragmatic factors trump. Because the example you gave, well, I trust in my partner, or I have faith in my partner, and then I get some evidence that something is strange. She was not where I thought she was. And that is a little evidence towards the conclusion, well, perhaps something shady is going on. But it's very little evidence compared to the large evidence I have. I know her, and so I have lots of evidence, and it's that she is faithful, and I don't see at all why it would be epistemic irrational to, well, stick to my opinion. I acknowledge, well, there is something strange, and you say, I reinterpret this. I wouldn't reinterpret it. I would say, well, that is evidence that either she is unfaithful or she has changed her mind, and given my other evidence I have, it's much more rational to think one rather than the other. So I don't really see, it comes back to this grouping. I think there are some cases where it's just a weighing of evidence, and it's perfectly rational not to jump at any counter evidence to change one's mind. And it's even perhaps in the long run, I think about the Copernican revolution. It took about 100 years and so, and there was lots of counter evidence. And I think, well, it's perhaps rational to see there's this counter evidence, but on the other hand, the research program isn't that much refined, so it's a bit unfair to compare Copernican and Ptolemaic pictures, and we have to elaborate it and so. But I don't see it, just like I always thought Kuhn is overstating the case, because I thought, well, it is rational to compare equals to one another. Yeah. Perhaps you can convince me some more that I should be irrational concerning my spouse.
Yeah, let's stick to the spouse case and leave Copernicus aside, or the Copernican revolution. Yeah, so if you've got an attitude of faith in the faithfulness of your spouse, I don't think it's unimaginable that one day your evidence, your total evidence even, points in a direction of the unfaithfulness of your spouse. Or imagine that happens somehow, right? Including meta norms, meta-epistemic norms and the like, and background knowledge and the like. So I think the attitude of faith requires you, in such a circumstance, not to believe in the faithfulness of your spouse, but to keep faith in the faithfulness of your spouse, right? And that means that it would, I think that's the idea that people try to push in the literature. So it may be the case that, in the example I mentioned, you say, well, this doesn't render it synchronically irrational because I've got all that background knowledge. So that's fantastic that your faith works that way. Really good, keep it that way. But I'm just imagining these other cases in which somehow it doesn't. So that's how the attitude of faith just differs from that of belief, for instance, right? You should give up belief in such circumstances, but not the attitude of faith. Right? Yeah. Is there an echo? There's an echo.
Thank you very much for your talk, Rick.
Right.
And
thanks so much.
So we will have a break of about 15 minutes now, and then we will have Lisa Bortolotti's keynote. And yeah, see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. I studied the Howard Snyder stuff quite a bit, yes. And then,
it's fun though, isn't it?
It is, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't have strong convictions in this debate. I'm just an observer. Like all these distinctions between propositional faith, objectual faith, and then you have Robert Audi. He's got this list of 7.
Robert Audi always trumps everybody. He's always more distinct.
Yeah. So no, but I find it it's interesting. Oh, no.
So do I.
Per di mezz'ora all'inizio perché va tutto in tilt. No, per il resto bene, contento. Ma non è che anche sono collegate? Sì, qualcuno si è collegato. Però non si può interagire. E non so quanto più se c'era. Quante persone c'erano. Sai che non ci parlano più i coffee break, non ci parlano più le cene,
è attivato qua, invece poi ho guardato non era attivato, ho creato su, ho visto che c'era un loop in regia. Ah, ok. No, era tutto a posto. Sì. No, adesso dovrebbero...
No, just the PowerPoint.
So, welcome back. This brings us the keynote of our conference by Lisa Bortolotti. And it is really a great pleasure to welcome Lisa Bortolotti here in Trento, because in various ways, even though she was not formally a member of the team, she was very present through the work of Eugenia. And we talked a lot about your research, so we're really happy that you accepted the invitation to give this keynote. And we extend our warmest thanks to you. So Lisa Bortolotti is Professor of Philosophy at the University of Birmingham, affiliated both with the Philosophy Department and in the College of Arts and Law and the Institute for Mental Health in the College of Life and Environmental Sciences. Her main field of work is the philosophy of the cognitive sciences, and her monographs include Why Delusions Matter. This is the most recent one, published by Bloomsbury in 1923. The Epistemic Innocence of Irrational Beliefs, Oxford University Press, 2020, and Delusions and Other Irrational Beliefs, Oxford University Press, 2009. And then, of course, a long series of journal articles on various topics, actually ranging from clinical delusions to agency and epistemic injustice, belief and irrationality, conspiracy theories, and topics from bio and medical ethics. So once again, we are very, very happy to have you here, Lisa. The title of her keynote is The Resilience of Delusional Beliefs and Conspiracy Beliefs. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, thanks, Eugenia, for the invitation. It's wonderful to be here in Trento, and it's wonderful to get a bit more acquainted with the people in this project who have done work very close to my own interests. So some of the things I will say will have overlaps and point of contact with what Scott said this morning and with what Naomi said earlier. My main area of research is in delusions, very recently extended to conspiracy beliefs and the similarities and the dissimilarities between them. But I'm trying to focus a little bit more on resilience for this talk. And I just want to give you a background of the kind of projects that I'm bringing together in this talk. I've been involved since 2020 with a group of interdisciplinary researchers. I'm the only philosopher there, looking at the notion of agency in mental health encounters, especially in youth mental health, with projects led by Rose McCabe and Michael Larkin. And very recently, we started in September a 6-year project on epistemic injustice in healthcare, led by Avi Carell. And finally, that's one thing that I'm doing basically on my own with some help from my PhD students and postdocs. But we are trying to build a database of resources for teachers to use in their classrooms to talk about philosophical issues that have to do with building a more cohesive digital society. And a lot of the areas that we're touching on are areas that we talked about today, so conspiracy theories, prejudice against people who have different views, disagreement, including deep disagreement, and things like that. So I'll give you a little demonstration of what we do as well as an example. So the plan is just to talk about a little bit what I see is the overlap between delusions and conspiracy beliefs. I think there are significant differences between these two phenomena when we're thinking about clinical delusions and when you're thinking about beliefs in conspiracy theories. But I also think that there are some interesting areas of overlap that have to do with the way in which we attribute delusionality. So when is it that we say, oh, that's a delusion, or you are delusional, or when we say, oh, that's just a conspiracy theory? What kind of things are going on there? I believe that, when we're thinking about attitudes, we are really thinking about the way we relate to each other and try to interpret, explain, and predict other people's behavior. So that's the perspective I'm adopting here. And I will propose that when we are thinking about delusions and conspiracy beliefs, we are thinking about unshakable identity beliefs that people have and that we find implausible. Now, what are the implications of this kind of way of thinking about delusions and conspiracy belief? Well, one implication is that one characteristic that they have in common is what has been talked about today as resilience to evidence in some respect, resilience to counter-argument as well. And I'll try to think about ways in which we can understand this resilience a little bit better, put it into context, and also think about its implications for our interactions with people who have beliefs that we would call delusional or conspiracy beliefs. And just to give you a general anticipation of what is going to happen, none of this is particularly new, and some of you have already talked about these issues today. But the idea is that very often these are beliefs that are tied to the speaker's identity and values in the sense that they reflect the speaker's identity, but also that they shape the speaker's future identity. They're not held by themselves in the sense that they rely on certain types of assumptions the speakers make about what type of evidence is good evidence and who counts as an expert in a certain domain. Again, something that has been discussed today already, the importance of non-epistemic values, or values that are not just epistemic when we're thinking about evaluating beliefs. And finally, again, a point that has been mentioned before by Eugenia as well, the fact that a lot of these beliefs tend to get a really bad press, but they do have benefits, both psychological and epistemic, that tend to be neglected. And once you consider those benefits, they also contribute to explaining why they are resilient beliefs. So now that's the technical experiment. I'm going to try and show you a 90-second video, if it works.
Why do conspiracy theories trump other explanations?
I've noticed a few strange things. The river is drying up. Lots of trees fall and die. And strange noises come from the edge of the forest. It seems it's a monster behind all of us. A big, scary giant who drinks up all the water in the river, stops it reaching the forest, and stomps on our trees. Ow, I figured out what is happening all by myself. Luckily, I'm here to look out for everybody.
But I haven't seen any monster, have you? When I was I saw some strange machines.
I'll just summarize it for you. So you've got two main characters in this video. It's Owl and Fox. Now, Owl and Fox. Yeah, safe to talk. Yeah, Owl and Fox live in the forest, and they've noticed some changes that are happening to the forest. The river is drying out, and the trees are falling. And Fox comes up with this idea that surely there must be a huge monster drinking all the water in the river and stomping on the trees. And owl, who is the wise one, actually owls are not particularly intelligent birds, but for some reason in the West we always think they are the wise ones. So the owl says, look, it could be a monster, but we have never seen a monster. When I was flying, I saw some strange machines at the border of the forest, and they were making a weird noise. Maybe, something else is happening. Maybe we should ask beaver, who lives on the river, what is happening to the forest. And fox, as a particular reaction to this, doesn't want to be open to this other type of explanation. I've already solved the mystery. It's the monster. I don't need to ask beaver. I don't need, to know what you saw when you were flying. And what is interesting is that, in a way, Fox's attitude tells us more about Fox's self-concept than anything to do with the forest. Fox sees himself as the protector of the forest, wants to look out for other animals, wants to make things better for everybody. But he doesn't recognize any other form of expertise. So he doesn't think that, having a view from above would be an advantage, doesn't think that living on the river would give beaver an advantage, and so on. And so Owl concludes that, it's good. It's good that Fox has this positive image of himself as someone who is looking out for others and solving problems by himself. But at the same time, he should be open to do things together. So this is a general video that we use to highlight certain features of what was happening during the pandemic. For instance, the fact that many people interpreted or presented their rejection of certain types of health and safety measures as a defense of personal freedom. So they saw a certain particular value that they had, and they interpreted what they were doing as a way of promoting that value. So they didn't say, I don't want to wear masks because they're inconvenient. They said, I don't want to wear masks because nobody can tell me what to do with my own body, that kind of thing. And it's a way of thinking about all the different things that go into our beliefs, which is not just what we believe to be true, but who we take to be experts, and what kind of values we have, and how we want to present things to ourselves and others. Now, of course, there is no interesting sense in which Fox is a conspiracy theorist, but as many of us, Fox embodies some behaviors that conspiracy theorists also embody, and also people with delusions. In particular, ideas about the fact that in the context of the delusion or in the context of the conspiracy theory, very often the person sees themselves as the main expert or their group as the main expert, and does not recognize expertise or evidence elsewhere. So what are delusions and conspiracy beliefs? I'm not going to give you definitions, but just examples. In the case of delusional beliefs, for instance, we've got a beautiful memoir by Wang, My Collected Schizophrenias, where she talks about when she had delusions, and this is one of the examples. I turned my head, and in a single moment realized that my co-workers have been replaced by robots, or glanced at my sewing table as the thought settles over me, fine and grey, a suit that I'm dead. So I think I like this passage, first of all, because as with everything that Wang writes, it's beautifully written, but also because in very short space, she talks about two of the most interesting delusions for philosophers. Philosophers are fascinated by Capgras and Cotter delusion because they sound so weird, right? They're not really fascinated about persecutory delusions or delusions of jealousy that just appear too mundane. But these are quite unusual beliefs. So the idea that someone has been replaced by an imposter, or the idea that you yourself are dead, which many consider a self-defeating belief, because if you are dead, then how can you think that you're dead, and so on. So this is an example of a delusional belief. And then you've got examples of conspiracy beliefs. This is a person who was in the QAnon movement and then got out of it and reflects on what their behavior and feelings were. Part of the conspiracy, I believed that Trump was leading the fight against the cabal. I was looking forward to the execution of Hillary Clinton. They describe how they've never been a violent person, but in that period of their lives, they did wish Hillary Clinton to be executed. Q portrayed as a pedophile and a murderer, I would have cheered. So they almost report this with horror, but that's how they see what was happening at that time. So these are examples of conspiracy beliefs and delusional beliefs. They can be quite bizarre in content, don't need to be, though. They are things that normally people who don't share the same delusion or conspiracy belief find implausible, and they are extremely resistant to counter-evidence and counter-argument. Now, Sam Wilkinson in 2020 wrote a brilliant paper on delusion attribution, where he argues that we should be expressivist about delusion attribution. So we should think that when we are saying, oh, that's a delusion, we are not just saying, oh, that's a belief that corresponds to a series of features that I can describe to you, and now you have necessary and sufficient condition for a delusion. Rather, what we're doing is expressing a negative judgment about that belief or about the person who reports that belief. And that is almost like an instinctive disapproval, folk epistemic disapproval, as he describes it, towards what the person is doing. So there need not be any common features, according to Wilkinson, that all delusions have in common. It's just that the interpreter finds them the thing that you should not believe. Now, I agree with Wilkinson that there is a negative judgment implicit in attributions of delusionality. They are not neutral attributions. But what I part ways with Wilkinson is that I also think we can say a little bit more about this type of folk epistemic disapproval that we express when we talk about something, about a belief as being a delusion or a belief as being a conspiracy belief. So, yeah, maybe we're just expressing something when we're saying this is a delusion, like saying boo to the belief, as we are expressing our disapproval towards murder when we're thinking about moral expressivism, boo to murder. But actually, there is something else that we can do. We can try and analyze a little bit more what this folk epistemic disapproval is, because we disapprove of many beliefs, but we don't call all beliefs delusions, right? So what's special about delusion? And the view that I argue for in the book, in Why Delusions Matter, is that when we ascribe something as a delusion to someone, we are saying something like this, that it's an identity belief for the speaker that is to some extent unshakable and that we find implausible. So it's an identity belief that shouldn't be an identity belief, really, because it's not something that we share. Now, there are other things that we can say about delusions. I think these are the features that are more kind of epistemic in nature, have to do with evidence, have to do with truth, have to do with self-knowledge and self-concept. There are other features such as cost and benefits of the delusion, for instance, and the relationship between delusion and pathology. But what I like about these three is that they can give us some clues about resilience, because unshakability is really another way of saying that the belief is resilient to evidence. And I think there are ways in which we can understand this resilience by looking at the other features. So if a belief that we have is not just something about the room being full or the weather being nice, but is something that reflects our identity, it will be much more difficult for us to part with that belief, even if we seem to get evidence against that belief. Because the moment that we need to renounce that belief, we also have to renounce something about ourselves that we identify with. So if you think about the fox, the moment that you have to accept, okay, I got it wrong, it's not the monster that is causing all this drama in the forest. Fox also has to call into question their capacity to understand things, their capacity to protect the forest animal from danger, and so on. But also, it seems as if there is an interesting relationship between the implausibility that the interpreter ascribes to the delusion and its unshakability. So why is it so unshakable? Well, because when the interpreter comes with objections, those are not things that the speaker will likely consider as good objection. The evidence that the interpreter might have against the belief will not be the type of evidence that the speaker considers as good evidence. And that's a point that has been made before. There is an epistemic framework and a moral framework on which we evaluate beliefs, and very often when these seem to be different, then the kind of exchange that we have in mind in our ideal seminar room among philosophers, argument, counter-argument, objection, counter-objection, doesn't work, because we are not on the same page when it comes to considering something appropriate evidence or appropriate expertise to challenge something. Now, this is quite easy to understand in the case of clinical delusions, where very often the evidence that the person has is very unusual experience that comes from neuropsychological and neurophysiological deficits that other people cannot share, but is to some extent also something that we can imagine in the context of conspiracy beliefs, where the person with the conspiracy belief very often has a very different way of looking at things, sometimes very different background knowledge, very different kind of political and moral views. And so sometimes, to say to a climate change denialist, look at the climate science, will not work, because they will not think of the climate science as evidence for climate change. They will think of it as a form of propaganda, right? So that type of kind of argument versus argument will not always work. Okay, so thinking about the three different features that I was mentioning, starting from implausibility, many people are surprised that I don't say something like, oh, delusions are false, or conspiracy beliefs are bizarre, rather than implausible. Implausible seems to be a bit bland for most people. But I like implausible a lot more than false or bizarre, for various reasons. First of all, as many have noticed before me, Max Coltert, Martin Davies, it is a mistake to think of delusions as necessarily false, because that's not what characterizes delusions. What characterizes delusions always seems to be something about the relationship between the content of the belief and the evidence for the belief. It never seems to be something that has to do with whether the belief is true or false. And indeed, we know that some delusions of jealousy or delusions of persecution can be to some extent perfectly true. So it may be true that your partner is unfaithful. It may be true that your work colleagues are trying to get you fired, but that's not what makes your delusion a delusion, right? It's the way you argue for it, it's the evidence you consider for it, it's the role that the delusion plays in your life, the fact that it absorbs all of your mental energy, and so on. So I don't like to think of delusions or conspiracy beliefs as necessarily false, and Scott gave us some interesting examples of conspiracy beliefs that turn out to be true, so that seems to be another reason to, not to talk about truth or bizarreness. But what I like about implausibility is that implausibility, yes, is about the content of the belief, but it's about the relationship between the content of the belief and the other things that we know, right? Implausibility comes from the Latin. Plaudere is to approve of, to clap, when someone says something nice. And the idea is that, you approve of something if it fits with the other things that you know. And what happens between interpreter and speaker when there is a delusion or a conspiracy belief, if the interpreter is, bound to describe that belief as a delusion or a conspiracy belief, they will think that, that content, the content of that belief doesn't fit with the other thing that they know, that there is a clash. It doesn't look true. It doesn't seem true. So it's difficult for the interpreter to believe it. Now, in some cases, this might be too weak as a statement about what we think about the content of a delusion or a conspiracy belief, but in other ways, it will be perfectly fine, right? Sometimes it's the relationship between the reason that the person gives for the belief and the content of the belief that doesn't quite match, rather than just the content being something that we can believe. And this also explains some of the negative aspects of delusions and conspiracy beliefs. Of course, calling something a delusion or a conspiracy belief is a value judgment. I think it is also stigmatizing. They've done some very interesting studies where just calling someone's belief a delusion changes completely the reaction of the research participants to that particular thing. So it's obvious that the delusion especially clinical delusions, is not a good thing for you, will make your life more difficult. It is also obvious that in some contexts, being a conspiracy theorist will not be good for you. You may be accepted in some communities, some well-defined social groups where your conspiracy belief is shared, but you may also experience exclusion. However, what is not completely clear is that it's actually the belief that does the harm. It seems that what seems to do the harm is the reaction of other people to you having that belief that does the harm, at least when it comes to isolation and stigma. There are other harms that might be much more the kind of thing that the belief originates by itself. For instance, it may be that a conspiracy theorist might engage in behaviors that are risk-taking, for instance, by not taking opportunity to be vaccinated during a pandemic. So there could be other harms that are associated with those particular beliefs, but are not very often, it's not very often the case that the delusion and the conspiracy belief are the source of the harm when we're thinking about isolation and stigma. It's more that the kind of attitude of the interpreters is what causes the isolation. The other aspect was the centrality to the speaker's identity. This is something that people are a bit perplexed when I talk about it, because when I talk about identity beliefs, they tend to think, oh, do you mean that the delusion is self-defining, right? Because it doesn't seem like that. So why should you believe that, the fact that your mother is not actually your mother, but an imposter, have anything to say about you? Or why the fact that you, for instance, think that Princess Diana was killed rather than dying in an accident should tell us something about you? And sometimes the belief doesn't start out as being about you at all. It's about the world. It's about climate change, or it's about Trump, or it's about pedophiles, or something else. But it's inserted in a kind of set of beliefs and set of values that tell people something about yourself. As the fox thinks that, it is his job to protect the forest, very often people feel that it is their job to warn other people that science is a scam, or that other things are going on that are not working the way they think they are. And one thing that is often mentioned in the case of clinical delusions, but I think it applies to conspiracy beliefs as well, is that the delusion starts small, as being a small explanation of something that happened to you, but becomes bigger and bigger and bigger until it's all you can think about. And everything weird that happens to you is interpreted through the delusion. So the delusion gets articulated more and more, becomes an encompassing narrative. And if you think about conspiracy beliefs, very often they work that way too. You start with one conspiracy belief and you end up getting lots more. Now, the good thing about beliefs that reflect your identity is that they give meaning to what you do. They are not just things that you can accept one day and reject the next day, but they are ways of making sense of things that are difficult for you to accept. In the case of the pandemic, it was very obvious. A lot of conspiracy beliefs were ways of making sense of something that was uncertain, difficult to control, difficult to manage. In the case of clinical delusions, it's also obvious that very often there are ways of coping with very unusual experience that paralyzes action. And finally, there is this sense that, very often what counts as evidence and expertise may be different for the person we attribute delusions and conspiracy beliefs to. In the case of the clinical delusion, Eugenia mentioned they are idiosyncratic. The person with the delusion is the only expert on the delusion. I know that's not my mother. You don't know because you don't know my mother well enough. So typical attitude of someone with Capgras delusion who is confronted with the idea that, no, that's not an imposter, that's actually your mother. So I'm the only expert. There is a sense of epistemic uniqueness, epistemic superiority that we find in slightly different ways also in conspiracy theorists. They may think their own group, the people who think like them, are the experts and challenge the expertise of others. Now, this resilience of delusions and conspiracy beliefs to counter-evidence and counter-argument is taken to be as a major sign of irrationality. So if you ask delusion researchers what's the main feature of a delusion, they will say, you know, it doesn't go away, they don't listen to me, you know, there's nothing I can say that will change their mind. And very often that is also taken to imply that there is a failure of agency, that because that person has a delusion, because that person believes in a conspiracy theory, they're not the kind of person that we can reasonably engage with and exchange arguments with. They're just outside this mode of exchanging views. But that is strange, isn't it? So if we think of delusions and conspiracy beliefs as explanations of adverse experiences or just very significant experiences that make us feel better about those experiences and give us a way of overcoming them, which at the same time reflects the way we feel about ourselves and some of our values, there seems to be a textbook expression of agency as opposed to a failure of agency. These people don't stop being agents. We don't stop being agents when we report beliefs that other people attribute to us as delusional or as conspiracy beliefs. It is by exercising agency that we end up endorsing them. Because the delusion and the conspiracy belief is born as a default explanation for a significant event that reflects and shapes the speaker's identity. So it is part and parcel of what it is to be an epistemic agent. Alison Gopni describes our love, our drive for causal explanations as orgasmic. It says humans just crave for causal explanations all the time. They need to find connections, causal connections between things in order to feel more in control of what is happening to them, in order to kind of fight the uncertainty. Now, many times we get it right. We see two things happening almost at the same time. We say that's the cause, that's effect. Many other times we don't get it right. We get it wrong, right? But it's not that we are less agents when we get it wrong. We are just doing the same thing that we do when we do science. We just get it wrong this time, maybe. So one thing that I try to think about is how we should deal with people we attribute delusions and conspiracy beliefs to, which are probably the people who attribute delusions and conspiracy beliefs to myself. And the idea is that keep the agency in, recognize the agency in the speaker. Why is that important to adopt this kind of agential stance? Because that way you don't stop being curious about why the speaker says what they say. You still want to know more about the speaker's perspective. You want to know more about how they got to that particular belief. The belief is not a sign of illness, something that says, okay, you need a pill rather than a conversation, but it's a sign of agency that has gone weird and that, you know, it's still interesting for us to engage with. So using Naomi's terminology, we want to learn about the speaker, but maybe why not even learn from the speaker. So adopting the agential stance, in a way, enables us as interpreters to engage with the speaker's view and cultivate some kind of genuine curiosity. Now, you may wonder why I'm using the word curiosity. In one of the projects that I started with, the one about youth mental health, one thing that we did was examine conversations between practitioners in mental health emergency services and very young people with suicidal thoughts and thoughts about self-harm and depression. One thing that they reported about the unsuccessful interactions when they felt they weren't being heard, they weren't being helped, they were dismissed, was that there was no curiosity on behalf of the practitioner. They didn't mention that they didn't get the medication that they wanted or the support that they wanted, that there wasn't enough time. They just mentioned that they weren't being listened to, that they weren't being asked about their own experiences, that their own experiences were not put into the context of their lives, of their school, of their relationship with their parents, and so on. So by failing to validate the young people's experiences, by failing to ask, how do you feel about yourself? Very often what we found is that the young person would volunteer something like, I feel miserable, and the practitioner would challenge that almost forensically. What do you mean miserable? You look fine to me. Or didn't you go to your student society yesterday? That means you didn't really want to kill yourself, right? So that's what we found. Like, by failing to validate the young people's experiences and underplaying their concerns, treating them like an example of a particular diagnostic label, but not like persons with complexity, What the practitioners did is two things. They compromised the therapeutic relationship because the young people came out of the interaction saying, you know, if I have another crisis, I will not go to emergency services again because they are not believing me. But they also compromise the knowledge that the practitioner has about the young person, which would enable them to support them properly, to recommend the right course of treatment. So one thing that we did is create the agential ladder, and this is just a recommendation for practitioners when they see someone with mental health issues who is describing experiences that, you know, maybe they would question, trying to do certain numbers of things, validate those experiences, legitimize the attempt of the person to seek help, avoiding objectifying the person, just saying, oh, you've got depression, without asking anything more, affirming their capacity to contribute to change and involving them in decision-making. And you may wonder, why are you telling us this, right? What does this have to do with delusions and conspiracy beliefs? Well, I think this is a very useful way of dealing with people well beyond youth mental health as a context. I think the agential stance is applicable to any exchange that involves an asymmetry of power, like teacher-student, parent-child, employee-employer, also radical difference in opinion. You know, when you think, you know, I have very little in common with this person, I don't buy this framework, but kind of validate, listen, ask questions, trying to understand where they come from. And why is this a good thing? 2 points. Curiosity may be an antidote to epistemic injustice. It may be that epistemic injustice is not the right framework for thinking about delusions and conspiracy beliefs. But it is possible that we're just tempted to say, oh, you know, if you don't believe in climate change, I don't want to talk to you about, I don't know, which school I should send my kid to or something like that. And I think we have to stop that from the local to the global, just assuming that because someone has a different view in an area of life, then they are no longer an agent worth engaging with in other areas of life. So curiosity benefits agents epistemically because it gives us knowledge about things that we might be interested in, for instance, other people's perspective, but also sustains a better engagement with other agents independent of how different their perspective is. So developing and cultivating curiosity are promising ways to create the foundations for more effective and epistemically just communication. What I was trying to suggest with the example of the owl and the fox is that the explanation the fox gives for the forest being harmed, this idea that there is a monster, tells us something about what the fox believes about the forest, but it tells us more about what the fox believes about himself. That is, you know, this protector of the forest, that he has the capacity to solve problems and so on. And he responds to some fundamental needs that the fox has. In a moment of grave danger, trees falling off for no reason, the river drying out, what people want is to be able to restore some sense of control. And very often they do it by coming up with explanations that make sense to them, especially if there is a void, an epistemic void out there, maybe because scientists haven't come up with a good explanation yet, or they have come up with a good explanation, but they don't have the science communication skills to make sure that, you know, people know about it, or people think it can be good. So in a way, very often, the delusion or the conspiracy belief is an answer to a particular psychological need that people have. And sometimes epistemic need as well, this need, for instance, to have causal theories about the world. Now, if we understand why people have the views that they have, then we can maybe satisfy those epistemic and psychological needs for them in ways that are different from the ways they are satisfying them themselves with the delusion and the conspiracy belief. So developing and cultivating curiosity may also be the right response to the resilience of delusional and conspiracy belief. The reason why they're so resilient is that they do a lot for us. They give us an explanation that we didn't have about something strange, and it's an explanation we like, that fits with how we see ourselves in relation to the world. Now, if that is not the best explanation, if there are alternative explanations, maybe it's worth making them salient to them, so that they can opt for satisfying those needs in different ways. Rather than hoping that the needs will go away. The needs will not go away. We will always have a need to reduce uncertainty, a need to control our environment, a need to feel that we are good and that we're doing something important. Those things will not go away. It's just how we satisfy those needs might change. And before I close, I'll just give you 2 quick examples of what I mean here. So in the case of delusion, some researchers in the University of Ferrara worked on the insight paradox. The insight paradox is something super interesting. People with schizophrenia who develop delusional beliefs, very often with medication and with other forms of care, start detaching themselves from their delusional belief. And that's normally considered a sign of recovery, the beginning of the end, right? You're recognizing that your belief may actually be delusional, that it might not reflect how reality is. What it has been found is that very, very often, the moment that they stop believing in the delusion, they start having very major depressive episodes, often leading to suicide. Why? Well, because the delusion is enmeshed with their sense of identity. Maybe they've believed it for years. Maybe they've built all their narrative about themselves around the delusion. Now they are losing the delusion, and there is nothing else in its place. So what Belvedere Muri's team has been doing is arguing that you need some form of narrative therapy to go along this process, so that they can start building a new identity around something else. They cannot be without an identity, but if they have certain needs that the delusion was filling, the moment you take away the delusion, you have to put something else in its place to fill those needs. The other example is from extreme and conspiracy beliefs. So David McRaney wrote this great book about how people change their mind, and he argued, I think very persuasively, that going to people's houses, telling them all the arguments in favor of climate change is never going to persuade them, for the reasons that we mentioned before. Because as Naomi was saying, we've got the backfire effect, right? So the more you give arguments to people who already believe the opposite, the more they're going to be ingrained and polarized on their own opinions. And it will lose respect for you as well, because you're not trying to engage. You're just trying to persuade them that things are in a different way. But what he has been arguing is this method of deep canvassing is much more effective. What happens is that people go and talk to people about their experiences. How is it that they came to this belief? Trying to find, ways in their past that may explain why a certain particular view of the world was attractive to them, gaining trust, and exchanging stories rather than arguments. And this has been found extremely effective. A lot of people reduced their certainty in conspiracy or extreme beliefs and started considering alternative hypotheses. So that's another indication that, if you have a deep psychological need to believe that something is the case, if you need to feel different from other people, just taking away your conspiracy belief is not going to do it. You're still going to have that need. But maybe there is something else that you can build in its place. And that the listening and the curiosity that we've been kind of advocating do actually help, maybe a lot more than just scoring points on an arguments table where you just have objection and counter-objection. So just to conclude, folks need to feel like they are unique and valuable in their role as protectors of the forest, can be satisfied in other ways than hypothesizing a monster. So our job, I think, is to find these ways and keep the conversation open, keep the engagement going. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Questions? Let's open the discussion. Keep the list. Scott and Winfried and Gerhard. Scott.
Hearing you talk about conspiracy beliefs and delusions and schizophrenia was really interesting, and I was just wondering how you saw how obsessive compulsive disorder might fit into this picture. And so imagine somebody thinks that whenever they're talking to another person, they have to be 2 feet to the left of them, or a child somewhere will melt. Is that does that do those sorts of compulsions meet needs, or is something else going on? And are they resilient? Is it resilient in the same way and central to a person's identity, or is it just a different phenomena?
That's a really good question. So traditionally in psychiatry, people have been seeing neurosis and psychosis as different, where psychosis is this failure of reality testing, so you've got hallucinations and delusions there, whereas neurosis, like anxiety, depression, obsessive-compulsive, has been seen as a behavioral problem, but not a problem with understanding how reality is. Now, this kind of traditional picture is being increasingly challenged, because it has been found that, first of all, obsessive-compulsive disorder is comorbid very often with delusions and schizophrenia, and also, but the expert is not me, it's Eugenia, there are delusions in obsessive-compulsive. So I guess what you need to think about is whether the behavior is motivated by a belief, so it's because they think that the world is in a certain way, or whether the behavior is just kind of a response to the possibility that the world may be in a certain way. So in the case in which a belief is involved, you'd go more towards the